This audiobook is published and brought to you by Bar 26 Publishing, LLC. Production copyright 2022. All rights reserved. The Debutante's Escape. The Debutantes of Durango, Book 1. Written by Peggy McKenzie. Narrated by Rick Barr. Chapter 1. Regina Beckett knocked softly on her father's library door, praying he wouldn't answer. "Who is it?" She closed her eyes in disappointment. Dread stole her breath. The moment her mother had informed her of her father's wish to speak privately with her, she knew whatever he was going to say couldn't be good. The man may be her father, but he had little tolerance for females. He said they were put upon this earth to do as a man said, and as long as he was in charge of this household, she and her mother would do exactly as they were told. Regina took a deep breath. "It's me, Father. Mother said you wished to speak with me." Yes. Well, don't just stand outside the door. Come in." "Yes, Father." She twisted the doorknob of the massive library door and stepped quietly inside, where she found him hunched over his desk. She did her best to make herself invisible, hoping to avoid her father's usual criticisms of her. Instead, her attempt just made her even more vulnerable to her father's attacks. "Don't slouch," he snapped. "Yes, Father." Regina stiffened her spine against the ribs of her corset and her father's hypocrisy. She stifled a grimace when they pinched, one her skin, the other her self-esteem. She perched on the leather wingback chair in front of the desk where he sat, careful to keep her posture rigid and straight for fear of antagonizing him more. It wouldn't set a good tone for the talk she knew was coming. Her father's fingers tented under his chin in thought. She crossed her ankles demurely beneath her expensive brocade silk dress and waited for her father to speak. He leaned forward to flip through several papers lying on his desk. The longer he remained silent, the more anxious she grew. Nervous anticipation had her squirming in her chair, the leather creaking under her slight weight. "Regina, please be still. You really must work on your social skills. However, are you going to attract a husband with such boorish behavior?" "I'm sorry, Father." It was all she ever seemed to say to the man across the desk. Henry Beckett peered over his wire-rimmed glasses at her. She didn't wonder what he was thinking because he never missed an opportunity to tell her just how inept he thought she, his only child, was. He had made it clear more than once how much he'd hoped for a son, but in lieu of a son, he would use his daughter as leverage to get the son-in-law he wanted. A proper one. One with the right connections to further his ambitions. "Regina, sit up straight. You seem to lack the basic social skills most women are born with. I've watched your mother instruct you time and time again over your social blunders, and you never seem to learn from it." "I'm sorry, Father," she offered once more. What else could she say? She didn't try to embarrass her parents, but their unreasonable expectations sucked the very life out of her. Yes, you've said that before." She watched her father stand and pace behind his desk for a moment before he stopped to look at her again. "Regina, I've come to the decision it is time for you to marry. Since you have failed to take the initiative yourself and choose a husband, it falls to me, as your father, to see to the matter for you." Stunned, Regina sat motionless, absorbing her father's words. When she didn't respond to his shocking declaration, he kept going. "There's to be a ball at the hotel later tonight, and we've all been invited to attend. Mr. Benjamin Scott will be there with his family. That includes his son, Martin. I expect you to put your best foot forward in gaining the young man's attention." Regina didn't miss the pointed comment or its meaning. "Father, I'll do my best to make his acquaintance, but I'll have to step over a dozen other ladies vying for his attention as well. This ball is all anyone is talking about. though I, for one, could care less about attending. Yes, I spoke with your mother, and she said you preferred to stay home, but you will be attending the party, and you will do as I say and make Mr. Martin Scott's acquaintance. This is very important to me, Regina. I trust you will not let me down." Regina's panic pushed what little courage she possessed forward. "Father, I'll make Mr. Scott's acquaintance, but I hardly think he's going to want to marry me at first sight, whether we suit each other or not," she half joked. "Why wouldn't he want to marry you? My family name would add greatly to his social standing. And, Regina, I need him to propose sooner rather than later. It's the most expedient way I can see to get in his father's good graces. Rumor has it the man's looking for someone to oversee his interest here in Durango, and I intend for that someone to be me." Regina's pulse raced as she realized her father was serious. "I know you think I'm not interested in marriage, Father, but I can assure you I am. I just haven't found the right person, that's all. If you'll just give me a little more time, I promise to try much harder to find a suitable husband. Just a few more months and—" "Regina Lynn Beckett, your chance to find a husband has passed. I've made my decision. You are going to marry Ben Scott's son if I have to spend every dime I have to see it done." Regina's heart pounded in her chest. "Why must I, Father? Why this man?" She knew pleading with her father would never gain her ground. She just hoped reasoning would. "I just spent the last 10 minutes explaining the matter to you. Why must you be so dense? Martin Scott's father is a very wealthy railroad and shipping investor. That means he has lots and lots of money, Regina. More than you can imagine, though I've imagined it time and again. I have my eye on the position he's hoping to fill while here in Durango, and I intend to catch his eye by introducing you to his son." "You would use me as a pawn? Force me into a loveless marriage with a stranger? Father, how could you even consider doing this to me, your only child?" "Oh, Regina, don't be so naive, or so dramatic. You knew this day would come. Besides, I've allowed your mother to coddle you for the past 22 years, and you've done nothing but take, take, take. Who do you think has been paying for all the fripperies you consume? I do. Now it's time for you to do your duty to this family and give something back. Do you not agree?" She knew he wasn't really waiting on her to agree with him. He never did. In her desperation, she dared to try once again to persuade him not to do this. "Father, I simply cannot agree to this arrangement. Please try to understand my position. The idea that I should marry a man I've never laid eyes upon is a horrifying thought." There. She had said what was on her mind. She knew her father's retributions would commence, but if she won this battle, it would be worth the cost. "Is that right? You can't agree?" "Regina, my dear misguided daughter, what makes you think you have any say in the matter? You will do as I say. You will do it without complaint, and you will be grateful." His voice rose in anger. "Grateful? Why should I be grateful that you're pawning me off to someone I don't know? How do you know what kind of a man he is? How do you know he won't mistreat me horribly? You are my father, and you have an obligation to—" "Enough. I've heard enough. It is not your place to tell me what I should be doing or what my obligations are, young lady. Lila, get in here this instant." Her father screamed at the closed library doors. The door opened immediately, and her mother entered the room. "Yes, Henry." Her mother looked immediately to her father. "You've told her the news?" Her mother's superficial smile told Regina that she wasn't pleased by her father's plan either, but she wouldn't dare cross her husband. "Yes, I've told her. Now get her upstairs and get her ready for tonight's party, and do whatever's necessary to make her stand out among any parvenu or old-money social climbers there who might have designs on my prize." Tears burned Regina's eyes, and though she knew it would only aggravate her father more, she didn't bother to hide them. Her father's face was set in stone and filled with disdain as he glanced her way, then addressed her mother. And Lila, please impress upon our daughter that should she fail in her duties to this family, she will be disowned and disinherited. Do I make myself clear to everyone?" Her mother reached out and took her hand as if she were simply obeying her husband's command to take Regina upstairs and get her ready. In truth, Regina needed her help. Her legs were trembling so badly she wasn't sure she could stand on her own. "Disinherited? Henry, that's a bit extreme, don't you think? I'm sure Regina will do her best." Her mother tried to cajole her father into relenting his harsh declarations. Her father stood and slammed his fist on his desk. "I mean it, Lila. She's getting married to someone who can elevate this family, and she'll do it now. The citizens of Durango do not give me the proper respect my heritage affords me. These uneducated, unrefined people don't appreciate the importance of my lineage. So I'll find something, or rather someone, they do appreciate and form an alliance with them. Then we'll see who looks down their noses at whom," her father declared at the top of his lungs. "Henry, there's no need to shout. I understand." Her mother pushed Regina's numb body toward the door. "I will see that your wishes are obeyed." "And if you don't, you'll be joining your daughter on her trip back east to live with your parents in that godforsaken place you call Kansas." Her mother closed the massive library door behind them. Without one word, she pulled Regina down the hall and up the massive carved mahogany staircase her father had insisted be shipped from Boston at great expense. He said it made a statement that would impress his business associates. As far as Regina knew, the only thing that had impressed them was how big of a jackass. "Regina, please don't make me pull you along. We can discuss this matter when we get to the privacy of your room. Now come along and stop dragging your feet." Regina was in a fog of swirling fears and thoughts as her mother ushered her into her bedroom and closed the door to prying ears. "Regina, get hold of your emotions. This is not the time to allow your insecurities to rule your good sense. You can, and you will, do as your father ordered. It's for the best. Besides, you may find you like Mr. Scott. Now, let's see which of these dresses will go best with your coloring. The green or the blue?" Her mother held the green dress up to her face and studied her for a moment. "Mother, I can't possibly attend the debutante's ball at the hotel tonight. There isn't enough time to prepare everything. My hair, my clothes, my—" "Regina, your father told me his plans 2 weeks ago. I have everything ready. All you have to do is cooperate. Now can you please do that? Why must you make everything so hard on everyone?" Her mother set the green dress aside and lifted up the blue one. "Ah, definitely the green one. It goes with your dark hair beautifully. Though I do wish your eyes were a more striking color than plain brown, but we'll just have to work with what we have. Now, stand up and let's see if the alterations were successful." Regina stood as her mother instructed. What did she care if the dress fit or not? "You've known for 2 weeks what Father has planned for me, and you didn't say a word? Mother, how could you agree to such a thing?" Regina felt her mother's betrayal all the way to her bones. "Regina, darling, do stand up straight. It's too bad you have inherited my family's curvy stature. This dress would have fit better if you were tall and willowy, like your cousins Roxanne and Mary Ann. And, to answer your question, you know I have no say one way or the other, especially when your father has his mind made up. My opinions and thoughts are of absolutely no importance. I know all too well what kind of man Father is. But you're my mother. How can you allow him to pawn me off to someone I've never met? How do you know this man will treat me kindly? Don't you care what happens to me?" Regina's voice broke with emotion as she brushed a tear off her cheek. Her mother stepped back and looked at her. "Of course I care, Regina. Of course I do. And I'm truly sorry you have to ask that question. But you know that your father rules over everything under this roof, and that includes you and me. I have no control over this situation or any other. All I can offer you is advice."
Advice?
Yes, you have a choice to make, Regina. You can make the best of the situation or become its victim. Now, let's get you ready. Time is running away from us, and we have a lot to do before tonight.
Yes, Mother,
Regina repeated out of habit more than in agreement. What did her mother mean by making the best of the situation? Did her mother want her to throw herself at the man's son too? What difference did it make? It would do no good to argue. Her parents simply never listened.
I wish you had just a little more height, but we'll work with what the good Lord gave you. Now undress, and I'll call the maids to bring your bath. Isn't it going to be a lovely ball? You'll get to see all your friends, and think of the possibilities at hand.
Yes, Mother, she answered again. What was she going to do? She could run away. Maybe she could make it to her aunt's house in Boston. No, that wouldn't work. Her father would track her down, and who knows what he would do then. He might decide to find her a husband right then and there in Boston, or perhaps even in Kansas. Her mother said she would never go back there, so it must be a horrible place to live, especially if she would rather live under Henry Beckett's heavy-handedness instead. Regina knew if she did leave and something went wrong, her father would never allow her to come home again. The thought of marrying a stranger made her nauseated, but how was she going to thwart her father's plans? The only way she could avoid a marriage of his choosing was to choose her. Regina stopped short. Wait. Her mother had said she had a choice to make. Make the best of the situation or become its victim. Make the best of the situation. Make the best of the... A brilliant idea began to form in spite of her befuddled mind. Regina couldn't fathom the thought of marrying a stranger, but would she consider marriage to someone she knew? Someone she considered a trusted friend. A very dear friend, in fact. Someone she had known for most of her life. Yes, she most certainly would. John Kingston. She trusted him, and her father detested him.
Did you hear what I said, Regina? Aren't you excited about tonight's ball? Think about all the possibilities it holds for your future, my dear.
Her mother's voice faded as Regina's plan began to form into something solid. Regina finally smiled and agreed in truth this time.
Yes, Mother. I must confess, I'm suddenly quite focused on the possibilities this evening could bring.
John Kingston held a royal flush in his hands. He eyed his friend, William E. Baker, Colorado circuit judge, who sat across the table from him. The man was an open book of emotions. He really should work on his poker face if he hoped to win at cards. Better stick to hangings, Will. If the look on your face is any indication of the hand you're holding, might as well fold now.
Damn it, John. If I didn't know you were a better man, I'd swear you were cheating.
The man threw his cards face up and sat back in his chair.
Let's see that hand of yours.
John smiled and shook his head. You folded, Will. You know the rules. I don't have to show my hand. John turned his cards up anyway so his friend could see them. He grinned and reached across the table for the mound of poker chips sitting in the center.
A royal flush,
Will said, shaking his head.
You have the damnedest luck.
How much do I owe you this time around? Don't worry about it. I don't need your money, but I will put it on your tab. Never know when I might need a favor from a circuit-riding judge. John motioned one of his servers over.
Good evening, Mr. Kingston. What can I get for you?
The woman asked. Mary, please bring me a bottle of my best scotch.
Yes, sir, Mr. Kingston. Right away.
The woman hurried off to do his bidding. The hotel business must be doing rather well by the looks of things, though I've noticed you don't offer the usual, shall we say, female entertainment, like most of the gambling halls I've visited.
Will said. John stacked his chips in order of value and eyed his friend. Well, I'm lucky. My silent partner lets me run this place as I see fit, and I don't make money off the backs of others, Will. It's not my style. I pay these girls to sell drinks and talk to my customers. Maybe a dance or two if they're willing. If they want to do more than that, it's their decision. They're the ones who must live with the consequences. Besides, I have a strict policy about fraternizing with customers and co-workers. It's a distraction I don't need in a business, which serves the public. Will nodded his understanding and shuffled the deck of cards. Any more talk from Ben Scott about hiring you as his Durango overseer? John leaned back against the wooden bow-back chair and studied his friend. Yes. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I'm hosting the annual Debutantes Ball here at the hotel tonight. You should come. No thanks. I've had my belly full of conniving mothers and giggling debutantes. And the other reason? John shrugged. The other reason? I didn't say... Will grinned. You said that was one of the reasons. Could the other reason be a certain young lady who might be in attendance? His friend was a bit more perceptive than John liked, but Will knew him better than anyone. John had worked long and hard at learning how to keep his emotions under control and his personal life private. It was one of the reasons the railroad and shipping tycoon, Mr. Benjamin Scott, called him friend. John didn't have the usual baggage that most of Scott's wealthy counterparts displayed. He complained frequently that there was always some drama amidst his business dealings. Someone's husband was sleeping with a business partner's wife, and it was always messy when a company folded and the lawyers got involved. John, you didn't answer my question. Is the other reason that you're hoping Miss Beckett has come? Will, you should come. It isn't often you get to spend a few days in town. It would be a chance for you to dance with a few young ladies, maybe even take a stroll down Main Street. As I said, I'm not interested in marriage-minded, giggling debutantes or their mothers' machinations. Will repeated his previous objections. Well, you should be safe enough. I hear that Martin Scott is up on the matrimonial chopping block tonight. Ben has made no secret of the fact. He insists his son has had plenty of time to find a wife on his own, so he's drawn a hard line in the sand. He said it's time for Martin to take a wife and give him grandchildren to carry on his name and inherit his fortune. And I do believe he's tired of waiting. John smirked. Will grinned and sent a sly look in his direction. John could read his friend like an open book, and it was clear Will wasn't deterred by John's attempt at redirecting their conversation. Will shook his head. Play coy all you want, my friend, but I know you have feelings for that Beckett woman. What's her name? Roseanne or some such? Regina, John stated simply. Ah, yes, Regina. Well, I overheard someone from that group of ladies who meet here. The Ladies' Club of Durango. John provided the name of the club that used his hotel for their weekly meetings. Yes, the Ladies' Club of Durango. They were discussing Miss Beckett just this afternoon. It seems one of the mothers present was explaining to the other ladies that Miss Beckett would soon be engaged. I don't suppose you've heard anything about that, have you? John clenched his jaws shut, but jealousy made him grind his teeth together. Don't worry, Will said, letting out a chuckle. It seems the other ladies in the group were equally confident that their daughters were going to be engaged soon, too. I fear the young Mr. Scott is in for a time of it this evening, if he actually shows up for this marriage ball. John kept quiet, but his mind was a whirlwind of emotions. The thought of Regina getting married made him want to punch something. I will admit, between you and me, that if Ben's son is inclined to propose to Miss Beckett, he would be one very lucky man. John schooled his features to act unaffected and hoped his words gave his friend the impression he couldn't care less. When did you start believing women's gossip? When Will didn't answer, he added, I will admit Regina Beckett is a very beautiful woman, but the world is full of... Will laughed. You might be able to bluff me in poker, my friend, but we have history. I know you, remember? You have feelings for Regina Beckett. You have for a long time, and although your eyes don't give your feelings away, your jaw does. It's a wonder you have any teeth left, as much as you grind them at the mention of her name." Will was still grinning when he whispered across the table just as the serving girl returned with their drinks. Mary walked up and placed the crystal decanter full of expensive scotch on the table along with 2 cut crystal glasses. "Here you are, Mr. Kingston. Is there anything else I can get you, sir?" "No, Mary. Thank you." The woman curtsied and left them to their conversation. John ignored his friend's comment until he had poured them both a healthy portion and recorked the glass stopper into the crystal decanter. He raised his glass and his eyes to his friends. "How about a toast to unrequited love, and we'll just leave it at that, shall we?" John tossed the drink down his throat, relishing the taste and the burn. Will nodded in agreement. "To unrequited love," Will repeated and followed John's lead. "Whew, that's some good stuff." "Only the best for you, my friend. Only the best for you." John stood and motioned for his cashier. "Jake, see to it that these chips are cashed out and the money makes it to the bank before it closes today." "Yes, sir. I'll take care of that myself, Mr. Kingston." The skinny, balding man, whose hunched shoulders seemed as though he carried the weight of the world, scraped the chips into the royal blue velvet bag he carried and nodded his goodbye. John turned to Will. "And now, my dear friend, if you'll excuse me, I have to dress for a particularly important party tonight. And should you change your mind about coming, I'll think about it, but don't be disappointed if I don't show up. Although I might go just to see how hard you try to ignore a certain young lady while mooning over her from a distance." "Go to hell." He shook his head in exasperated amusement and turned toward the door of the poker parlor, which occupied a room off the first floor of the hotel. He heard Will's good-natured laugh echo behind him. He and Will had met when John had gone to Philadelphia to talk to the man who owned several businesses around Durango. The man was elderly and had gone back east to live with family, so he was selling out. Will was the budding attorney who negotiated the deal. John told him if he ever wanted to visit Durango, he would be happy to put him up. 6 months later, John had received a telegram from Will announcing his arrival and that he hoped he had a place to stay. Since that day, they'd been the best of friends. John allowed Will room to tease, but that's where it ended. There was nothing funny about his feelings for Regina. He'd been in love with her since they were children. It was his bad luck that he'd been born to a drunken con artist from the poor side of town. It had been a rough go for a young boy growing up under the scrutiny of Durango's fine citizens. Regina's family, on the other hand, were some of the wealthiest around. John still remembered the moment he first met Regina. Her family had just moved to town, and it was her first day at school. Beautiful and fragile, she reminded him of a porcelain doll he'd once seen in a store window. But it was her dark eyes that held a hint of sadness that made him want to protect her, and it wasn't long before he got his chance. He was 6 years older than Regina and a bit rough around the edges, so when some of his classmates knocked her down and kicked dust all over her pretty dress, anger swelled in John's chest, and he pounded the hell out of those boys. He walked Regina home that day, telling himself he was just doing what any decent person would have done. But the truth was, he wanted to spend more time with the dark-haired, doe-eyed girl. It was a boneheaded move, and he should have known better. Her father met them on the front steps of her home. He jerked Regina up onto the porch by her arm. "Regina, go inside. You are not to be seen in the company of this reprobate ever again." Regina did as her father asked, but when she turned to say goodbye, he could see tears shining in her eyes. His gut had ached at the sight. Then her father, in all his arrogance and feeling of superiority, turned on John. "If I catch you with my daughter again, I'll take a whip to you, and I won't stop until you learn your place. You are not good enough to touch my daughter's shoes,
and I refuse to allow the likes of you to sully her reputation. Do I make myself clear?" John's jaw clenched at the memory, though he probably owed the pompous ass a debt of gratitude because it was that day and those words that lit the fire in his belly and changed his destiny. Although his insecurities were still buried deep within his soul, he would never be that boy again. He shook off those old hurts and took the hotel's ornate stairs 2 at a time to the elegant suite of rooms where he lived on the 3rd floor. A tub of scented hot water was already waiting on him in his private bath. He shucked off his clothes and stepped into the porcelain tub, sinking up to his neck. John slid the soap against his skin and savored the luxurious feel of the expensive milled foam. A wistful smile stretched across his lips as he remembered a time when he couldn't afford a sliver of lye soap, much less this kind of luxury. 12 years had come and gone since he vowed to do something with his life. It hadn't always been easy. He could have gone down a completely different path, the same one as his father, but John had made different choices and had succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. Determined to be something more than the cast-off orphaned son of a very flawed man, John had worked his tail end off to escape not only his impoverished life, but his father's tainted reputation. And now, at 28, he was his own man. He held a healthy bank account, several joint investments with some of Durango's most elite citizens, and had a reputation good enough to garner the respect of a man like Ben Scott. And yet, he knew Regina's father would never see him as someone good enough to court his daughter, the beautiful woman he had given his heart to years ago. A knock at the door pulled him from his regrets. Wesley, his butler of sorts, called out to him. "Mr. Kingston, I have your suit and shirt pressed. I shall lay them out on your bed. Do you need anything further from me this evening, sir?" "No, Wesley. Thank you. I'll take it from here." Chapter 2. Regina had suffered through the incessant chatter of her mother all afternoon. It was a profound relief to finally arrive at the party where her parents would be occupied with other partygoers, leaving her to put her plans into motion. She scanned the large ballroom at the hotel. The huge crystal chandeliers and velvet curtains made her feel right at home. And that was what bothered her about this place. It had all the trappings of her gilded prison. But John was nothing like her father, she reminded herself. Could she do this? Could she find the courage to approach John with this bold proposal? "Stand up straight, Regina. You're humped over like an old woman," her father snapped under his breath. "Yes, father," she replied, straightening her spine. Oh, yes. She could do this. She must do this. Otherwise, she had no hope of outmaneuvering her father and the plans he had for her life. Her father pulled her hand through the crook of his arm and clamped it into place with his. He held his other arm out to her mother. She took it, and together they presented a united front to everyone in attendance. It was a facade, just like everything else in her miserable life. "Hello, Mr. Scott." Her father pushed her forward. Her heart plummeted. Already her father was parading her in front of the man. She curtsied, praying his son was nowhere to be seen. Taking a quick glance around, she realized her prayer had been answered. Mr. Scott offered her and her mother a stiff bow. "Hello, Mr. Bennett, is it?" Her father's jaw tightened at the perceived slight. "Beckett, Henry Beckett, at your service, sir." Her father offered an exaggerated bow and tugged her mother into a deep curtsy. Regina looked around the room to see how many people were able to observe her humiliation. "Well, good evening to you, Mr. Beckett. Mrs. Beckett?" It was obvious the man's attention was somewhere else, but her father pushed. "I hope you're having a good time, Mr. Scott. It's a shame this establishment is all Durango has to offer, but perhaps with a few well-placed investments and an overseer you can trust, Durango's social status will improve in time."
Her father preened at his ability to simultaneously take a jab at John's ownership of this hotel and get his own foot in the door of consideration for the job he coveted. Regina saw the look Mr. Scott gave her father, and she wished she could disappear into thin air. But it only got worse. "Mr. Scott, where is that handsome son of yours?" her father inquired, looking around the room as if hunting for his prey. Could her father be any more transparent? Regina's cheeks pinked with embarrassment. Mr. Scott relaxed a bit and sighed. "Hiding. It seems my son has a deep aversion to attending parties for fear there's a young miss expecting a marriage proposal in there somewhere." "Perhaps he just hasn't met the right woman yet," her father offered. Mortified, Regina curtsied again and excused herself. "I see some of my friends, Father. Mother, perhaps I'll run into Mr. Scott's son among the younger guests." It was the best excuse she could come up with to appease her parents. "I think that's an excellent idea, Regina. Please bring him to meet your father when you find him," her mother suggested. "Of course." Regina curtsied again and hurried toward her friends. A quick look backwards revealed her parents deep in conversation with Mr. Scott. This was her chance to slip away and find John. She passed a group of her friends, giving them a quick wave. "I'll be back in a moment," she promised, and kept walking toward the hallway where she knew the ladies' room to be. She also knew John's office was down that hallway as well. She prayed he would be there. She cast another quick look back to where her parents were still deeply involved in conversation with the man of the hour. 2 more men had crowded around them, and she could tell by the expression on her father's face he wasn't happy about the intrusion. Her mother excused herself and made her way to the other side of the ballroom. Regina watched a few minutes longer to make sure everyone remained occupied. When it appeared they had no intention of breaking off their current conversations, she turned and started down the long hall towards John's office when a waiter stopped her. "Ma'am, can I help you find something?" Yes. Do you... what I mean is, would you happen to know where Mr. Kingston is?" She stumbled over her words. The curious look the man gave her made her add, "I have business to discuss with him this evening." Her comment seemed to satisfy the man's curiosity. It would be a disaster if word got out that she was pursuing John and then he didn't accept her proposal. Her father would... well, better not think about that right now. "Yes, ma'am. Mr. Kingston is in the gaming room just through that door." He pointed to the door just off the ballroom. This wasn't going to be as easy as she had hoped. The gaming room door was in full view of everyone, including her parents. Timing would be crucial. Regina thanked the man and carefully made her way to the door, stopping to pick up a drink from the passing server's tray. She nodded to several partygoers along the way, trying to portray a calm, unhurried facade. But the truth was, she wanted to rush across the floor and hide behind the potted plant against the wall. The closer she got to the door, the more her nerves pulsated in anticipation of her next move. She tried to force her heart to slow down. She had never done something so bold in all her days. And once she called John Kingston out of that room in front of all those men, it was sure to get back to her father, and then there would be hell to pay. If this didn't work, her father would ship her off to Kansas or some other godforsaken place. She quickly sent up another silent prayer that John would not disappoint her. She could hear the raucous laughter of men behind the door, and cigar smoke filled her lungs. She had to move quickly to avoid detection from the partygoers in the ballroom. It was now or never. She took a sip of her drink and tried to look nonchalant as she hesitated just outside the door. There was still time to change her mind, but if she did, what was her recourse? Marry a stranger? She shuddered at the thought. She knew if it wasn't Martin Scott, her father would just find someone else to pawn her off on. Anything to further his own agenda. Previously, he had even brought up the elderly gentleman who owns the town's newspaper, the Herald. She couldn't recall the man's name, But he was at least 80 years old. She was certain of it. At the time, her father wanted to have control of the newspaper. His plan was to marry her off to the old gentleman. Then, when he passed away, her father would step in and take over the running of the newspaper. Control of the written word would give him the power and prestige he craved. Thank goodness the old man's children refused to cooperate with her father's ridiculous scheme. That thought put courage back into her weakening spine. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves, set her glass on a table to the side, and rubbed her damp palms against her gown. Her mother would have a fit if she knew what Regina had done to the expensive dress she had chosen with such care. She inhaled one more deep breath for courage and reached for the doorknob with trembling fingers. She was gathering her courage to open the door when a familiar voice spoke from behind her. "Regina, what are you doing? Have you suddenly taken up gaming? I'm surprised your father allows it." She whirled around to see the man she had been searching for standing just behind her. "John, Suddenly, Regina couldn't get words past her lips, so she did the only thing she could think of. She bent her head and curtsied. John grinned. "Nicely done, Miss Beckett. But to what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Surely your father isn't inside playing poker. That wouldn't bode well for anyone, especially if I were to insist on joining them, considering my propensity for winning. I'm sure he would make it quite unpleasant for all those within the sound of his voice." His attempt at nonchalance didn't hide his pain from her. She had known him far too long for that. "No, Father wouldn't be caught dead inside the poker room. After all, what would people say?" Regina mocked her father's words. The same words she had heard him speak over and over and over again. She was sick to death of living her life based upon his self-righteous condemnations of others. She watched John's brows raise in surprise at her unexpected comment. "I see." He leaned against the wall and pushed his hands into his pants pockets. It was a common thing that men did, but to see John do it, well, it was quite appealing. He looked down at her with those deep brown eyes, which, combined with his dark beard and mustache, gave him a dangerous, rakish appearance. His hair fell in soft curls against the stark white collar of his shirt. For a moment, Regina was mesmerized by the man's good looks. Her friend's good looks, she reminded herself. Suddenly, she remembered where she was and sent a panicked look around the ballroom. Fortunately, her parents were still occupied. "So, if it wasn't poker that pulled you away from the party, what was it?" A frown creased his face. "A gentleman, perhaps? Regina, is there a specific gentleman in that room you were searching for?" Regina watched the good-natured countenance of her friend change. He appeared angry, but she had said nothing to anger him, and she certainly couldn't risk making him that way if she had any hope of convincing him to agree to her plan. "No, John, certainly not. I mean, I was looking for someone, but he isn't in that room," she explained. He didn't look any less angry, so she tried again. "John, I was searching for you, and now that I've found you, I have a most pressing question to ask you. Can we go somewhere more private to talk?" John thought he was dreaming when he saw Regina standing outside the poker room. But when she asked him to go with her somewhere more private, he thought surely he must be hearing things. "John, are you listening? I must talk to you, but we can't be seen together. Can we go to your office?" she pleaded. The misery in Regina's voice tore at his heart. "Of course. Considering how your father feels about me, I think it prudent, for your sake, if you meet me outside my office, or at the very least not be seen entering it together." Without hesitation, he turned and headed straight for his office. He closed the door and waited for Regina. What could she possibly need to talk to him about amidst all these people, where they were almost certain to be seen? He didn't mind. Hell, he could care less what people thought about him, but he wouldn't jeopardize Regina's reputation if he could help it. He looked at his pocket watch again. It had been more than 5 minutes. What could be keeping her? She seemed so distressed. Was something bothering her? The thought kicked him in the gut and his pulse raced. Could she be in trouble right this minute while he waited in his office like a fool? He stood and paced for another minute and then headed for the door. At that moment, Regina rushed in and closed the door behind her. Leaning against it for a moment to catch her breath, he watched her breast rise and fall against the fabric of her dress. When she turned to lock the door, he shook off his attraction and focused on Regina. So, he had been right. Someone was pursuing her. He'd strangle them with his bare hands. He rushed to her side. "Regina, tell me what's wrong. Is someone bothering you? If that's the case, I'll make them wish they were never—" "No, it's nothing like that, but I do need your help. I have a favor to ask you, John. It's a really big favor, and I hope you'll hear me out before you give me your answer." She peered up at him with those soulful eyes of hers. If he had the power to grant her wishes, he would give her anything she asked for. Anything at all. "Well, of course, I'll help you any way I can. Now, sit and tell me what has you so upset and how I can help." John offered her his arm, and she wrapped her fingers around his forearm, allowing him to lead her to the chair in front of his desk. He sat in the chair beside her and turned his full attention to the beautiful woman sitting next to him. "Now, tell me, what is it that has you so upset this evening?" Regina turned toward him and touched his arm again with her hand. John ignored the pull of attraction between them. They were friends, he reminded himself, again, and she had come to him for help. He refocused his attention when she let out a long sigh. "John, you and I have been friends for a long time, haven't we? At least 12 years, maybe longer. And in all that time, have I ever asked you for a favor? Any favor at all?" The desperation in her voice worried him. "No, you haven't. Not once," he admitted. And in all those years, he would have granted her any request, no matter the cost to himself, personal or financial. She had only to ask. "Well, I'm asking you for a favor now. I'm taking all those years of friendship, all those unasked favors, and I'm rolling them into this one really big favor. Do you know what I mean?" "No, probably not." Regina shook her head. "I'm not making much sense, am I?" He could hear the emotion in her voice. "Please don't cry, Regina. Just take your time. You know you can tell me anything, and I can deny you nothing. My dear friend," he added to keep his feelings hidden. He stood and pulled her to him. She snuggled deep into his arms and leaned her head against his chest. He would treasure this moment forever. Content to just hold her, he didn't push her for an answer. She would get to her point when she was ready. In the meantime, he would commit this moment to memory, and on those lonely nights when he lay in his bed and sleep refused to come, he would remember how it felt to hold her. All too soon, she stepped back and turned away from him. He felt bereft of her presence, but when she wiped a tear from her cheek, he felt guilty for having such feelings about her when she had come to him for help. "John, you must think me a horrid person. I haven't spoken to you in weeks, and here I am asking for a huge favor." She turned toward him, and her eyes searched his face for something, but he had no idea what she was hoping to see. All he could do was reassure her and hopefully solve whatever problem was troubling her. "Regina, I know how hard it is for you at home. Your father is a beast, and I won't apologize to you for saying so. Whatever is troubling you, whatever you need from me, rest assured it is already yours. All you need to do is ask." He reached out a hand and pushed a dangling curl behind her ear. The feel of her skin against his fingertips sent shivers of delight through his body. If only things could be different for them. Perhaps you should wait until I ask my favor before you make promises you may not be able to keep. A sad smile appeared, pulling his attention to her lips. Another jolt of desire hit him hard and reminded him the things he wanted were out of his reach. Regina, I have resources now that I didn't have when we were younger. Money's no longer a problem. And if money doesn't solve your problem, then I have quite a few friends in some pretty high places. And all of them have lost to me over a poker table at one time or another and owe me a favor. Or two. He tried for humor, but he could see that she wasn't in the mood for his dry wit. He lifted her chin with his index finger, and the desperation in her eyes punched him in the gut. Just tell me, Regina. Tell me what it is, and I'll fix it. He promised. He watched her pull a deep breath into her lungs. The soft, round swells of her breasts rose just above the neckline of her gown again, and he felt the tug of his attraction to Regina once more. But that wasn't why she was here. Well, you've already promised to honor my request, and I know you won't go back on your word, will you, John? Honor is very important to you, isn't it? I've always liked that about you. Yes, it is very important to me. Now tell me, no more hesitation. Out with it. What can I do? She nodded. Very well. What I'm trying to say, rather the favor I wanted to ask you is, will you marry me? John had considered the possibility of a lot of things that could be troubling her, but this request was certainly not one of them. He studied her face, expecting to see humor there, but there was none. Not a trace. His brain somersaulted inside his skull, and he said the first thing that came into his head. You're joking. Chapter 3. Regina knew her request was outrageous, but she never thought John would be so shocked by it. Tears burned, and she turned to hide her face from him. Regina, what are you saying? What's happened that makes you think you must marry someone? Has someone compromised you and refused to be accountable? Does your father know? Of course he doesn't know. He would have already killed them himself. Who is it? Tell me who it is, and I'll kill him with my bare hands. Tonight. No, it's nothing like that. And yes, my father would have already had them drawn and quartered if something like that had happened to his prized pony. No, it's more complicated than that. More complicated than being compromised? You must tell me what's going on, John demanded. He pulled her to him and held her in place, his fingers grasping her upper arms. She owed him an explanation, but would he understand what motivated her to make this unheard-of request? She was embarrassed to be used in such a degrading way by her own father, but if anyone could understand how her father could ruin her life without a second thought, it would be John. Sorry. Before I blurted out a proposal, I should have started with the more mundane explanation of the fact that my father wants to arrange a marriage for me and Benjamin Scott's son, whether I like it or not. She saw John's eyes close for a moment. When he opened them again, they were filled with sadness. A sadness aimed at her. He felt sorry for her, and she didn't need or want his pity. It was too humiliating. John nodded as if he understood and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, is that all? Regina, surely your father is aware that every other father who has a daughter in that ballroom tonight is aiming for the exact same thing. They all want to be related to one of the wealthiest men in America. He teased. When she gave him a look that said she wasn't amused by his humor, he wiped the teasing grin off his face and sobered. Okay, so perhaps we should start with how this all started and what it is you really want me to help you with. He placed his hands on her shoulders. A single tear of frustration slid down her cheek. She quickly brushed it away. "What I want is for you to help me undermine my father's plans. I refuse to marry someone I've never met before. And that is why I came to you." "But Regina, although you are a beautiful woman, breathtakingly so, I might add, the odds of you garnering a marriage proposal from Martin Scott before he leaves Durango is astronomical. You must realize that just because your father is hell-bent on gaining Ben Scott as a relative doesn't make it so." "You don't understand, John. If not Martin Scott, then it'll be someone else. He's determined to use me to get what he thinks he's entitled to, and that is wealth and respect. The kinds of things that, with his temper and arrogance, he can't get on his own merit. Whether it's Martin Scott or Rip Van Winkle, he's going to marry me off. The only way out of this mess is if I get married before he has a chance to pawn me off. That's why you must marry me, John. You have to. It's the only choice I have," she pleaded. "Regina, think about what you're saying. You and I have been friends a long time, but you aren't in love with me any more than you are with Martin. How would marrying me be any different?" Her determination slipped as she considered John's question. "I suppose that's a fair question." How could she explain how she felt about John? There was just so many things about him she admired. He was kind, and so handsome. Just to look at him made her weak in the knees. And he was solid. Not his physical stature, although he was quite fit for a man who made his living indoors. He was solid in that she never had to wonder what was behind his words. His friendship was steady, just like now. She hadn't seen him in weeks, but still he answered her call for help without hesitation. He was reliable, and he was honorable. He valued his word like no other man she had ever known. He would never lie to her, and the part of her plan she had yet to reveal to John would depend on his honor. She didn't want a real marriage. She only wanted to pretend to be married so she could escape her father's tyranny and start making decisions for herself. "Well, there are lots of differences. First, you are my friend, and I know what kind of man you are. Secondly, I know I can trust you to keep your word. And lastly, this would not be a real marriage. I only want to pretend to marry you. After enough time has passed, I'll quietly leave Durango, and you can tell everyone that I was a horrible wife and ran off to live somewhere else." Understanding darkened his eyes. "I see." "I know there will be retribution from my father for a time, but we can weather it together. My father cannot hurt you, John. People in Durango respect you. Most people around these parts abhor my father so he can cry foul all he wants, but I'll be here to tell the whole world that I married you willingly and without coercion. After a while, he'll get tired of trying to convince everyone that you are the villain in this story." Regina shrugged her shoulders. "And other than that, I promise not to upend your life any more than necessary. I will do everything in my power not to be a burden and to be out of your way as soon as I possibly can. I'll leave Durango and never ask another thing from you. Please, John, please say you'll do this for me?" Regina pleaded, hoping he wouldn't say no. She watched his face, but he wasn't giving anything away. "If we do this, Regina, if we go through with your plan, you'll be considered a divorced woman in Colorado. You'll be a divorced woman anywhere you go. Are you sure you can live with that? It would also make you unappealing to most men who would want to marry you for reasons other than the betterment of their situation. And what about money to live on when you leave Durango? Will your father give you an allowance to care for yourself? Not if he's still the same bastard I've always known him to be. And considering he's trying to sell you to the person who can best promote his own interest, then he appears to be exactly the same. I mean no offense to you, Regina." She bit back her momentary anxiety at the thought of living penniless. Her father had threatened to disown her many times when she balked at succumbing to his wishes, but she would never ask John to give her money. She would figure it out. Somehow. She had saved a little bit of money throughout her life. Maybe she could send a letter to her grandparents. Surely they would take her in, even if it did mean moving to Kansas. Don't worry about my financial situation, John. I can take care of myself. Besides, I have put back some money over the years, and it'll be sufficient. She lied. Just say you'll think about it. I know this is all so shocking, and it'll take some time for you to process all I have said. Promise me you won't say no tonight, and you will take some time to really think about my request. She pleaded once more, hoping his friendship was as strong as she believed it to be. He pulled her into his arms, and for a moment she stood motionless at the thought he might kiss her. She realized she wouldn't mind it at all if he did. He stood so close, his breath caressed her face, the subtle hints of cigar and scotch, scents she usually found distasteful on other men, made her want to lean against him and taste those forbidden vices on his lips. What had gotten into her? John was her friend. Of course, he wasn't thinking about kissing her. Finally, he spoke to her in the quiet of his office. I'm a cautious man, Regina, and I would like the chance to weigh the consequences of this plan against the benefits you anticipate gaining. Relief rushed through Regina's body. Thank you so much, John. I don't know how I can possibly repay. His strong fingers wrapped around her upper arms and pushed her gently away from him. He looked down at her, and she wished she could read his mind. Regina, I haven't said yes. I have merely agreed to think about your proposal. Please know that I will always have your best interests at heart, and if I don't believe this plan of yours will be to your benefit, then my answer must be no. Regina nodded her understanding. I understand, but I know once you have had a chance to think about all I've said, you will see that my reasoning is sound. She only hoped she was right. I'll let you know. He had such a strange look on his face, Regina wondered if perhaps he was reconsidering their friendship at this point. Her actions tonight were outrageous, but desperate times called for desperate measures, or some such saying she had heard before. I think we should get you back to the ballroom before your parents discover you're missing and send out a search party. John smiled and escorted her to the door. Let me see if the hall is empty. He unlocked the door and stepped out into the hallway. There's no one about. Hurry. Everyone will think you've been to the ladies' room. I'll wait in my office for a bit, just to make certain there's no chance of wagging tongues. She stepped into the hallway. He was about to shut the door behind her when she turned and stopped him. Thank you, John. You are a true friend to me. She stood up on her tiptoes and impulsively kissed him on the cheek. His beard was surprisingly soft against her lips, and for a moment she lingered. Then she stepped back, unsure what to do next. She watched his eyes drop to her lips, and for the second time that night, she thought her friend might kiss her. Her breath hung in anticipation, but laughter broke the spell. He spun her around, pushed her toward the ladies' room door, and closed his office door behind her. Just then, two young ladies came around the corner towards her. She nodded and walked slowly toward the ballroom. She could only hope she would be able to hide her deception. She was quite inept at lying, and though she knew that was a good thing, there were times when the ability to spin the truth would come in handy. She continued slowly down the hallway, wanting to give herself time to think. First, about John's reaction to her request. Second, about her reaction to John. She had always thought him handsome, decidedly so, and there were times when she felt a flutter in her belly when he looked at her a certain way. But she had always considered him first and foremost her friend. John had made it clear long ago that he was not interested in her as anything other than a friend. And unfortunately, tonight wasn't the first, or probably the last time that Regina would have to remind herself of that fact. Memories of her 16th birthday party came to mind. It was the night she first became aware of her friend's appeal to the opposite sex. John had been around 22 at the time, and every bit the handsome devil her friends tittered over around the punch bowl. That was the night she made the awful mistake of trying to turn their friendship into something more by kissing him. She would not make that mistake again. John had never mentioned that night, or that kiss, not in all the years since. But she knew her bold behavior had shocked him, because after that fateful night, he failed to show up for their secret Thursday meetings for weeks. She had waited for him every Thursday afternoon for a month before he finally showed up again. She had planned to apologize to him for her untoward behavior and ruining their friendship, but he wouldn't let her. He said they would always be friends, there was nothing to apologize for, and no need to speak of it again. Then he presented her with a new book, and together they sat in the meadow by the lake just outside of town and read while her parents thought she was at Sarah's house learning to play the piano. She had learned that day that a romance with John would be impossible, even if her parents would allow it. But that was all right, because she could remain friends with him, which meant she could remain close to him, and that's where she wanted to be. John stood in the silence of his office staring at the closed door Regina had just disappeared through. As stunned as he was by her proposal of marriage, he was even more surprised by her kiss, albeit on his cheek. Her scent lingered all around him. He sniffed at his jacket. It was there, too. He wished he could think straight right now, for he had a life-changing decision to make. But he simply could not think of anything except how Regina felt in his arms. Well, that wasn't exactly true. He could admit, if only to himself, that there were a lot of things he felt when Regina was near, but that was for another time and place. He heard the clock on his wall strike 8 o'clock. He had an appointment with Ben Scott, and it wouldn't help his cause to be late. He straightened his jacket and tugged at his tie. Everything in place, he quietly stepped into the hallway where music and laughter from the ballroom greeted him. He wasn't surprised Regina's father was pressuring her to marry Martin Scott. What did surprise John was that Martin was open to the idea of marrying someone of his father's choosing. John knew Martin to be a decent man, and he was sure he would make Regina a fine husband. But when they had last spoken several months ago, Martin hadn't been the least bit interested in marriage. John couldn't imagine much had changed, which meant Martin was no more receptive to this arrangement than Regina was. He supposed the whole situation would be different if she cared for the man. A stab of jealousy pricked his facade of calm. John shook off thoughts of Regina. He would give her proposition the proper attention it deserved, but right now it was a distraction, and he needed his wits about him when he met with Ben Scott. His future depended upon a clear head. He walked down the hall and into the ballroom where music, dancing couples, and laughter filled the air. He spotted Ben standing next to some of Durango's business owners. Regina's father was nowhere to be seen. Thank goodness for small favors. When he caught the tycoon's eye, he nodded. Ben gave him a slight nod of recognition and excused himself from the crowd. The man had an air about him that exuded privilege. John liked knowing he could associate with men like Ben. Well, up to a point. John had learned over the years that a man's word was more important than power. It's one of the reasons he wanted to keep his reputation unsullied, unlike Regina's father. Henry Beckett had made a good many enemies when he came out on top of more than a few business dealings by means of fraud and deceit. John watched and admired Ben's ability to cross a room with ease as he headed toward him. He nodded and smiled at those trying to gain his attention, cajoling them just enough so they didn't feel slighted as he kept on course toward John. "There you are, Kingston. I understand you have a private office where we can talk without interruption. Lead the way." "This way," John said and turned back down the hall. He led the man into his office and closed the door behind them. He pointed toward a set of chairs in front of his desk. When Ben had taken his seat, John offered him a drink. "Of course, Scotch if you have it." "I do." He poured Ben some of his best Scotch and handed him the expensive crystal-cut glass. Normally, he wasn't big on showing off his own financial health, but in this case, he wanted to let Ben know that although he wasn't a millionaire or a shipping tycoon, he was doing all right in his own little corner of the world. He poured himself a drink and took his seat in the second chair and waited for Ben to take his first sip. The good stuff." Ben nodded his appreciation and took another sip. "Yeah, I do enjoy a good drink now and again," he said modestly to downplay the expense of the Scotch. "Do you have any idea why I wanted to meet with you tonight, John?" Ben crossed his ankle over his leg and got comfortable in his chair. "Well, I don't want to assume, Ben, so I'd rather you state your purpose plainly, if you don't mind. No room for misunderstandings that way." John took a small sip of his Scotch and savored the burn down the back of his throat. "That's another thing I like about you, Kingston. You keep your cards close to your chest. The mark of a practical man and a good businessman. Unlike some of the popinjays around here who have no skills in that arena at all." John knew several of the men he was referring to. Regina's father, for one. The man was a buffoon who huffed around telling everyone how important he was because he was part of some French aristocracy from half a dozen generations past. But this was America. No one cared about where you came from. The only thing that mattered was where you were going and what you did to get there. "I think we both know exactly which popinjay you're referring to." John saluted the man with his glass and took another sip. Ben Scott chuckled. "And yet anyone, such as myself, who cared to find out the veracity of his preposterous claims wouldn't have to look very hard to discover the truth." The businessman raised his eyebrows a tad, giving John a look of quiet victory. "He's 10th in line to become baron over some remote European province. He receives an annual allowance that makes it possible for him to look down his nose at everyone. Me included." "I hardly think he would dare to insult you, sir. After all, there's something he wants from you." John knew that Regina's father had no such affinity toward him. The man had always made it painfully clear that John's friendship with his daughter would never be welcomed or tolerated. "Yes, he and every other father living in this town, and every matrimonial-minded mother who has a daughter of marriageable age. I've encouraged Martin to take a wife, but he doesn't seem interested at present." John's stomach plummeted as he thought about what Regina had told him earlier in the evening. He tested the waters. "Why not just marry your son to Henry's daughter? What was her name?" John pretended not to know. "I don't recall her name. She is a lovely young thing. I met her earlier this evening, but there are dozens of lovely young women here, and none of them come with a pretentious father who's neither practical or business-minded." John breathed a sigh of relief. "I can see where he would set investors back on their heels. His arrogance is off-putting, to say the least." He took another sip and waited for his companion to get to his point. "And that brings me to the purpose of our meeting, John. I've got a lot of interest here in Colorado, and I need someone I can trust to ensure that myself, along with my investors, are protected from unsavory businessmen." "Well, tell me what it is I can do for you, Ben." John set his glass down on the front of his desk and looked directly into the man's eyes. It was a trick he had learned long ago from his father. He'd told John, "A man can hide lies behind his words, but he can't hide them in his eyes. That's the key to a good con, son. Learn to hide the truth in your eyes, and the world will fall at your feet." John had used his father's advice at the poker tables to best his opponents. He could read the truth in their eyes while hiding his. And while his cunning skills could have been used dishonestly, he had refused to follow in his father's footsteps. Instead, he prided himself on being an honest gambler and businessman. I need someone I can trust to look after my interest here in southwest Colorado. Railroads are big money right now, and I want in. But I can't be everywhere, and that's where you come in. There. John breathed a sigh of relief. He had wanted this, but he had convinced himself this was one prize out of his reach. Well, I'm honored you have such faith in me, but you know about my father's legacy. He was a con artist and I know all about your father, John. He is not you. Trust me. I've had my detectives all in your business, and I like what I see. You are someone I believe I can trust. You are your own man and have made quite the name for yourself, not to mention a sizable fortune. No one in their right mind would publicly hold you responsible for your father's sins, and if they do, we'll simply point out the error of their ways. What about Henry Beckett? He's made it crystal clear that he wants this job. He'll be livid when he finds out you back the likes of me. John grinned at the thought. I don't give two hoots in a well what that pompous ass likes or doesn't like. I've made my decision. I want you for the position. There's only one thing I might suggest you do before you accept my offer. John frowned. And what would that be? John braced for the possibility he couldn't go along with whatever the man was planning. I have a lot of very conservative investors. Very conservative. To the point I fear they will not take kindly to a bachelor owning and living in a hotel. I think the dime novels have planted seeds of decadence and excess in their sordid little minds. They're going to balk at giving their money to someone such as yourself. John frowned. I'm not following. Are you saying your investors won't approve of my appointment to this position? But I thought you said you trust me. Yes, of course I trust you. I'm just pointing out the fact that these miserable, spineless men will find fault with you because you're living the life they wish they had. They have no power other than how they wield their fortunes. You've never seen such spiteful human beings until you have pricked their pride and jealousy rears its ugly head. I can't afford that kind of drama. You understand that, don't you? Ben's comments troubled John. I suppose I can understand, but what has that to do with my ability to protect their money, which would be my primary duty? Isn't that enough for them? To know that their money is well protected? Ben grinned and finished off his scotch. You would think so, but it won't be. Then what do you suggest I do to appease their jealous natures? John inquired. He had no idea where Ben was going with this. Have you ever considered taking a bride? You know, getting married and settling down. Get married? John was stunned by Ben's suggestion. That's what you think your investors want? A married overseer? This time, John was unable to hide his shock. I know it sounds preposterous, but hear me out. You're a handsome devil. I'll give you that, Kingston. And that fact will hurt you as a single man. But if you had a pretty young wife on your arm, my investors wouldn't think twice about entrusting their fortunes to you. And while their wives would be tripping over themselves to get to know you better, you would have a beautiful buffer between you and their husband's jealousy. Just promise me you won't get too friendly with one of them. I've already lived through that nightmare with my last business partner. It was a complete disaster. Ben lifted his glass toward John, indicating he wanted a refill. John obliged the man, then topped off his own glass. He usually didn't mix alcohol with business, but tonight he would make an exception. Ben sat back in his chair and swirled the amber liquid in his glass. Refracted lights from the cut crystal glass danced around the room while John was deep in thought. Well, John, is that something you might consider? something that might be doable. I'd like to have your answer before I commit to giving you the job. I'm sure you can understand my position." John pushed his shock behind the same mask he wore when he played poker and gave himself a moment to think before he spoke. "I would consider getting married, if the right woman came along. I certainly wouldn't marry just to get this job, Ben. It's not in my character to use someone like that." "I know that about you, or I wouldn't have extended the offer. I'm hoping you have someone in mind that might fill that description, a handsome man such as yourself. Surely there's someone." John sat staring at his own glass, trying to sort out the consequences of a lifetime at a moment's notice. "John, I need an answer." Ben pushed. He was not a patient man. "Yes, Ben, I believe I do. Someone I've been acquainted with for quite some time." "Good to know. Well, then, get it done as quickly as you can, and I'll make the announcement as soon as I see that marriage certificate signed, sealed, and delivered. But you must get it done by this Tuesday." John's nerves scraped against his conscience. He wanted this position more than anything he had ever wanted in his life. Well, no, that wasn't true. He wanted Regina more. And now, he could have them both. But there was a catch. "That doesn't leave me much time, sir." "That's all the time you have, Kingston. My son and I are leaving on Wednesday afternoon's train." John's gut twisted with regret. Regina wanted a temporary marriage to escape her father's control, and the job for Ben Scott depended on a real one. Could he convince Regina that a real marriage to him had many more benefits than the fake one she had proposed? After all, he was capable of bestowing upon her a healthy allowance to do with what she wished. She said she had money saved back, but his gut told him that was a lie. And what would she do when she found out he had betrayed her trust and tricked her into a real marriage? There was a good chance she would despise him, and then where would he be? Without her or her friendship. A constant, stabilizing force in his life since childhood. Not to mention, how could he forego seeing her beautiful face for the rest of his days? And long days they would be without Regina in them. John knew the only way he could win at this game was to charm her, court her, and make her fall hopelessly in love with him before she found out the truth about their marriage. Then he might have a chance at happily ever after with the woman of his dreams. "What's your answer, Kingston? Do we have a deal, or do I need to find someone else?" The man was a shrewd and often ruthless businessman. He knew when to push to get what he wanted. John took a deep breath. This was the biggest gamble of his life. Could he pull it off? He damned well better, or his life would be in shambles. John stuck his hand out to his new employer. "Yes, sir. We have a deal." Chapter 4. Regina wore a path across the carpeted floor of her bedroom as she paced. Another glance at the clock on her vanity table pushed her impatience higher. 2 more hours before she could leave the house without drawing suspicion from her father. Last night's party at John's hotel had been full of blessings, as well as some strange goings-on. Her friend Kelly had simply disappeared. Regina was worried about her, but she suspected that her friend had left of her own accord. At least, she certainly hoped so. Then, Samantha had fallen down the winding staircase, exposing her drawers to the entire ballroom. That girl was something else. And finally, her friend, Meg Tripp, had somehow stumbled upon Martin Scott's hiding place. A few hours later, it seems Meg and Martin were found in quite the compromising position and are now betrothed. So the millionaire investor's son was now officially off the marriage market. And although she couldn't be happier for the couple, she knew her father was livid and placed the blame squarely on her shoulders for letting him get away. But then, what else was new? He always found a way to hold her,
or her mother, responsible for anything that didn't go his way. As for her blessings, there were many. It was as if fate had agreed with her plan and decided she needed an extra hand last night to carry out her mission. This morning, a note from John arrived, hidden in a new book that was supposedly a gift from one of her friends, made it past her parents. He was going to do it. He was going to go along with her plan, and he wanted to do it today. Her heart stumbled at the thought. She couldn't believe he was going to help her, though she shouldn't really be surprised. John had always been there when she needed him. It was the reason she had gone to him in the first place. He never made her feel as if she didn't matter. Her parents had slept in after last night's party. Brunch had come and gone in a haze of what-ifs and waves of anxiety. Regina had her lunch in her father's library, where she did her best to sit quietly and reread her note between the pages of her new book. But her nervous energy had her pacing in front of the window more than she pretended to turn unread pages. Regina had no idea what it would take to pull off this charade, but she knew if anyone could do it, it would be John. She trusted him to take care of all the details, but the thought of producing some rather convincing documents to fool her father forced her anxiety to return and cloud her confidence. Once her father learned of their marriage, he would immediately demand to see the proof, and if he detected the slightest flaw with the papers, her father wouldn't hesitate to get the authorities involved. She stopped those thoughts in their tracks. She wouldn't allow herself to doubt that John could provide whatever documentation needed to fool her father. This plan of hers had to work, and she knew John was savvy enough to know exactly what needed to be done. She was certain of it. Regina knew all hell would break loose once news of her marriage to John got out, but if she didn't go through with it, it was only a matter of time before her father found her another husband to advance himself in society. She would rather take matters into her own hands instead of waiting to be auctioned off to the highest bidder. At least with John, she knew she could trust him. Besides, wasn't it her own mother who had given her the idea? She had told Regina she had a choice to make the best of the situation or become its victim. Regina had made the best of it. 2 chimes on the clock in the hall pulled her out of her worried thoughts. It was time to go. She glanced out the window and just knew her luck was holding. The sunlight waned as the gray clouds from the coming snowstorm helped aid in her subterfuge. Her heart beat against her ribs, and she inhaled a slow, deep breath for courage. This was her chance. Regina left the library and rushed upstairs to gather her things. Raised voices greeted her, and she knew her parents were awake. She needed to hurry before they could stop her or ask questions about where she was going this late in the afternoon. She gathered her velvet cloak and tied it around her shoulders. Her kidskin gloves were nestled inside her reticule. Anything else she would need later, she would send for. It was time. Regina held her head high, took a deep breath, and cautiously opened the door to her bedroom. Stepping out into the hallway, she stopped and listened. She could hear her father's raised voice and knew he was still angry about her not capturing Martin Scott's proposal. Otherwise, the house was quiet except for an occasional clanking that could be heard coming from the kitchen as Cook was making preparations for the household's evening meal. Her trunks were packed and waiting in her bedroom under a quilt. She just hoped her father would allow her to take her personal belongings once he heard the news. She smiled to herself at the thought of boldly declaring her marriage to her father. Regina had to admit the prospect was both frightening and exhilarating, as there was certainly no love lost between her father and her pretend husband-to-be. But John would protect her. Of that she had no doubt. She just didn't want to be the cause of any trouble for John. Tiptoeing down the carpeted stairs, she cautiously entered the grand foyer. Again, silence. She had a story prepared in case her departure was intercepted, but so far, so good. Standing at the front door, her heart in her throat, she pulled her cloak's hood up over her hair and stepped outside into the crisp, cold air of late winter,
and closed the door quietly behind her. The click of the latch sounded like an explosion in her ears. She chastised herself for being afraid. And yet, she was very afraid. Afraid of being trapped in a marriage to a stranger. Afraid of being discovered before she could reach John and finish what she started. Afraid she might miss her one and only chance to escape this suffocating life. She quickened her steps toward John's hotel. Regina knew when John was a young man of 16 or so, he'd endured her father's threats and insults. Now that he was a man, Regina knew he would stand up to her father. But she also knew he wouldn't go to extreme measures to defend himself. She worried that if push came to shove, her heartless father would take advantage of John's decency and use it against him. Her father would have no problem using unscrupulous tactics against anyone he wanted to best. A twinge of guilt pricked her resolve, and her steps faltered on the snowy sidewalk. John deserved better than to be placed in the middle of a battle between her and her father. He had worked long and hard to build his life. Who was she to tear it down? She was just around the corner from the hotel when her resolve faltered completely. Was she being selfish in her bid for freedom? Too selfish? Were the consequences for John too great? Perhaps this idea of hers required more thought. Perhaps she should... "Excuse me, aren't you Miss Beckett?" Regina turned to see a young woman entering the side door of the hotel. Yes, I am. Do I know you?" Regina pushed her hood back and studied the woman. Her dress was plain gray wool, and her cloak had seen better days. No, she didn't think their paths had crossed. "No, at least we've never met officially, but I know who you are. I've seen you a few times during the Ladies' Club of Durango meetings. I brought drinks and refreshments once or twice to the club members." The young woman motioned to the door in front of her, her hand on the knob. "Would you like to come this way instead of going through the grand lobby? That way everyone won't notice your arrival." Regina studied the woman again. It was obvious she knew something, but what precisely was unclear. Though perhaps she did have a point. It was safer to enter through the side door. Less chance she would run into anyone who knew her father. The last thing she needed was her father showing up with dueling pistols. She followed the young woman down several long hallways until she realized where she was. Just outside John's office. "Mr. Kingston will be along shortly. You can wait for him in here." She motioned towards John's closed office door. "If there's anything you need, Miss Beckett, anything at all, please do not hesitate to ask. My name is Mary." The woman curtsied and turned to leave. Regina reached out and touched her arm to stop her. "Please call me Regina. All my friends do," she offered. The tall, willowy woman blushed. "Thank you, ma'am. I'd be honored." She curtsied again and disappeared down the hall. Regina smiled and stepped inside John's private office. She gasped at the unexpected sight. The room was beautiful. Absolutely, incredibly beautiful. "Oh, my!" They were the only words she was able to speak. She pushed her cloak off her shoulders and lay it across the back of a chair. Her reticule followed. Regina stood motionless and took in every detail. Where on earth had John gotten so many candles? They were everywhere. The darkened room bathed in a romantic glow. How had he done all of this in such a short time? She sat down and sank into the chair's cushion, her emotions pushing tears into her eyes. John was such a dear friend. Could she really put his future at risk just so she could escape her father? What would happen to him once she left Durango? No, she couldn't do this to her friend. John deserved better from her. She was using him to get what she wanted, just as her father had tried to do to her. There had to be another way to escape her father's manipulations without using John to do it. She grabbed up her things and turned toward the door.
John took another lap around the main room of his third-floor suite. He knew Will was watching his every move, but he needed time to think before answering his friend's questions.
John, are you sure about this? I don't know Regina Beckett, but I would think she might be more than a little upset when she learns she's in a legally binding marriage, rather than the temporary arrangement she proposed. Do you know the reason behind her wish to not be legally wed?
Yes, she said she's tired of not having a say over her life, to live every day in the precarious position of another person's whims, to always be at their mercy.
Then give her a say. Tell her she can be an equal partner in your marriage.
She won't believe me even though she says she trusts me. Her father has done one hell of a job on her faith in others. She won't be happy with anything less than her freedom and the ability to govern her own actions. Alone, with no interference from anyone, especially a husband. Besides, Will, I can't guarantee I'd be able to let her go when she's ready to leave. I care for her. Will gave him that look that said he knew what John was trying so hard not to say, but his friend let the obvious pass without a mention. Instead, he offered John advice. If you can't be honest with her about your true feelings and are determined to marry her, then you need to persuade her to change her mind about only pretending to be married. You need to make her want to stay married to you, permanently. And you need to do it before she finds out the truth. If she finds out that you betrayed her trust before she decides to stay, then you, my friend, are going to find yourself in a very bad place. Don't you think I know that? I plan to tell her the truth as soon as the right moment presents itself. Don't you think any information after the fact is going to be too late? Unfortunately, Will's observation hit a little too close to home. John didn't want to do things this way, but he could see no other solution. It was the only way he could help Regina and follow through with his promise to Ben. He refused to analyze his own feelings in the matter. There would be time for that later. Are you sure about this, John? When Regina finds out that you tricked her? Damn it, Will. I'm asking you as a friend to do this for me. He took another lap around the room, this time ending directly in front of his friend. I'll even offer you an incentive. Since you're such an appalling poker player and you owe me quite a lot of money, I'll wipe your account clean if you'll agree to do this. I'm not saying I won't do it, John. I'm just appealing to your sense of honor before I agree. Are you certain you can live with yourself once it's done? Can you live with the consequences if Regina is not as understanding as you hope? Will pointed out once again. John wasn't certain of anything at the moment, but he had made promises to both Regina and Ben, and he intended to keep them. I don't have to tell you how I feel about Regina. She is very special to me, and I would never intentionally hurt her. I will admit it is my greatest hope that I can convince her that our marriage can be a blessing to her. I'm also hoping that I can make her... He stopped talking, unsure how to articulate his feelings to his friend. Look, John, I'm no fool. You've danced all around the word you're trying so hard not to say, but it's obvious you're hoping to make her fall in love with you. I can see it plainly on your face. It's the first time since I've known you that I've witnessed your emotions so openly on display. I hope it's for my eyes only. To show her how deeply you feel for her this early in the relationship could be detrimental to the outcome you're hoping for. You may scare her off before you have time to convince her to stay. Will stood and clamped his hand on John's shoulder. I fear for you, my friend. This is a gamble you can't afford to lose. But if you are determined to move forward with this plan of yours, I will do my part and wed the two of you. And I hope you get all your heart desires. John's relief was palpable. Thank you, Will. Consider your debt to me paid in full. Well, we shall see whether you feel you have made a good wager when this is all said and done. Now, my friend, let's get you married, shall we?
Relief flooded John's chest. Yes, let's get me married. To Regina. He spoke the words to hear how they sounded. They sounded wonderful to his ears. Are you ready? Will stood and walked across the room to his liquor cabinet. I'm ready. The room has been prepared, and Mary said Regina is downstairs waiting in my office. How do I look? Will asked. John turned to see his friend splashing good bourbon down the front of his shirt. His vest was buttoned crooked, and he gave the overall appearance of a drunken fool. What on earth are you doing? John asked as he pushed his arms through his new black suit coat that he had bought just for the occasion. He grinned at his friend and shook his head in amusement. I want to make certain if this plan of yours goes south, I have an excuse ready to deny my culpability and feign innocence, Will said. I'm a federal judge, John. My career might be more able to overcome a weak moment in judgment than a deliberate act of misusing my judicial powers. I, too, have a reputation to protect, friendship and gambling debt aside. I understand, Will, and I promise if something untoward happens, I will make sure that no one is able to hold you responsible in any way, John assured his friend. Will threw his head back and laughed. John, you have so much to learn about women. I'm not fearful of you, or the law. It's the woman you're about to marry that puts fear into my heart. Regina is such a sweet, timid thing. She isn't capable of wishing or doing harm on another person. His friend laughed again. You have had no experience with a vengeful woman, I see. Let us pray that remains so as the weeks and months unfold. Now, let us proceed with this plan before we both come to our senses. John dismissed his friend's dire warnings. He knew Regina. Will did not. She would thank him for his insight into their situation when she grew to love him. He was certain of it. And he would do everything in his power to ensure she grew to love him. He led Will down the carpeted hallway to the grand staircase where they made their way down to the first floor. They crossed the main lobby of his hotel and down the back hall to his office. John nodded to a couple of gentlemen in the hallway. They were headed to the gaming room, so they didn't stop to chat. For that, he was grateful. His mind was too distracted for idle chatter. Here we are, he informed Will as he reached for the doorknob. John hesitated a moment and took a deep breath. Having a change of heart, my friend? Will spoke from behind him. No, not a change of heart. It's just that when I walk through this door, my life, and Regina's, will change forever. Refusing to allow his doubts to make this decision for him, he twisted the doorknob and pushed open the door. There was Regina, right in front of him, her coat draped over her arm as if she were preparing to leave. Had she changed her mind? John's heart slammed into his ribs. Regina, I'm sorry I wasn't here when you arrived. Are you going somewhere? Chapter 5. Regina stood at the door, her hand reaching for the doorknob when John opened the door. She had made up her mind to leave, but now, seeing John in his black suit, looking as handsome as any man she had ever laid eyes on, she wavered. His dark beard and mustache were neatly trimmed, and his black hair, curling on his collar, gave him a rakish appearance that made Regina's toes curl inside her shoes. And he was not alone. She stepped back to allow the men to enter. The man with John closed the door behind them. Regina, I'm so glad you made it safely out of your house. I take it your parents are not yet aware of your absence. No, they're none the wiser for the moment, but that won't hold true for long, I fear. She felt like a coward for keeping quiet when she should be setting her friend free from this disastrous plan. He smiled at her and took her coat, laying it across the same chair she had done so only moments ago. Then he pulled her hands into his. The concern on his face made guilt tighten her chest. She should really say something about her change of heart, but John spoke first. "Regina, I want you to meet a good friend of mine. This is Will, and he has agreed to perform the ceremony for us." The man offered her a nod in greeting and a stiff bow. What must he think of her, asking John to pretend to marry her? "Hello, Will." It was all she could muster for fear her emotions would give her doubts away. Did John think this person would fool an observant eye as someone who could officiate a wedding ceremony? His appearance was disheveled, and he reeked of alcohol. John took her hand in his. She liked the way his skin felt against hers. "Shall we begin? I'm certain you want the marriage certificate signed before there's any chance your father can stop us," John suggested. The image of her father storming into the room and harming John in some way pushed her into motion. There would be time to reproach herself later. Now, she must pretend to wed her friend, and yet... "Regina, are you all right?" She heard the concern in John's voice. "Yes, No, I'm not." "What is it? Aren't you feeling well?" John reached out and pulled her closer to him. She had to make certain he understood what he was getting himself into before she could proceed. "John, are you certain this is something you want to take on? Just because I asked you to pretend to marry me doesn't mean you should. My father is a very vindictive person. You know firsthand how cruel he can be. He can ruin you, John. He can take away everything you hold dear, and he'll do it without a moment's hesitation. That's how deep his animosity runs." She managed to say, her guilt pushing her doubts ahead of her desperation. "Regina, you know me better than that. I'm not afraid of your father. In fact, I welcome the opportunity to go head-to-head with him. So bring on your wrath, Mr. Henry Beckett. We are more than ready to take you on," he teased. Regina heard the humor in John's words, and she relaxed. She knew if anyone was a match for her father, it was this street-smart man who pulled himself out of the gutter by his own bootstraps. "I think you're worrying about nothing, Regina. Once your father sees you are married, he'll resign himself to the fact and leave us alone. You mustn't let your fear of him determine your choices for your future." Regina inhaled a deep breath for courage. Her father only wanted to use her for his own benefit, unlike John, who genuinely cared for her and had her best interests at heart. What on earth had she done to warrant such a dear friend? "Regina, are you ready to proceed?" She heard John calling her from her worried musings. "Yes, I'm ready." She knew they would handle whatever came their way. "Good. I'm glad to hear it." He pulled her to her feet and led her to the table that held a Bible and a certificate of some sort. "Thank you for being so kind, John. This room is beautiful." Regina was touched by all the things John had done to make their make-believe wedding special. The man called Will spoke up. "We should probably get started soon, and we're going to need a witness. Was there anyone you had in mind, John?" "Yes, I thought perhaps Mary would do the honors, and I can trust her to be discreet," John responded. "Why do we need a witness? After all, this isn't a real wedding. Can't we just say we had a witness?" Regina wondered. The less people involved, the less trouble her father could cause to those who helped her. She watched Will study the certificate on the table in front of them. "If what John says is true, your father will do what he can to dismiss this marriage if the proper documents are not present. The marriage certificate requires the signature of a witness." John turned to her. "Will had mentioned this to me earlier, and I agreed the more we can do to present a legitimate marriage to your father and the rest of Durango, the less chance someone will question it. I want to protect your reputation as much as possible." Regina gazed at the man standing next to her. She knew there was a very good chance his reputation and financial health would be decimated by her father. And yet, here he was worrying about her reputation. I had mentioned the possibility of standing in as our witness to Mary. She is very discreet, and she would never disclose anything I asked her not to. I suppose if that's what's necessary to fool my father, then by all means, go and get her. Regina knew she was in too deep to back out now. After all, it was her idea to pretend to Mary, and John had gone to all this trouble. I think it's necessary, Will insisted. John let go of her hand. I'll be right back. He quickly left to find their witness, leaving her alone with Will. She had no idea how long John would be gone, so she filled the awkward silence with nervous chatter. Thank you for agreeing to do this. I trust once this is over, you'll make yourself scarce. I would hate for my father to cause you any trouble. I wouldn't like to have an altercation with your father. That wouldn't be good for any of us, the man admitted. Regina's stomach fell at the thought. Yes, I agree. I'm worried about John. I only hope we can convince my father this marriage is real, so he'll leave everyone alone. That is all of our hope, Miss Beckett. A sound at the door announced John's return. He opened the door and ushered in the same young woman that had let Regina in the hotel's side door. Regina, this is Mary. You can trust her. She works for me. Regina nodded to Mary. Hello, Mary. It's nice to see you again. She turned to John. I met Mary when I arrived. She brought me here to your office. Thank you again for your help, Mary. John offered the young woman a kind smile. My pleasure, Mr. Kingston. Mary blushed at John's praise. We really must get started. Will picked up the Bible from the table and turned toward them. John took her hand and led her to stand in front of his friend who would be officiating the pretend ceremony. John, Regina, I'm going to make this the short version for obvious reasons. Regina, repeat after me. I, Regina, what is your middle name? Lynn, she replied. Repeat after me. He instructed her again. I, Regina Lynn Beckett, do hereby take you, John Matthew Kingston, as my lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward. Regina repeated the words, liking the way they sounded, even though she knew their vows weren't real. She heard John repeat the same words, and she prayed a silent prayer. With this ring, I thee wed. John slipped the sparkling gold and sapphire ring onto Regina's slender finger. Oh, John, you shouldn't have. It's so beautiful. He had to admit he was pleased Regina liked the ring he picked out. I'm glad you like it. That should impress your father when he finds out I've married his daughter. He caught Regina's warm gaze and prayed those same eyes would never look at him with anything but friendship and love. Will continued with the ceremony. And now I pronounce you both man and wife. You may kiss your bride, John. John smiled at his friend and turned to his Regina. Would you mind, Regina? Though not a requirement of the marriage ceremony, it was the part he had been most looking forward to. There was nothing he wanted more in this world than to kiss his beautiful bride, no matter the pretext. He watched as a pretty pink blush spread across her cheeks. I think it would be appropriate considering the circumstances, she said. John stepped closer to the woman of his dreams and pulled her into his arms. I'll do my very best to take care of you, Regina. I won't let anyone hurt you. Ever. He leaned in and watched in fascination when Regina closed her eyes. He was mesmerized by her beauty, and he found it hard to believe she was actually standing there in his arms. Not after all those nights of dreaming about this very thing. John leaned in and touched his lips to hers. He intended a quick, chaste kiss for the sake of appearance, But when his lips touched hers, a bolt of desire like nothing he had ever felt before sent his senses and restraint reeling. Without conscious thought, he deepened the kiss and plundered Regina's mouth with his own. His fingers reached up and cupped the back of her head, pulling her mouth closer. He reached around her back, intending to pull her body flush with his, when a discreet cough from Will brought him crashing back to the present. John stepped back and watched Regina's beautiful, soulful eyes open to meet his. Her surprise at his anything-but chaste kiss was plain to see. "I suppose we should sign the marriage certificate and let Mary get back to work," he suggested, unsure of what else to say. I suppose we should," Regina stuttered. Will presented the certificate on the table and handed John a pen. "Sign here, John. Regina, you sign next to John's signature. Mary, you and I will sign below John and Regina." Everyone finished signing their names. John turned to Will. "Thank you, my friend. I will never forget what you've done for me." "I pray you do not," Will teased. "That is, unless, of course, your plan doesn't work as expected. Then I would appreciate your forgetfulness very much." John turned to Mary. "Thank you, Mary. I appreciate your willingness to stand in as a witness. Please, don't let us keep you any longer from your work. I'll add a little something extra in your paycheck at the end of the week. And I trust you will not be speaking of this matter to anyone, not even other members of my staff." "Thank you, Mr. Kingston. I appreciate your generosity. And no, it is not my place to tell the staff about your marriage to Miss Beckett." She curtsied and left the room. "I'm headed to the gaming tables, John. Mrs. Kingston, I trust you'll sleep well in your new home tonight." Will bowed to Regina, shook John's hand, and slapped him on the back. "Congratulations, my friend. You've done what you set out to do. I pray everything works out as you hoped." The telling look Will gave him was a silent message. Quite frankly, he hoped so too. His friend shut the door on his way out, leaving John and Regina alone in his candle-lit office. "Regina, perhaps we should make ourselves scarce around the hotel? If your father should come looking for you, I'd like to avoid a public spectacle." "Yes, it is getting late, and my parents will expect me to come down for dinner soon. When I do not, they'll send for me, and that is when my father will come unhinged." John saw the nervousness in Regina's body language. She was afraid of her father's wrath. Well, he wasn't afraid of the arrogant, puffed-up horse's ass, but he wanted to protect Regina from her father's cruelty. "Then let us make our way to my suite upstairs and out of harm's way, shall we?" He placed his hand on the small of Regina's back to guide her toward the door. "Let me get your cloak. Here's your reticle." John draped Regina's cloak over his arm and offered her the bag. She took it, and he opened the door. "We'll go down a back hall and up the employee stairs. It'll prevent any meetings we hope to avoid." He escorted Regina out of the room, down the back hall he spoke of, and up a narrow wooden set of stairs against the hotel's rear wall. They followed the stairs to the third floor without passing a single person. Relief relaxed John's shoulders, and he sensed relief in Regina's demeanor as well. He pulled his door key out of his pocket and turned it in the lock. "I don't usually use this door, but I don't want to risk any of my employees seeing us until we're ready to share our news." "I agree," Regina whispered in the dark stairwell. John pushed the door open and stepped back so Regina could enter first. The door opened into the back hall of his suite of rooms. "This way." He ushered Regina ahead of him, careful to keep his hand on her waist. He was loath to lose the connection with her. It was all so new, and he treasured every moment of his time near her. He pushed open another door, and they stepped into the main room. "Oh, John, this is so beautiful. I had no idea how big your living quarters were up here. I guess I just assumed—" "That I live in a hotel room? Hardly. When me and my partner purchased this hotel, I had the entire third floor gutted and remodeled. I have almost 3,000 feet of living space. Let me give you the tour, and then I'll call the kitchen for our dinner. Dinner? I don't think I should be seen downstairs, John. Not yet. It's too soon. He saw the worry in her eyes. No, Regina. I'll send for room service. I have a full staff in the kitchen, and they'll bring our dinner to us here when I ask them to. What do you wish to eat this evening? I fear my stomach is too nervous to eat much. You choose, and I'll try to eat a little of whatever arrives. John touched Regina's cheek, stroking his thumb against it. Please do not worry, Regina. You're a married woman now, and your father can no longer control your destiny. At least he'll think I'm a married woman. And when the time comes for me to leave, John, I will do everything I can to prevent my father from seeking retribution against you. Although, I will admit, what I'm actually able to do is a mystery to me at this moment. John felt the sting of his conscience at Regina's words. In time, he knew he could make her love him. He just hoped he had enough time. Chapter 6. Regina's appetite was much improved by the time dinner arrived. The lavish display of food and wine rivaled anything her father could provide. She knew her friend had done well for himself, but she never really gave it much thought just how well he was doing, until now. Dinner is wonderful, John. The ceremony was wonderful as well. Thank you for putting in the extra effort to make this all appear real. If I were to have imagined my own wedding, it would have looked a great deal like the one today. It was all so beautiful and personal. The candlelight, everything. It was so lovely. Thank you. When John didn't say anything in response to her comment, she tore off another piece of fresh bread and stuffed it into her mouth. You know, if I were home now, my mother would be chastising me about my manners. Sit up straight, Regina. Stop stuffing your mouth so full, Regina. You're chewing like a cow, Regina. John's amused grin held no judgment or condemnation at her behavior. It was an exhilarating feeling. She grinned back. Another glass of wine, then, since no one here will be judging you, John offered. Why not? Regina had never been allowed more than one glass of anything under her parents' scrutiny. Why not, indeed? John poured a small measure into her glass, and she chased another bite of the delicious fresh-baked bread with a healthy portion of the wine. For the first time in as far back as she could remember, Regina allowed herself to relax. Half an hour later, contentment washed over her, and she melted into the overstuffed chair in John's main parlor. She watched him reading a newspaper, occasionally sipping his glass of scotch. Now what? The words slipped out of her mouth before she even knew they were there. She blushed at John's surprised expression when he lowered the newspaper he had been reading. His amused gaze sent ripples of something over her body when his sultry dark eyes met hers. What did you have in mind? He followed his cheeky words with a teasing grin. Regina had been in the company of enough gentlemen during her many debutante balls to know there was a double meaning behind his innocent tease. But this was John, her dearest friend, and yet there was something different about him tonight. She studied him harder. He looked the same, and yet something about him made her wish he wasn't just her friend. It must be the wine. Regina, you look a bit flushed. Are you all right? John's concern wrinkled his brow. He laid the newspaper down and stood. Yes, I'm fine, but I do feel a bit flushed. She stood, and the room suddenly spun around her. Oh! It was all she could manage before she swayed. John's strong arms caught her. I don't know what's happening to me. She clung to John. I think perhaps you had more wine than you're used to, my dear. Nonsense. I only had 2 glasses. Or was it 3? John teased. 3? I confess I wasn't paying attention. Both the wine and the food were so delicious. I must admit I was a glutton, and I may have overdone it. I guess now that I'm making my own decisions, I should make them with a bit more forethought." John's strong arm around her waist pulled her back to the sofa, where he settled her into the solid piece of furniture and covered her lap with a soft blanket. He poured her a glass of water from the crystal pitcher on the dining cart and offered it to her. When she reached to take the glass from him, her fingers touched his. Regina noticed John had taken off his coat and had rolled the sleeves of his white shirt up to just below his elbows. She studied his strong forearms and fingers and wondered how they would feel. "Regina?" She heard his voice, and she raised her gaze to his. "Are you all right? You still look a bit dazed. Perhaps you'd like to change your clothes. Get more comfortable," she heard him offer. "I think that might be a good idea. Would you be so kind as to show me to my room?" John pulled her to her feet and held her steady until she could get her bearings. He took her arm in his firm grasp and wrapped his other arm around her waist, guiding her down a wide hallway, past several doors along the way. Most of the doors were closed, but one or two stood open, revealing their contents. Her steps slowed at the open door of what appeared to be a library, gleaming wooden bookcases holding rows and rows of beautiful books. She stopped and glanced inside. "I had no idea you owned so many books. Why have you never mentioned it to me before?" John's fingers gripped her elbow. He shrugged. "I suppose it just never came up. I didn't see the need to talk about how many books I have. You know how much I like to read. I would have thought you, of all people, would understand my need to better myself. Besides, I don't like to boast. It seems rather arrogant, don't you think?" She could see the hint of something behind his words. "Like my father?" She turned and looked up at the man standing next to her, his arm around her waist. She leaned in a bit closer. For the support she needed to keep from falling down, she reasoned. "I didn't say that." Regina turned and smiled. "You didn't have to. We both know it's true. He has a way of speaking over everyone else's words. No one can get a word in edgewise when my father starts to speak. He's so busy telling everyone how clever and wise he is. No one else has a chance to talk of things that matter to them." She swayed a bit more and felt John's hand steady her again. His other hand touched her waist and lingered there. She liked it.
"Well, no matter. Now that you're here, you and I may sit and talk about every book in that room if you like," John offered.
She turned to face him. Her eyes roamed his handsome features. He said nothing, but she knew he was studying her too. Perhaps he was trying to figure out what to do with her now that they were supposed to be married. She knew what she might like him to do. Where had that thought come from? The wine, perhaps? "I would like that very much. The books, I mean." She blushed, hoping he couldn't read her thoughts. Her conscience reminded her that John did not belong to her. They were playing a charade, one of her own making to be sure, and she had best be careful not to get caught up in it. Her newfound freedom was becoming very precious to her, and she would do nothing to jeopardize it. "Good. I look forward to it. Now let's get you settled in, shall we?" John helped her down the hall and into the huge bedroom at the end of the hallway. "Oh, my! This is incredible. Thank you, John. You are truly a great friend," she mumbled, more to herself than John. "I'll always be your friend, Regina, no matter our circumstances. You can always call on me. That's a promise you can count on." Regina was touched by his sincerity. The lump in her throat prevented her from speaking. John continued with the tour. "I've asked Mary to help you undress and get settled. I'll call her to come up, and if you need anything at all, Regina, please ask. It will be my pleasure to see that all of your needs are met." John leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. His scent of scotch and cigars drifted through her muddled senses and pulled her to him. She leaned up on her tiptoes to give him a thank-you kiss on the cheek, but at the last moment she turned her head and her mouth claimed his. He knew Regina was just shy of having had too much to drink. She had consumed 3 glasses of wine, but he never dreamed the alcohol would go to her head, especially with all the food she had eaten. He supposed she was more sheltered than he imagined a sophisticated young woman of her family's means would be. Now he had a decision to make. He could go along with his inebriated young bride and give in to her desires, a thought that certainly appealed to his baser self. Or he could send her to bed alone, and untouched. He didn't ponder the decision long. He didn't have to, because his sense of honor would never allow him to compromise Regina before she learned the truth about their marriage. When she did come to him, it had to be her choice. He wouldn't have her any other way. She was still kissing him when he came to his decision. He reluctantly broke contact with Regina's sweet mouth. "Regina, you've had a very emotional 2 days, between your father's machinations and now our wedding. Here, come sit in this chair and I'll call Mary to come and help you undress. Today has been an awfully long day, and I do believe you could use some rest." He gently pushed her from him and helped her to one of the overstuffed wing-back chairs by the window. He lit the lamp on the table next to her and rang the bell to call for Mary's assistance. "Mary will be here shortly. Why don't you just sit there and relax until she arrives?" He turned to leave. Regina begged him to stay. "No, please stay and talk to me until she arrives. I feel like I should thank you, or apologize, for getting you into this mess. It's getting late, and soon my parents will realize I'm missing and will raise the alarm. I can only imagine what will happen then." John could tell she was agitated. Was she truly that afraid of her father? He wondered if the pompous ass had ever struck her. The thought made John's fists clench at his sides. "I'll stay as long as you like, Regina, but know this. I will never allow anything or anyone to hurt you. Not ever." He just hoped he could also include himself in that statement. He heard a door close somewhere in the apartment, and then footsteps tracked against the wooden floors. "Hello?" he called out. "Mary, is that you?" "Yes, Mr. Kingston. Reginald said Mrs. Kingston needed my services." "Yes, she's ready to retire for the evening. Can you ask the staff to fill the tub? I think Mrs. Kingston would appreciate a hot bath before bed. Wouldn't you, my dear?" "Yes, I would like that very much. Thank you. You are as thoughtful and considerate as always. I certainly don't deserve—" "Nonsense. Of course you do. You deserve everything good this world has to offer. Now, I'll leave you to your bath." John bowed and left the room. He wanted to kiss her again, but he knew where that would lead in spite of Mary's presence. He was a man of strong will, but even he had his breaking point. He returned to the main salon of his suite and stood in the middle of the room. For how long, he had no idea. He was at a loss as to what to do now. Perhaps he would go downstairs and join Will in a game of cards. He hoped his friend hadn't already lost all his money. John pulled his coat on and raked his fingers through his hair. He needed a haircut soon, but thoughts of his new wife's fingers tangled in his curls made him reconsider. And yet, he wanted to look the part of an upstanding businessman when Ben made the announcement that he was appointing John as his financial overseer here in Durango. He retraced his steps down the hall to tell Regina he was leaving for a bit, but when he entered his bedroom, he heard water splashing in the bathroom. He knew if he walked into that room and saw Regina chin-deep in bubbles, he would kick Mary out and do something he would regret. A pulse of desire hit him hard, and he adjusted himself beneath his clothing. Before he could change his mind, he turned on his heels and headed for the front door. Safely outside in the hallway, he pulled the door closed and locked it behind him. Images of Regina in that tub pushed him down 3 flights of stairs. Just as he cleared the landing between the first and second floor, he heard a huge commotion, and he knew there was trouble brewing. John slowed his steps to gauge exactly what was happening before he plowed into it, unaware of how best to handle the situation. By the time he reached the top of the stairs overlooking the first floor, he'd ascertained what the trouble was without having to see the commotion playing out below him. He knew this moment would come, and he was prepared for it. John descended the stairs to the lobby one by one until he reached the bottom and came face to face with the sheriff of Durango. "Is there a problem, Sheriff?" He was careful to keep his voice low and calm. "Yes, Mr. Kingston. This man says his daughter's missing, and someone has reported she was seen entering the hotel some time ago. He's demanding an immediate search of the premises." "I see." John was careful to hide his amusement when what he really wanted to do was shove the truth of the situation into Henry Beckett's face in front of the whole town. Instead, he turned to Regina's father and addressed the irate man in his most practiced voice of persuasion. "I can assure you, Henry, your daughter is in no danger in my hotel. I run a clean, safe establishment, and—" "I don't care what your excuses are, Kingston. My daughter was seen coming into this hotel through a side door, and I intend to have this place torn apart until she is found." Regina's father yelled in his face. It was the coward's way of intimidation, and it wouldn't work on him. "Henry, if you will please keep your voice down. You're disturbing my paying customers." John maintained his calm outward demeanor, but inside he wanted to punch the man unconscious. The man's pale face mottled with anger. "How dare you speak to me in that impudent manner? You will address me as Mr. Beckett, and I will not keep my voice down. Someone has absconded with my daughter, and there will be retribution if they've compromised her in any way." John watched as the man puffed up with self-importance. The sheriff looked uncomfortable, and the circle of people surrounding the commotion looked eager for a show. Well, he was happy to give them one. "I can assure you, Henry," he emphasized the man's first name again to goad him, "if Regina is here in this hotel, she came of her own free will, and no one would dare to harm her in this establishment, or they would answer to me." Regina's father looked like he might have an apoplectic fit at any moment. His face was an alarming shade of red. His mouth worked like a beached fish, opening and closing without words. John had to bite back his grin between clenched teeth. "You low-life piece of... How dare you act as if you can protect my daughter? You're a scoundrel. A lowlife." When the man couldn't think of any more condescending adjectives, he began again. "You are not fit to live among proper people." The man spewed his words and his hatred, spittle leaking from his lips. John's hands fisted at his sides. He wanted nothing more than to punch the man's pompous nose through to the other side of his head. But he knew how to play this game. He knew how to be patient. He knew how to bluff. And he knew how to read his opponent and work the situation to his advantage. "Ah, yes. I keep forgetting my place, don't I, Henry? And you keep forgetting people like you can't rest their boots on another man's neck to keep him down. Nobody cares where you came from, Henry, or what your last name is. All they care about is how you treat them, and whether or not they can trust your word." John turned and addressed the growing number of onlookers. "This is the United States, where all men are equal, and opportunity is available for any man who wishes to work hard. I said any man, and that includes the poor, wretched son of a man who had many faults. In this country, I am not held accountable for my father's sins. Does anyone disagree?" He heard murmurs echo through the crowd. One man called out, "That's right. He's his own man, Beckett." The man's words gave voice to other rumblings among the people gathered to witness the spectacle. John turned to the sheriff. "Would you please escort Henry out of my establishment, Sheriff? He's disturbing my guests with all this talk of kidnapping and someone being held against their will." "I will not leave until every room has been searched and my daughter has been found." Henry's words sounded more pitiful than proud. "Then look no further, Henry, for Regina is neatly tucked away upstairs in my suite where she will remain until she's ready to come down." Henry stepped closer to John, his fist clenched, But when John didn't back down, he stopped advancing and appeared to be reconsidering his next move. John knew he would get some satisfaction from besting Henry Beckett, but he had no idea how sweet it would actually be until this very moment. "How dare you compromise my daughter, you inbred piece of street filth! Sheriff, arrest this man at once!" The sheriff frowned at John and then back to Regina's father. "On what grounds?" The man was clearly taken aback by Henry's demand. "For defiling my daughter." Henry could barely contain his hatred, and John was prepared for the man to strike him at any moment. He hoped like hell he would. "Is that true, Mr. Kingston? Is Beckett's daughter the woman upstairs? Are you holding her there against her will?" John grinned and touched his heart with the palm of his hand. "I hardly think a new bride would consider her wedding night an act of bondage, Sheriff, although I have heard of such things." "You bastard!" Henry flew at him, and John almost felt sorry for the man. Almost. He easily sidestepped the angry man's charge and pushed him sideways, watching him fall at the feet of the onlookers. Some of the men standing close by picked him up off the floor and held him captive. "Take a swing at him, John. He tried to sucker punch you. That means you owe him one," someone yelled out from the crowd. It sounded a lot like Will, but he couldn't be certain. This was his moment to turn the tides in his favor, and he was smart enough to know it. I can't fault the man for trying to save his daughter's reputation, but it is not necessary. Regina Beckett Kingston has a new champion. She no longer needs her father's protection. He cut a knowing look to Regina's father, because they both knew he was anything but her protector. As her husband, she has me to protect her from harm. John pointed his words of accusation at her father. He knew by the look on Henry's face, the man felt his barbs. "Now, if everyone will excuse me, I have a lovely new bride waiting for me upstairs." John turned his back on Regina's father and the crowd, ascending 3 stairs so he rose above the crowd and could be seen and heard by all. Then he turned and addressed the people gathered in the grand lobby of his hotel. "Regina is now my wife. I have the means and the motivation to protect her from anyone who means her harm. As my wife, she will take her place by my side, and I trust everyone will give her the respect she deserves." He shot a knowing glance to Henry and then looked back to the crowd, which was now cheering his and Regina's name. "Thank you, everyone. If you will excuse me, it's my wedding night, and I—" "You bastard!" He turned just in time to see Regina's father rushing toward him, hatred evident in his flaring nostrils and bared teeth. 2 men standing at the bottom of the staircase grabbed Henry and held him none too gently. John retraced his steps until he was face to face with the angry man. 6 inches taller than him, John looked down at the man's furious face and answered his insult. "See, Henry, now there you are 100% wrong. Although my father may not have been a pillar of this community, he was, indeed, married to my mother before she left us. So, a bastard I am not. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a lovely bride waiting for me." He turned his back on the man and took the steps slowly, one at a time. He heard Henry's enraged screams calling him every name he had ever heard, and a few he hadn't. He'd have to look those up sometime. Without turning around, he spoke to the lawman at the bottom of the stairs. "Sheriff Wiley, will you please escort Mr. Beckett out of my hotel? He's disturbing my guests, and if he comes back after you have removed him from these premises, I'll be happy to file a complaint against him, so you can arrest him and put him in one of those nice cells over at the jailhouse." John continued up the stairs until he could no longer hear Henry's screeching rants. It gave John immense satisfaction to know that Henry Beckett was now on the outside looking in. He wondered how the man liked it. Not so much, I would think. He wondered what Henry would do when he heard the news that John had also taken the job he coveted. He grinned to himself as he rounded the third-story landing where his new bride awaited him. He couldn't wait to tell Regina there was nothing for her to be afraid of. Not anymore. Chapter 7. Regina had thoroughly enjoyed her luxurious bath. The hot bubbles eased her anxiety and allowed her a moment of relaxation. Well, that and the copious amounts of wine she drank. She had indulged in more than a prudent amount of wine, but it didn't matter. She was glad that, for a time at least, she didn't worry about her father's retribution. She felt safe here in John's world and out of her father's reach. The clock chimed 9 o'clock and her anxiety returned. It was getting late, and she was certain her parents had discovered she was missing by now. How long would it take for her father to track her down? And what would happen then? She found herself extremely grateful to John's friend, Will, for his due diligence in making certain the marriage certificate looked as real as possible. It absolutely had to fool her father for this to work. Suddenly, her scattered thoughts couldn't seem to settle, and it was making her jumpy. Or maybe that was just another downside of drinking too much wine. Regina sat in the soft chair near the window and wondered where John had gone. Mary said he might have gone downstairs to play cards, but she couldn't say with any certainty. He could be gone well into the night if he were anything like her father. But she dismissed that idea immediately. He wasn't anything like her father. Not in the least. Perhaps some chamomile tea could help her sleep. Where was that bell to ring for service? She padded on bare feet across the soft carpet, her nightgown flowing around her legs, to where she had seen John ring for Mary earlier. There it was, on the wall next to the bedside table. This was such a modern convenience. Even her father hadn't managed something so nice as this. He just bellowed and servants came running. She pulled the ring attached to the cord and waited. Soon she heard a door close somewhere and footsteps clipped across the hallway's polished wood floor. "Ma'am, did you need something?" A woman Regina had not seen before stood at the doorway of her bedroom. "Yes, if you don't mind. I know it's late, but is it possible to get a cup of hot chamomile tea? It seems I'm having trouble sleeping tonight." "Of course, ma'am." The woman curtsied and turned to leave. "Do you know where John is? I mean, Mr. Kingston? My husband?" She hated the sound as if she were hunting him down, but she was desperate to know if he had heard any news whether she had been discovered missing yet. "Yes, Mrs. Kingston. He's downstairs in the main lobby. It seems there is a rather irate gentleman looking for someone. He even has the sheriff in tow. But don't worry. Mr. Kingston is very good at diffusing drunken louts without violence. It's one of the reasons his employees have such faith in him." Regina's heart pitched against her chest. "I see," was all she could manage between her trembling lips. So, her father had found her. And so soon. Had he suspected she would run to John? But how would he know that? As far as he knew, she and John never even spoke to each other except all those years ago when he had defended her honor and walked her home. She had always been so careful to make certain he didn't know about their weekly meetings. That would have meant the end of her friendship with John. She couldn't hide here in the security of his home and leave him to weather her father's wrath alone. "What is your name?" she asked the woman at the door. "Hazel, ma'am. Is there something else I can do for you?" the young woman inquired. "Yes, Hazel. You can help me dress. I fear I must go and help John, Mr. Kingston, with the man downstairs." The woman's face left no doubt she thought the idea ludicrous. "I can assure you, Mrs. Kingston, your husband is quite capable of handling riffraff such as—" "Under normal circumstances, that may be true, but if my hunch is correct, this is no run-of-the-mill riffraff causing trouble downstairs. It may be my father coming to look for me, and he is ruthless when he believes himself to be slighted. Now, please, help me get dressed." A sense of urgency rolled through Regina, making her words sharper than she intended. "Of course, ma'am. I'm sorry. I didn't know the troublemaker. I didn't know it was your father causing the trouble." The young woman quit talking when she realized what she had said and rushed into the room and opened the armoire where Regina had hung her dress. Just as she was about to step into the skirt, a door slammed down the hallway. She cut a look to Hazel. "Who can that be?" She prayed it wasn't her father, because that would mean... "Regina, what on earth are you doing?" John appeared in the doorway and didn't look any worse for his altercation. "I was coming to help you. I heard there was an irate man looking for someone and causing a loud commotion. Am I wrong in guessing that commotion you encountered downstairs was my father?" "You are not wrong, but there's no need to worry," John said. "He won't bother you. At least, not tonight. I'm certain he'll try again tomorrow, so we'll just have to be ready to show him a united front." Regina nodded, then saw Hazel standing by the door. "I suppose I could still use that cup of hot chamomile tea, Hazel. If you don't mind," she added, so it made it feel more like a request than an order. "Of course, Mrs. Kingston. I'll have it for you right away. And, if I may, the staff and I want to wish you both much happiness. Mr. Kingston announced your recent nuptials downstairs just a moment ago, and everyone here at the hotel couldn't be happier for the two of you." The young woman curtsied and left the room. "So, you were coming to my rescue, were you?" John grinned at her, and she knew he was teasing. Regina's heart stumbled at the sight of him leaning against the bedroom doorway. There was something about his dark good looks that made her think of the pirates she had read about in books. Perhaps it was his beard and longish hair. Or perhaps it was the strength she sensed hiding beneath his gentle demeanor. "I heard there was a ruckus downstairs, and I knew immediately it was my father," she said. She knew pirates were dangerous men, and yet she fancied herself in love with the likes of them. She knew it was because they seemed so wild and free. Unlike her, they were master of their own destinies, deciding what direction to go next. Kind of like John. And without him, she would still be at home under her father's authority. "Yes, he wanted the sheriff to search the hotel to find you. It seems someone saw you entering the premises this afternoon. Perhaps one of the members of the prestigious Ladies' Club of Durango?" "I didn't see anyone around that I recognized, but I suppose it's possible someone saw me and I didn't see them," she admitted. Why hadn't she been more careful not to be seen? "It's of no consequence," John reassured her. "Sooner or later, we would have had to come out in the open about our marriage. Your father's antics just made it that much easier. That's all." "Yes, our marriage," she mused. "What will you tell everyone when I leave Durango for parts yet undecided? I admit I didn't quite think out the details through to the end." She watched John hesitate before he spoke. "What do you want me to tell them?" Regina thought about his question. "I think I would like for you to tell everyone that I wanted my freedom more than I wanted security. It makes me sound more adventurous and independent than timid and afraid. Don't you agree?" When he didn't answer, she changed the subject. "How did my father take the news?" She didn't have to ask to know he had caused a scene, but her morbid sense of curiosity demanded details. "Well, as you might expect," John said. He was quite displeased that I had the audacity to sully his daughter with my presence, since I was not the highbrow son-in-law he had hoped for. Regina heard the bitterness behind John's words, and she felt the sting of guilt that she had put him in the position to have to deal, once again, with her father and his insults. She approached him and lay her hand on his forearm, hoping to give him comfort. "I'm sorry he belittles you, John. You don't deserve his acrimony." John searched her face. For what, she wasn't sure. She just hoped he knew she didn't share her father's opinion of him. Of course he knew. She had made it clear she trusted him, believed in him, valued him.
I hope you still feel that way when I tell you the rest of the news that will be all over Durango by Tuesday afternoon, dear wife."
"What news?"
Regina's anxiety returned.
"What could possibly be worse than my father hunting all over Durango for his wayward daughter, causing embarrassment to the both of us?"
"I would think the fact that his daughter is now married to the man he despises and who has usurped his business aspirations as Benjamin Scott's overseer." Regina's heart pounded inside her chest and her breath hung in midair as if her lungs were paralyzed. This was much worse than she could have ever imagined.
"Oh, John, what have you done?"
John watched the shock on Regina's face turn to fear. No, not fear. Fear was a manageable emotion. This was pure terror. He couldn't stand to see her so afraid, especially since this latest battle with her father was his doing.
"What did you do? What are you saying? Did you speak to Mr. Scott and tell him things about my father that would prevent him from hiring him?"
He could see the realization on Regina's face before he got the chance to answer her questions.
"No. Mr. Scott is a very smart man. He would be able to see right through my father's pretentious flattery. So tell me what you're talking about. Please, I can't stand the suspense any longer."
"Regina, sweetheart, please don't look so stricken. Your father's bark holds no bite for me. Or you. He can do nothing to us. It's his pride that has taken a beating, but he'll get over it in time. You'll see." John was certain he spoke the truth about Regina's father. The man had nothing to recommend him to the community or Ben Scott and his investors.
"John, you truly don't understand the way my father's mind works. He has done some terrible things when he has been bested by someone he considers beneath him, and he considers everyone inferior to his perceived social standing, and therefore his worth. He is not a man to be trifled with. He can be very cold-hearted and cruel. I've seen him destroy men for far less than what he thinks was the theft of his daughter. Oh, John, I fear you have made a huge mistake in underestimating my father."
He watched his wife's bare feet pace back and forth in agitation. "Regina, please don't trouble yourself on my behalf. Not about this. I can handle your father. Don't you trust me?" John had to admit Regina's doubts stung his ego a bit. After all, he was much stronger and more streetwise than Henry Beckett ever thought of being. When it came to a fight, whether in the street or in the boardroom, Henry Beckett was no competition.
"John, you don't understand. My father plays by his own set of rules, devious and conniving rules that leave him the only winner, and his opponent destroyed. No, John, I'm not worried about what you see coming. I have no doubt you can take care of yourself. What I'm afraid of is what you won't see."
John's pride pricked again. "Is it your father's subterfuge or his chicanery you think me incapable of recognizing before it's too late? I can assure you, Regina, I did not get where I am today by being naive or easily caught off guard by the likes of—"
"John, you misunderstand what I'm saying."
He watched her float toward him in her gauzy nightgown, her face etched with worry. She placed her hands on his chest and looked up at him with dark eyes that never failed to mesmerize.
"My father will not play fair. He will undermine you with your business associates behind your back. He'll whisper words of doubt about your integrity to them, and he will not rest until he has ruined you, both financially and personally. I should have never asked you to help me. Now you'll pay the price."
John wanted to reassure Regina he wasn't afraid of her father or anything he might do. He had solid backing from many of the town's elite businessmen because of his own honest dealings with them, but also because they hated Henry Beckett's condescending attitude toward most of Durango's establishments. That man caused trouble wherever he went. No, John wasn't afraid of her father. He knew he could hold his own with the likes of him.
What he was afraid of was that his wife may one day agree with her father if he failed to win her love before she found out the truth about his own treacherous behavior. The thought made his stomach roil. Perhaps if he told her now, threw himself at her feet and begged her to understand just how much he loved her. No, it was too early for that. He must keep his composure. He just needed a little bit of time. Time to build upon their friendship. Time to make her fall in love with him. "John, are you listening to me? I'm afraid of my father's retribution against you and—" John placed a finger over Regina's lips to stop her words. His eyes followed his fingers to her mouth, and the impulse to lean in and kiss them was almost too strong to resist. He took a deep breath and raised his gaze to meet her troubled one. "Regina, I'm not afraid of your father." He watched as Regina stood and began pacing across the floor again, her slender bare feet peeking out from underneath her gauzy nightgown with each step forward. John remained silent and waited for what came next. Regina stopped and turned to face him. "So tell me what you mean when you said you usurped my father's business aspirations. Maybe it isn't as bad as my imagination perceives." "Well, Mr. Scott hired me as his investment overseer, and he's paying me very well for protecting his money." Regina squeezed her eyes closed as if his answer pained her in some way. "I had no idea you were wanting Mr. Scott's overseer's job. Won't that mean you'll have to be at Mr. Scott's beck and call?" John nodded. "Yes, that is customary." "And as your wife, won't I be expected to entertain for you and Mr. Scott and his investors? And their wives?" He could see Regina's mind spinning with consequences. "Yes, that's expected too, I suppose," he admitted begrudgingly. "I see." Regina continued pacing back and forth across the floor, worry plain across her face. "And does my father know that Mr. Scott has made his decision and chose you as his overseer?" "No, I took pity on him. I thought his public humiliation at knowing his daughter is now married to the son of a con artist was enough for one night. There will be time enough for him to learn the rest of the truth on Tuesday when Mr. Scott makes the announcement before he and his son leave town." "I see." She paced around the room a few more times and then stopped in front of him. "How good are you at dodging bullets, John?" He watched her study him. Unsure if she were serious or not, he grinned at her and waggled his eyebrows in jest. "I'm pretty good at it. I had to be growing up on the street. And I'm not so bad at throwing a few myself." She continued studying him, and then she grinned back. "And you say my father's face was an alarming shade of red when he heard the news?" Encouraged by her response, he agreed. "Yes, it was. Quite alarming, actually." "That's very good to hear." Regina walked toward him and took his hands in hers. "John, you were there when I needed you. You helped me out of a most dire situation. What kind of friend would I be if I did not answer the call when you need my help?" Guilt threatened his resolve. He had thought the greater good would outweigh his temporary deceit. But now, looking into the eyes of the woman he loved, the woman who trusted him completely, how could he keep the fact about their marriage from her? "Regina." Fear at her reaction to the truth tied his stomach in knots. "There's something I should—" She placed her fingers against his lips and looked up at him. "Say no more. I will be happy to play hostess for you in front of Mr. Scott and his investors. It's the one thing I've been trained to do. I did not suffer through all those endless lessons on how to be a good wife, a good hostess, and a good manager of my household staff for nothing. Besides, I do not want it to be said I wasn't a good pretend wife when I'm gone." John took her hand and kissed the fingertips that lay against his mouth. He turned her hand up and kissed the palm of her hand. He wanted to continue up her slender arm to her shoulder, her neck, her mouth. Instead, he stepped back and looked her in the eyes. I would never accuse you of not being a good wife, Regina, pretend or otherwise. He could only hope Regina would say the same about him when she learned the truth about their marriage. She smiled at him. Good. Now, I am exhausted from the day's events, and I would like to go to bed. Surprised at her abrupt change of topic, he gave her a quick bow. Very well. I'll leave you to your bedchamber, madam. Leave? What? Where are you going? Regina's surprise surprised him. Well, I assumed. I planned to sleep in one of my guest rooms tonight. You can't do that. How will that look to your staff in the morning if we're sleeping in different beds? Tonight is our wedding night, John. Have you forgotten? No, he definitely had not. But he had never, not even in his wildest imaginings, dreamed this night was possible. Now, no more talk. It's getting late. Regina gave him a cheeky grin and pulled him toward the bed. Chapter 8. Regina heard the faint rattle of dishes somewhere close by. Sleep cobwebs faded, and she opened her eyes to her strange surroundings. For a moment, she was confused about where she was, and then memories of the day before came flooding back. She sat up in the large bed and took stock of her surroundings. The pillow next to hers held the indentation of John's head. But where was he? The sunlight filtered through the lace curtains, leaving a lovely pattern across the carpeted floor and brocade bed covers. She could see speckles of dust floating in the air, swirling and circling before falling to the floor. Good morning, Mrs. Kingston. I trust you slept well. Regina whirled to see Mary across the room setting up a breakfast tray on a small wooden table with the most beautiful stained glass lamp set atop it. She pulled at the covers and discreetly searched for signs of John, but he was nowhere to be seen. Mr. Kingston just left to go downstairs to talk with his accountant, Mr. Farnsworth, Mary explained, as though she'd read Regina's thoughts. He ordered breakfast and said he would return in about 20 minutes. Thank you, Mary. Regina blushed. She knew what the woman was thinking, but wasn't that the whole point of her and John sharing the bed last night? Here's some coffee if you would like a cup before Mr. Kingston returns. It's nice and hot. Again, thank you, Mary. I would love some coffee after last night's... Regina stopped short, realizing how her words sounded. She had been referring to John's standoff with her father, but she knew what Mary was thinking. I understand, ma'am. Mr. Kingston is a very fine-looking man. A very fine-looking man indeed. There will be many ladies around Durango who will be heartbroken to learn he's no longer a bachelor. Regina studied the young woman a little closer. Was Mary talking about herself, or just voicing an observation? She felt a twinge of jealousy at the thought, but why should she? John didn't belong to her. At least, not in that way. Do you have a husband or someone special, Mary? I do, ma'am. We've been together for a while now. I expect him to propose any day. Mary blushed. I'm sorry, ma'am. Here I am rattling on about my personal life, and you wanted some coffee. I'll pour you a cup right away. Would you like it in bed? I would, thank you. And please do not apologize to me, Mary. I want to know all I can about John's staff. He seems to care about you all very much. Yes, Mrs. Kingston. Mr. Kingston is a very good and generous man. He pays each of us a fair wage, even Herbert, the main cook. Sometimes he can't make it into work because of his gout. The pain is too much for him to bear, but Mr. Kingston won't fire him like other employers would. Instead, he hires the widow Watson to come in for a day or two until Herbie recovers. Ain't nothing like I ever seen, ma'am. Like I said, he's a good man, and fair. He's a right fair man. You are a very lucky woman, Mrs. Kingston. Yes, I suppose I am, Regina admitted. Even though she and John weren't really married, she considered herself very lucky to be able to call him her friend. and knew she could always count on him, too. "You are to call me Regina, remember? And please, let the other staff members know they are to call me Regina as well." She didn't want them to think she thought herself above them just because she was married to their boss. "Yes, ma'am, Regina. I will pass that on. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm needed downstairs. I'm sure Mr. Kingston will be returning soon." Mary curtsied and left the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Regina sighed and leaned back against her soft pillows, plumped against the massive, upholstered headboard. She settled the down bed covers around her with her free hand and balanced the cup of coffee in the other. Another contented sigh escaped her lips. She had to admit, she could get used to this life with John. John had been every inch the gentleman last night. He allowed her some privacy before he joined her in bed. When he did come to bed, he discreetly doused the lamps and undressed in the dark. She would never admit this to him, but she'd feign sleep while she quietly watched him undress in the moonlight coming through the window. She didn't know what made her do it. She had never behaved so brazenly in the whole of her life. Maybe it was the novelty of her situation. Or maybe it was her connection with John. Whatever it was, she did not regret that she had done it. Memories of last night had her heart racing and her breath catching in her throat. John had an incredible body, and when he had laid down on the mattress down beside her, she could feel the warmth of his body through the bed covers. He'd worn his long underwear to bed, but slept bare-chested. He teased her that he didn't usually share his bed fully clothed, but for her, he would make an exception. His words made her wonder whom he was referring to. Was there a woman waiting for John in the shadows? The thought made her jealous again, and she allowed herself to imagine John was truly her husband, in every sense of the word. It wasn't a huge leap to think her friendship could grow into something more. After all, she and John had been friends for years. He was clever, kind, generous to a fault, if his employees were to be believed, which she was sure they were. And it didn't hurt one bit that he was handsome as the devil. Why, she wouldn't mind one bit if he decided to— "What are you thinking about, Regina? You look like the cat that swallowed the canary." She jumped at the unexpected sound of John's voice and spilled hot coffee all down the front of her nightclothes. "Ow!" she yelled as the hot liquid burned her skin. She tossed the coffee cup away from her and jumped out of bed, brushing at the hot liquid. "Regina, are you all right? Let me help you. I'm so sorry." John rushed to her side and began pulling the stained gown away from her body. "Take your damn filthy hands off my daughter, you degenerate piece of filth!" Regina turned to see her enraged father standing in the doorway of John's bedroom, followed by her shocked mother and a very embarrassed lawman. John pushed Regina behind him to hide her accidental near-nakedness. "How dare you enter my home uninvited? Sheriff, do you have a warrant to be here?" John demanded. Well, no, I don't. But Mr. Beckett here seems convinced that his daughter is here against her will. And as a lawman, it's my duty to— I thought I made myself clear last night, Henry. Regina and I are married, a legal and binding marriage. And you, sir, are embarrassing yourself as well as my wife. Sheriff, if you will escort my wife's parents to the door, perhaps we can make other arrangements for a familial visit. At a more decent hour." John's voice carried authority. He knew his rights and could have the town council remove Sheriff Wiley from his post if he chose to. He would rather not resort to that, but he would if the man continued to jump every time Regina's father said boo. "Yes, Mr. Kingston, I'm sorry to have intruded on what is clearly a private moment with your new bride, but he and Mrs. Beckett convinced me their daughter was in trouble and needed my help." John still stood between Regina and her parents. "I understand, Sheriff, but as you can see, we are in no need of a third party. Now, if you will all be so kind—" He let his words hang in the tension-filled air. The implication was clear. They did not require an audience. John saw the sheriff hesitate. "I would be remiss in my duties if I took your word for it, Mr. Kingston. If you don't mind, I'd like the lady to answer for herself." The sheriff then directed his question to Regina. "Are you in distress, ma'am?" Still hiding herself behind John, he felt her shake her head and answer. "No, Sheriff, I'm fine. My husband and I were, as he said, having a private moment, and I would appreciate it if you would all leave." John raised one eyebrow in question to the sheriff. He nodded and turned to Regina's parents. "Let's go, Beckett. It's obvious that your daughter is not in distress, and this was all a big mistake." The sheriff tried to escort them out, but Henry refused to go. "I will not. He's holding her against her will. Can't you see that, you imbecile?" Regina's father's face was mottled by his rage. This was nothing unusual for the man, but John could see Regina's mother was genuinely distressed, and he felt he needed to put her worries to rest. "Mrs. Beckett, I offer you my sincere apology for cheating you out of seeing your daughter wed. The truth of the matter is that Regina and I have been in love for quite some time, and she feared she was being used as a pawn for your husband's financial dealings. We felt it was time to take a stand." Neither of Regina's parents denied his words, so he continued. "I assured her that, although her father was misguided in his intentions, her devoted mother would not wish her to be married to a man she didn't love. I finally convinced her that it was true, asked her to marry me, and she said yes." "Regina, is this true? Do you love this man?" her mother asked. "What difference does that make, Lila? The child is obviously delusional and incapable of making her own decisions. I told you to stop coddling her long ago, but you insisted, as her mother, you knew what you were doing. Apparently, you're as clueless as she is." Regina spoke, again from behind John's back. "I would very much like to grab a robe. I'm covered in coffee, and I'm beginning to catch a chill." She pulled the silk duvet off the bed and wrapped it around her body to hide her nakedness underneath the coffee-soaked gown before she stepped from behind John's protection and faced her parents along with a very embarrassed lawman. "To answer your question, Mother, I do love John. Why else would I agree to marry him?" Regina turned to her father, but she did not leave John's side. "And my dear, loving father." John couldn't miss the sarcasm in Regina's words. "I am certain this show of affection is most sincere, but I am a grown woman capable of making my own decisions, and choosing a mate is my decision, not yours. As you have reminded me many times, I'm way past my prime, and would be lucky if anyone looked my way. I'm happy to report that I'm very lucky indeed to have such a handsome, well-respected man look my way. I'm married now, Father, to John Kingston, and we have a marriage certificate and witnesses to prove it. I am here because I choose to be. So if you will excuse me, I'd like to get dressed." Regina left the room in the bulky whirl of a silk duvet and disappeared into the bathroom. John turned to his uninvited guests. "I think that should be enough proof that my wife is neither distressed nor being held against her will." "Yes, I think I've seen all I need to," the sheriff said. "Mr. and Mrs. Beckett, would you please follow me? It's clear your daughter is where she wants to be, and I don't appreciate being led here under false pretenses. This is a family matter, and any dispute should be settled between family members, in private. Now let's go before I decide to lock you both up for trespassing." "Now you see here, Sheriff." Henry turned on the sheriff. "I'm not leaving until I get my daughter out of this den of iniquity." "Henry, please stop," her mother begged. "You're making a fool of yourself. Regina has made it clear this is where she wishes to be. Now let's go home. This is all very upsetting for me. I had no idea she had such strong feelings for Mr. Kingston." John watched Regina's mother dab at her eyes with her handkerchief, then turn on her heels and lead the way out the door. The sheriff stood aside and waited for Henry to follow. Henry stabbed John with a glare of pure hatred. "I swear, you flea-bitten street mongrel, you have not gotten the best of Henry Beckett. Just because you've managed to somehow fool the citizens of Durango and my addled-brained daughter doesn't mean I don't see you for what you are. A lying, low-class con artist. I have no idea how you convinced my daughter to go along with this plan of yours, but I can assure you she will come to her senses at some point, and I'll be there to watch your downfall with great satisfaction." He didn't like that the man was getting a bit too close to the truth. Though not precisely as her father thought, John had, in fact, tricked Regina. And he had no doubt her father would be overjoyed to enlighten her to that fact should the opportunity present itself. "Let's go, Beckett. You've worn out your welcome today." The sheriff gave Regina's father a look that would brook no argument. John watched the man struggle with his decision. He was an arrogant man, but he wasn't a stupid man. At least, not enough to go up against the experienced lawman and risk a trip to the jailhouse. Henry gave him one last look that left no doubt the man wanted to see him burn in hell. John ignored it, and Regina's father had no choice left but to leave or experience the business end of a lawman's gun. He spun on his feet and walked down the hallway, his footsteps hard and angry. John heard his front door slam, and he let out a sigh of relief. "Are they gone?" Regina's voice called to him from the bathing room. "Yes, they're gone. You can come out now. There's nothing to be afraid of," he assured her. "I wasn't afraid, at least, not for myself. I feared if my father's ire grew any worse, he might shoot you dead." John laughed. "He's not stupid enough to shoot an unarmed man in front of the sheriff, now is he?" Regina didn't answer right away. He looked at her in surprise. "You don't think too highly of your father, do you? What has he done to you over the years to make you fear him so?" John wanted to know, but then again, he didn't, for fear his anger would force him to do something to the man they would both regret. "I know my father, John. Would he shoot you in front of the lawman? Probably not. He wouldn't sully his hands. Would he hire someone to shoot you in the back? I wouldn't put it past him." "Then I'll just have to watch my back," he said, hoping his wide grin would ease her fears. Regina nodded in agreement. "Yes, you will. And I suppose we'll eventually have to produce that marriage certificate. If I know my father, he will accept nothing less as proof. Not my word, or yours, obviously. It's a good thing your friend took such care to make our marriage look as real as possible. At the time, I thought it silly, but now—" John watched Regina, her frown indicating something was still bothering her. "But now what?" He urged her to say what was on her mind. "I think we should hold out until the last possible moment to produce the document." "Why? I thought you wanted to shove it under your father's nose as soon as possible," he teased. "I'll admit that was true, but now, I think the longer we keep my father guessing, the more time I'll have to plan my escape." "Escape?" The word put dread in John's gut. He pretended to find her comment amusing instead of an arrow to his heart. "Don't say that in front of your father. He'll have me hanged for kidnapping." John attempted humor even though Regina's words emphasized her determination to leave. He knew he had to tell her the truth, but he prayed he would be able to convince her that their lifelong friendship had blossomed into so much more.
Chapter 9. Regina bathed and dressed for her first day as a married woman. She couldn't wait for today's meeting of the Ladies' Club of Durango. Her friends would be astonished when she told them the news, and they would absolutely swoon when they heard it was John she had married. She smiled at herself in the vanity mirror as she put the finishing touches to her hair. How many times had John been the topic of conversation among the ladies of the club? Her friends often gushed over John's good looks and the air of rebellion he carried about him. Regina had to admit that she had often been impressed by his looks and charm too. He might have had a rough start, but he had made his own mark in the world, and quite a mark it was. Money, charm, and looks made John a very sought-after bachelor. Until now. She should feel bad for taking him off the market, or rather pretending to take him off the market, but a part of her was quite looking forward to impressing her friends with the fact that she managed to capture the town's most elusive bachelor. A twinge of jealousy took her by surprise as she thought of all the ladies who would be clamoring to take her place when their pretend marriage was over. She didn't particularly like the feeling, but she couldn't seem to help it. And it wouldn't be just her friends. Their mothers had also been known to make inappropriate comments about John. As soon as the word circulated around town that she had left John, any number of them would be lined up around his hotel, looking to fill Regina's shoes before her toes had a chance to get cold. Her swirling thoughts took her back to John's comment about last night being the first time he shared his bed with his clothes on. What exactly did he mean by that? Surely, if there was a special someone in his life, he would have told Regina about it. Wouldn't he? They were friends, after all. If she were seeing someone special, she would have told him, right? Yes, of course, she would have. He was her very best friend, and she shared her secrets with him. She wondered if he did the same. She shook the thoughts away. What business was it of hers what John did or who he did it with? She would be far away from this town in pursuit of her own life. And yet, she could admit, if only to herself, she wished things could be different between her and John Kingston. Alas, that was not to be, for he had made that fact painfully clear more than once. "Mrs. Kingston, Regina, I'm here to gather the breakfast dishes," Mary called to her from the hallway. Thankful for the welcome distraction, Regina gave herself a slight shake and collected her thoughts. "Mary, please come in. I'm almost ready to go downstairs and face the music, so to speak, but I need some help with my necklace. Would you be so kind as to help me fasten it?" "Of course, I'd be happy to." Mary stepped inside the bedroom and stood behind Regina. Handing her the two ends of her necklace, Regina sat straight and bent her head slightly to give Mary access to her neck. "Thank you for your help, Mary. I never could have done this without—" Regina heard Mary sniffle. She looked at the woman's face in the mirror. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she'd been crying for quite some time. "Mary, is there something wrong?" "Please don't worry yourself about me, ma'am. I'm just a fool who has made a terrible mistake." Mary burst into tears. Regina turned and pulled the young woman down next to her on the vanity bench. "Mary, what is it? Tell me, please. Perhaps I can help," Regina offered. Mary hid her face behind her hands. "No one can help me now," she murmured through her tears. "Oh, nonsense. What can be so bad? Tell me, and we'll put our heads together and figure something out. Everything will be all right. I swear it," Regina promised, even though she had no idea what was the matter. Mary shook her head in denial. "I fear it will never be all right again, for you see—" She hesitated and then crumbled into a fresh round of sobs and hiccups. Regina was at a loss. Until she knew the problem, she could do nothing to help the poor woman. Now. She rubbed Mary's back in slow, circular motions in hopes of calming her and comforting her enough so that she would feel she could share her troubles with Regina. "It can't be that bad. Just tell me. Tell me what has you so upset. Please, Mary. I want to help. Truly." Mary uttered another hiccup and a snuffle, then she wiped her nose and eyes with her apron. Regina remained quiet to give her time to gather her courage. Finally, Mary looked up at her, eyes swimming in tears.
I fear my beau is not the man I thought him to be. He and I thought he loved me. I let him, do things that only married people should do. And now—"
Mary's words drifted off as if she couldn't bear to say more.
"Well, that isn't a reason to be so upset. Perhaps he will propose to you soon, and everything will be right as rain,"
Regina offered. Mary shook her head.
"You don't understand. He told me he couldn't afford to get married."
Regina nodded.
"I see. And you think he has changed his mind altogether?" "I'm sure of it,"
Mary sniffed.
"How can you be so certain, Mary? Perhaps he just needs a little more time to—"
Mary jumped off the vanity bench and frantically paced in front of Regina.
"But that's just it, Regina. I don't have more time. I'm going to have a baby. So we must get married now."
"Oh, I see." Now Regina understood the situation. The poor woman had given the man not just her heart, but her body as well, and he had betrayed her trust.
"What does your father say? Have you told him?"
Regina stood and held Mary in place by her shoulders.
"I don't have a father, or a brother, or anyone who cares about me. There's no one to champion me. No one at all."
Regina knew that wasn't true.
"That isn't so, Mary. I know of someone who will champion you. Someone who is decent and caring and will not allow anyone to mistreat you."
Mary studied her face, her brows wrinkled in confusion.
"Who? I don't know anyone who would go out of their way to help me." "Well, I do. Follow me."
Regina grabbed her silk shawl and a reticule. She pulled Mary by the hand down the hall to the front door.
"But, ma'am, Regina, please, wait,"
Mary protested.
"Don't you worry yourself one bit, Mary. It isn't good for the baby, and it isn't necessary."
Regina pulled a somewhat reluctant and very confused Mary down the stairs to the first floor. She stopped the first employee she could find.
"Excuse me, can you tell me where I can find Mr. Kingston?"
she asked. Mary pulled her hand out of Regina's.
"Oh, no, Regina, you can't tell Mr. Kingston about this. He'll fire me for sure." "Nonsense, Mary. Mr. Kingston will not fire you. Now come along with me." "But, Regina, you don't understand."
The employee looked between Regina and Mary, then shrugged his shoulders as if he wanted no part of it.
"He was in the gaming room last time I saw him, ma'am," he answered, then hurried off.
"Regina, please, I'll manage somehow. Please don't tell Mr. Kingston."
"Don't tell Mr. Kingston what?"
Regina whirled to see John standing behind her and Mary.
"Oh, John, I'm so glad to have found you. It seems we have a problem, or rather Mary has a problem, and we need your help."
"Well, of course. You have my undivided attention." He looked back and forth between her and Mary as if trying to gauge the seriousness of the problem at hand.
"Can we use your office to speak in private?"
Regina asked. She knew Mary would not appreciate her problem openly discussed where any of the guests or staff might eavesdrop on their conversation. John frowned.
"Of course. Lead the way."
"That would be perfect."
Relief flooded Regina's body, and she felt herself relax. It wasn't that she doubted John would help, but now she was certain everything would work out for Mary. John followed her and Mary down the hall to his office. He unlocked it with a key he pulled from his pocket and ushered them inside. "Please take a seat and tell me what has you both so upset." Regina took one of the chairs in front of John's massive desk and pulled Mary down in the chair next to her.
"No, it isn't me. It's Mary. You see, John, Mary—"
Regina started to speak.
"Please, Regina, please don't say anything more,"
Mary pleaded. John looked at them both, but remained quiet.
John, Mary has some news that is quite upsetting, and since she doesn't have a father or a brother to champion her, I told her you would.
John's frown creased his brow. I would what?
Champion her, of course.
Regina smiled encouragingly at Mary, who seemed to shrink before her eyes. Champion her? John cut his eyes to Mary. Mary, what has happened that you feel you need a champion? Has someone been disrespectful to you in some way?
No, sir. Regina is mistaken. Nonsense. Enough of that, Mary. John is here to help you. Tell him what has happened.
But when Mary refused to answer, Regina answered for her.
John, Mary has a special beau who has jilted her.
John sat still, looking between the two women. When he didn't answer, she supposed she would have to spell out the situation more clearly.
Mary is with child, and when she informed the man she believed to be in love with her, he ran for the hills. I explained to her that there's no need to worry because, although she has no family to speak up for her, you would be happy to do so.
Relieved to have the situation out in the open, she sat back and breathed a sigh of relief, certain that Mary could now relax as well. She watched John turn to Mary. Is this true, Mary? Are you with child?
Yes, Mr. Kingston.
Mary snuffled against her apron and refused to look at either of them. I see. And was this union against your will?
No, Mr. Kingston. Me and Charlie have been sweet on each other for quite some time now. Our relationship is a mutual agreement.
Charlie? My bartender?
Yes, Mr. Kingston.
Mary sniffed again. John nodded and walked to a big safe in the corner. Regina watched him work the combination and open the iron door that must have been a foot thick. She was shocked to see stacks and stacks of cash lined up in neat rows on the shelves. She had never seen so much money in one place, not even the bank where her father kept his money. She watched John pull out a stack of bills at least an inch thick, count them, and then close the safe door, turning the handle and spinning the combination to lock it back into place. After testing the handle to make certain it was secure, he turned and came around to the front of the desk, resting one hip on it for support. Mary, I want you to take this money. You'll need it in the coming months to make a place for you and your child. Mary burst into a new round of heartfelt sobs. Regina didn't understand what was happening. Regina patted Mary's shoulder, trying to calm her.
Don't cry, Mary. This money will help you take care of your child. In the meantime, John will hunt down the man who did this to you and hold him accountable.
I will not. John's words were quiet and matter-of-fact.
What do you mean, you will not? Of course you will. You'll find this ne'er-do-well and hold him accountable for what he has done to our poor Mary.
Regina, Mary knew the consequences of her actions. She knows the rules, and she broke them.
You can't be serious, John. She was taken advantage of. This Charlie person, he made promises to her. He was someone she trusted, and he betrayed that trust.
She saw John wince, but he didn't give in. I'm sorry, Regina. I know you want to help Mary, but the best I can do is give her the means to take care of herself until she can find another job.
Another job? What are you saying? You're going to let Mary go just when she needs her job and her place here more than ever? Why would you do such a thing? How could you do such a thing?
Regina was dumbfounded at the turn of events. She had never imagined that John would react this way. No wonder Mary had begged her not to tell her secret. John didn't answer her. Instead, he turned to Mary. You knew the rules, Mary. I'll give you a good reference, but I have no choice but to let you go. John had known that Mary and his bartender were close. He just hadn't realized how close until now. Mary's news was an unfortunate turn of events, but it wasn't his doing, and Regina needed to understand that running a business required him to make tough decisions. Mary took the money.
Thank you, Mr. Kingston. You're most generous. I tried to explain to your wife how things were here at the hotel, but...
John wasn't unsympathetic to Mary's situation, but if he made an exception, he'd have to throw all the rules right out the window, and that wasn't an option. Mary curtsied and left the room, closing the door quietly behind her. John kept quiet for a moment to give Regina a chance to come to grips with the situation before he spoke. "Regina," he began.
How could you do this, John? How could you turn that poor girl out into the streets without a second thought? What about the man who did this to her? Where is his punishment?
"He will be dealt with. But you keep saying he did this to Mary, when the fact is, he did this with her. She was a willing partner, if I understand the situation correctly," he explained.
He told her he loved her, but all he wanted was...
Regina stopped short, her face pinked. "I know what he wanted, Regina, and maybe he does love her, and things will work out between them, but that's their business, not ours."
He used her, John. Can't you see that? He professed his love to her, but he lied. And now her trust in the man she gave her heart to is shattered. She'll never be the same. Not ever.
John hated to hear those words coming from Regina's lips. It was almost as if she were predicting the future. Their future. "Regina, we don't know the whole story. And in my defense, I make it very clear to all of my employees when I hire them that what they do on their own time is their business, as long as it does not interfere with their work while they're on my time." Regina didn't answer him. Instead, she sat staring at her lap where her fingers twisted a lace-trimmed handkerchief. "I'm not their keeper, Regina. What people do on their own time is their business. But when two of my employees create an entanglement that disrupts their ability to perform their jobs on my time, then I must intervene. While I do have women who have had children out of marriage, they did it before they arrived on my payroll, and they were involved with someone who was not in my employment. Now can you see the purpose of these rules?" Her eyes rose to meet his.
"Yes, I see, but I don't like it."
John watched as his wife came to terms with what he was saying. He knew her compassionate heart was in the right place, but she was naive when it came to just about everything else. Her parents had sheltered her until the right man came along that could benefit her father's purse and his aspirations. He knew she didn't understand that life outside of her gilded prison was hard and, at times, cruel and unyielding. How could he make someone like her, who had never had a voice in any decision-making, understand that with every choice comes consequences? A thought suddenly struck. What if he could offer her a new kind of life entirely? The kind of life that would give her a more permanent place in his life. Something that would make her a part of not only his life, but his whole world. The idea took root, and before he knew it, he was making the offer. "Regina, I know this is all very upsetting to you, and I'm truly sorry about Mary and her situation. But I can assure you, these rules were not made arbitrarily. There is a past reason for every present rule in my business." John walked to where his wife sat and pulled her from her chair. "I know you have always been made to feel like you have no voice, but I'm here to tell you that you do." He could tell by the confusion on Regina's face she had no idea what he was leading up to. "Regina, I'll address Mary and Charlie's situation with fairness to both. You know that, right?" Regina nodded. Her eyes held no censure of his actions. "Good. Now, I have a proposition for you. One that I think you're going to like, but more importantly, it could be just the answer to Mary's situation."
"I'll do it. Whatever it is, I'll do it."
Regina's enthusiasm at helping Mary touched him. "That's very good to hear." He took a deep breath and pushed ahead. "I would consider it an honor if you would join me in launching a new idea I've been toying with for quite some time. I'd like to start a new business, and I'd like you to be my partner. What do you say?" Regina's eyes rounded in shock. "A new business? John, I know nothing about business. Less than nothing. Why would you want me as a partner? And how will this help Mary?" He smiled down at her and pulled her into his arms. "I've had this idea for a business. I don't know if you can even call it a business because I don't know if it could be profitable or not. I'd like to get your thoughts on the idea." "You want my thoughts?" The woman beside him looked stunned. He could see being asked for her opinion was a totally new concept to Regina, and it pleased him to see the interest in her eyes. "Yes, I want to talk to you about the possibility of creating a place to make it easier for working families. A place that would allow people like Mary, who have no family or close friends, to have a child and still be able to work outside the home and make a living." "What kind of place?" He could tell Regina was hanging on his every word. "Well, a house of sorts. We can call it anything you like, but it would be a place for young children too young to go to school to be cared for while their mothers or fathers worked away from home." He had been thinking about this for quite some time because he had seen the needs of his employees and others less fortunate trying to work to feed their families, but young children made working away from home impossible. Now, he would have a woman's perspective on his idea. "A paid care house for young children? How would that work?" Regina frowned in confusion, but he could see the interest sparkle in her eyes. "I first heard about such a thing in a book I read by Samuel Wilderspin called On the Importance of Educating the Infant Poor, published in 1819. It's quite a forward-thinking concept, don't you agree?" "I suppose so, but isn't that an odd subject for a man to be reading?" Regina said, although she thought it was just like John to take an interest in others. "True, but it struck a chord in me because of how I grew up. And I can see there's a desperate need for this sort of thing among my own hotel staff. I thought the idea had merit." "It sounds very intriguing. Please tell me more about these care houses." "There were forms of these care houses since the late 1700s, and there was an infant school opened in Scotland and England in the early 1800s. These houses offered care for young children so their widowed or abandoned mothers, or single fathers, could work to support them knowing they were well cared for in their absence. I know there are many members of my staff who could benefit from this kind of care for their children. And look how it would help women in Mary's position. It would provide them peace of mind knowing their children were well fed and cared for while they worked to earn enough money to buy food, clothing, and shelter for them." Regina frowned at him. "Are you saying you have other women in Mary's position?" "No, I'm saying I have members of my staff who have fallen on hard times and would benefit from something like this. And think of Mary and how this would help her to care for her baby when the money I gave her runs out and she has to return to work." John realized his enthusiasm for his idea was apparent in his every word. Embarrassed, he looked at Regina to see her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Oh, John, I think it's the most wonderful idea anyone has ever had." "I was one of those children who had no mother to care for them, Regina. She left me and my father when I was but a tiny babe. And my father, well, most days he could barely get out of his bed from a drunken stupor. When he did manage, he left me alone for days. At least while he was alive, I knew he'd come home eventually. When he died, I was only 6 years old. It isn't easy for a kid that age to survive on his own. I wouldn't wish that kind of life on anyone." John's childhood memories poked at his emotions. He felt Regina's hand on his arm, and he looked down and into her deep brown eyes. "John, I had no idea things were so rough on you growing up, and I'm even more sorry my father added to your pain."
She squeezed his arm, and her face filled with pride and admiration. "I think this idea of yours is brilliant, and I'm both honored and touched that you would ask me to help you. When do we start?"
"How about right now?" John suggested. "What we need to do first is find a place where the children can stay throughout the day and sleep at night, as some of my female staff work both during the day and overnight. A hotel is a 24-hour, 7-days-a-week business. It takes having staff available around the clock in order to see it to the needs of my guests.
And it would need to be located away from busy streets so the children can play safely and sleep without fear. We would also need a place with a kitchen so meals could be provided for them," Regina added.
"Yes, that's an excellent idea." John smiled at Regina's excitement.
"Oh, John, this is such a wonderful idea. Perhaps I can enlist the help of some of the Ladies' Club of Durango members and their mothers. I'm certain some of my friends would love to help, and they're always looking for a good cause to support. If my friends and I put our heads together, I'm certain we can come up with a plan that will be profitable for you and an affordable solution for the community's needs."
Regina threw her arms around John and hugged him tightly. His arms involuntarily caught her around the waist and held her in place. She pulled back, and he saw the surprise in her eyes. He started to let go, but when her eyes dropped to his lips, a jolt of white-hot desire pulsed through his body, leaving him no other choice but to answer her silent invitation. He bent his head slowly towards hers, and when she didn't pull away, he kissed her. Chapter 10. Regina stood in John's embrace and realized that at that moment, their friendship had become something more. Her impulse to hug him had been just that, an impulse. She was so happy he trusted her, and with such an important project. No one ever bothered to ask what she thought, especially not her parents. She had learned long ago to keep her opinions to herself. Her mother had once told her that a good wife was meant to be seen, not heard. Thank goodness John didn't believe such nonsense. When he pulled her closer to him, she was pleasantly surprised, and the sudden urge to kiss him again was quite overwhelming. She waited for his lead this time, and she was not disappointed. John leaned his head down to hers, capturing her lips with his. The soft brush of his beard and mustache left a tingling trail against her mouth. She took a step closer, fusing their two bodies into one. He deepened their kiss, and Regina's knees threatened to buckle. The way he held her felt as if he would never let her go. She felt cherished and cared for. If only that were true. His hand snaked up her back and stroked the base of her neck. She tilted her head back to give him even more access to her mouth. He took what she offered. His lips blazed a trail from her mouth to her jaw and down her neck, where he nipped his way across her shoulder. She really should sit down before she embarrassed herself, but she didn't want to leave the sizzling confines of his strong arms. "Regina, this probably isn't the best place for this. A member of my staff could walk in at any moment," he whispered against her lips. His words washed over her, cooling her passion just enough for rational thought to return. But when he followed his words of caution with another searing kiss, his tongue penetrating her mouth, ravaging it thoroughly, she realized she really didn't care who walked in. It was at that moment a knock sounded on the door just before it opened. Regina turned in embarrassed mortification to see John's friend, Will, standing in the open doorway, grinning from ear to ear. "Good morning, John. Mrs. Kingston. I see the marriage is going well." Regina heard the emphasis on the word Mrs. and knew what he was thinking. It wasn't as if her reputation would be intact when she left Durango. After all, she would be considered a divorced woman in the eyes of the community. But Will knew she did not have the benefit of a real marriage certificate to be doing what it was he thought she was doing. What she was doing. What must he think of her? Did she care? She realized she didn't, not as long as he kept her secret.
Will, what are you doing here this morning? Aren't you supposed to have a—" Regina heard John's words stop short as if he didn't want to finish his sentence. Now she was curious.
"Don't you have a what?"
she asked. When neither man spoke, she asked again.
"What's going on between you two?"
Will spoke up.
"I think John is just trying to save your sensibilities, Regina. He doesn't want you to know that I'm an impossible reprobate, and I may or may not have a woman waiting for me at this early hour."
Embarrassed, Regina felt the heat in her face.
"I'm sorry. It was none of my business, and I shouldn't have asked. If you gentlemen will excuse me, I have a great deal to do today. There are houses to look at and people to talk to. Oh, this is all so exciting. Thank you, John, for everything. I will always be grateful to you for seeing me as an intelligent human being and not just a pawn to be used in some kind of game where I am the prize."
She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. It was a chaste kiss for the benefit of their company, but when his eyes met hers, the spark between them flared again. John was right. This was not the time or the place for whatever was blossoming between them. She turned away from John and, in an attempt to cover up her intense feelings for him, Regina said the first thing that popped into her flustered mind.
"Will, it is nice to see you again so soon after our wedding. And speaking of weddings, recent events had me wondering about that marriage certificate. I think I should warn you that if my father's recent behavior is any indication of his intentions toward John and me, and anyone else who might have participated in our deception against him, please be aware. My father is a very sore loser."
Will bowed to her and cut a quick look to John before he replied to her comment.
"I can assure you, Regina, that certificate will convince even the most suspicious of minds of its authenticity."
She relaxed a bit at the confidence Will displayed for his handiwork.
"Good to know."
She smiled at the men, bid them a good morning, and left them to their manly conversation. It was already mid-morning, and she had so much to do. First thing on her list was to enlist the help of her friends in the Ladies' Club of Durango. They could help her draw up a list of all the things needed to make John's care house for young children a reality. Regina had never felt so alive in all her born days. The drudgery of sitting, hour after hour, learning French and tatting useless lace doilies were behind her. John had given her a purpose in life, something she could take pride in. Her excitement bubbled over. Thoughts of John and how he made her feel led her to a place she wasn't certain she was ready to go, but the memory of his lips, his arms, his body against hers, made her want things from him, things a woman should only want from her husband. She smiled to herself as she made her way down the hall to the room where the club met. In the eyes of the citizens of Durango, she and John were husband and wife. And even though it was only pretend, it gave her great satisfaction to know that, for now, John belonged to her. John closed the door behind Regina, but he simply could not get the sight of her passion-filled eyes and kiss-swollen lips out of his mind. The arrival of his friend hadn't helped the matter in the least. "Looks like things are going well in the marriage department, and judging from your wife's happy disposition, you either haven't told her the truth yet, or you've already gotten her to fall in love with you. Now, I know you are a handsome devil based upon commentary from some of your former paramours, but I doubt even you can manage that effect on Miss Beckett overnight." John needed time to process everything that had happened this morning. The early morning visit from Regina's parents, accompanied by the sheriff, the situation with Mary, his invitation to Regina to help him get his care house for young children care venture underway. "Tell me again why you're here so early this morning." John tried to refocus his thoughts into something more manageable. "I'm sorry to stop unannounced. I guess I should have given you some warning, but I honestly had no idea you'd be spending the morning in your office with the missus."
We're talking about a private matter with one of my employees, and things got out of hand," John admitted. Will grinned.
"Yeah, I'd say so. You almost let it slip that I was on my way to preside over a murder trial in front of Regina."
"Yeah, thanks for covering it over. At least for now. But I'm going to tell her. Soon. Before I make another slip that can't be covered up so easily. I want to make sure I get the timing right so she'll stay. And after this morning's kiss, I can't help but hope she's leaning in that direction."
"I hope you know what you're doing, my friend. And just to remind you, that murder trial is right here in town. I would assume you're able to keep Regina out of my courtroom. If she learns I'm an actual judge, she'll know immediately that her marriage to you is as legal as it gets."
John's thoughts drifted to Regina's participation in this morning's kiss and how it had surprised the hell out of him. He had imagined many times over the years what it would be like to hold her against his chest, feel her in his arms, and to kiss her with all the passion he held in check. But not even his wildest imaginings could compare to reality. He stiffened just thinking about the desire that coursed between them, how her skin felt beneath his fingers, and then there was that kiss. Could her feelings for him be blossoming into something more? Oh, how he hoped it was true. With all his heart, he dared to hope. A knock at the door scattered his thoughts.
"Come in."
The door opened to reveal his bartender, Charlie Wilson, nervously anticipating this meeting with his boss.
"Oh, I didn't know you had someone in here, Mr. Kingston. I can come back."
"No need, Charlie. I was just leaving." Will turned to him and slapped him on the back.
"Don't take too long to take care of that little matter we talked about, John. I'd hate to see the consequences if things don't go according to plan."
Will nodded to Charlie on his way out, leaving John in a whirling dervish of mixed emotions. He would have to deal with those later. Right now, he had business to take care of. "Charlie, come in and sit down. It seems we have a serious matter to discuss." John shook the man's hand. "Would you like something to drink? I know it's a little early, but considering the nature of our business, I think the hour can be overlooked." The man shook his head.
"No, sir, Mr. Kingston, but thank you just the same."
"Well, let's get to it then. Tell me what has happened between you and Mary and what you and she intend to do about it." John returned to his chair behind his desk and waited for Charlie to begin.
"Mr. Kingston, I know what we did is against your rules. It's just that things kind of got out of control a time or two."
John thought about this morning's kiss with Regina. He could easily understand how things can get out of hand. But adults have a responsibility to the children they create. His life was a shining example of irresponsible parents. "I see. And are you saying you're not in love with Mary?"
"No, sir. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying I wasn't planning on getting married right now. I got room and board down at the boarding house, but there's no room for a wife and kid. I got a little money saved up, but it ain't near enough to buy a house or nothing. This thing with Mary, it all just happened, unexpected like, and it's just more than I can adjust to right now."
John could tell the man was truly distraught, and he felt sorry for him. "Charlie, you had to know that when you and Mary crossed the line, there might be consequences for the two of you. This thing you're talking about, it's a baby. You do know how babies are conceived, right?"
"Yes, sir, I know. Mary and I just needed someone to turn to when the days got too hard. And, like I said, things kind of got out of hand."
John grimaced. "Yeah, I heard. A time or two, you said."
"Yes, sir."
Charlie nodded. His face showed his resignation as he too knew the rules of employment. "What will you do without this job, Charlie? You know I've already had to dismiss Mary," John reminded his bartender.
"Yes, sir, I know. She came to me crying, and I didn't know what to say to her. I didn't have any money to give her to live on, She said you gave her some money and promised to give her some fine references. I guess I'm hoping you'll do the same for me, but I ain't really got no expectations about it. You don't owe me nothing, Mr. Kingston."
John could see the tears of desperation forming in the man's eyes. What would become of him and Mary? And what about the poor innocent child caught in the middle of this mess? "Charlie, I have a question for you. Do you have any feelings at all for Mary?" The man didn't hesitate.
"Yes, sir. I care a lot for Mary."
"And could those feelings blossom into love over time?" John asked.
"I suppose they could. I ain't never been in love before, Mr. Kingston, but I'd say my feelings for Mary could have been headed that way if we'd had more time. Before the baby news came along, that is."
John understood about needing time for love to bloom.
"Truth be told, sir, I ain't had much experience with giving or getting love. My ma died when I was young, and my pa worked himself into an early grave, so love ain't something I'm comfortable with. But I do care for Mary. A lot."
"Can you see yourself living with Mary and that baby of yours?" John asked.
"Well, sure, Mr. Kingston. I mean, I can see it, but I can't see how to make it happen. Since I probably don't have a job no more, and neither does Mary, and when the baby comes, it's going to need some place to stay besides a room at—"
The man's words trailed off. "Besides a room at the boarding house?" John offered.
"Yes, sir."
"What if there were some changes in your life that could help? Would you be open to them?" John wanted to help that little baby grow up somewhere besides the streets of Durango like he'd had to.
"Like what kind of changes? Don't see nothing swooping down out of the sky and landing on my shoulder any time soon, sir."
Charlie tempered his sarcasm with a word of respect. John liked that about Charlie. He was a good man. He just needed a leg up. Everyone did at some point in their life. "Well, I've got a couple of ideas. That is, if you trust my judgment. Do you trust me, Charlie?"
"Yes, sir, Mr. Kingston. I trust you more than most,"
the man assured him. "Good. I'm going to let you finish out this week at your regular shift. Then I'm going to have a job for you and Mary, but it's going to be a few weeks before I can set my idea into motion. The money I gave Mary should be enough to see the both of you through until then."
A job? For me? And one for Mary, too?"
Charlie stuttered. "Yes. Come to my office after the town hall meeting tomorrow night. I hope to have some news for you and Mary by then. In the meantime, try not to worry."
"Yes, sir, Mr. Kingston, and thank you for being so kind. A right gentleman you are."
John stood and clapped the man on the shoulder. "Now, you get back to work." Charlie let himself out and left John alone with his thoughts. He wanted to help Charlie and Mary. They were good, hard-working, honest people, and they deserved a bit of help. But mostly, John wanted to help that little baby they were bringing into this world. He, or she, deserved better than a worn-out single mother and growing up in the gutter without a father. What these people needed was something that benefited the working man and woman directly. Something that could help families with small children still make a decent living. They needed someone to care for their children when they couldn't, and he was going to make that happen. He and Regina. Thoughts of Regina pulled him back to this morning's kiss. Something had changed. Something had tipped the scales in his favor. And this evening, when he had Regina all to himself, he planned to tell her the truth about their marriage. He worked on his ledger until he heard the chatter of women down the hall. The Ladies' Club of Durango was meeting today, and he knew Regina was hoping to get the ladies to champion his plans for his care house. He sat back in his chair and picked out conversations among the group. He knew he was eavesdropping, but they were in a public place. He doubted anything they said would be more personal than who wore what to the debutantes' ball this past Saturday. He heard a female voice speaking to the group. The din of other voices quieted to hear what was said.
"Did you hear about Meg and Martin? And about Kelly? Where do you think she went?"
the young woman asked. Another voice answered.
I heard Meg was caught in a compromising position with Martin Scott, and Kelly simply disappeared.
Another of the young women spoke up.
Well, why would Meg do such a thing? She just got tired of her parents making plans for her. That's what I think. Don't you agree, Regina?
He heard Regina's voice drop, and he leaned forward in his chair to better hear his wife's answer.
I think we are all sick of our parents running our lives. I wish we could be independent, like the March sisters in Little Women, or even like the book's author, Louisa May Alcott. Wouldn't that be a magical existence? To have the freedom to be independent and adventurous.
Another female in the little group spoke up.
You know that'll never happen. We leave our parents' home where they are in charge of our lives and move into our husband's home where he takes over control. It's a man's world, and the best we can hope for is to find a kind, generous husband who isn't too overbearing.
John heard Regina's voice loud and clear when she spoke again.
I have a plan that's going to allow me the freedom I seek. What is it, Regina?
One of the young women asked.
Oh, just something I've set in motion, she replied vaguely. But when it's time, I shall follow my own destiny without interference from anyone. I'll finally have the freedom I've dreamed about since I was a little girl.
But we heard you got married to John Kingston.
That's what he told everyone in the hotel lobby last night when your father came looking for you. Yes, that's true. John and I did get married, and my father is not happy about it in the least. You are so lucky, Regina. John Kingston is so handsome. And he's rich, another voice piped in. Yes, John is very handsome indeed, and he's quite wealthy too. But more important than that, he's kind and he cares about people. Why, most men would never even consider allowing their wives to partner with them in business. But John... Oh, now you're just teasing us. There's not a man on this earth who would let his wife have a say in business matters.
Several of the ladies giggled. Regina's voice responded, and he could tell she was angry.
You can't say that, Vivian, because it's true. John asked me just this morning to help him with a business venture he's starting, and he asked my opinion. No one else in my life has ever asked my opinion.
The woman she had called Vivian spoke up.
If he did, Regina, then he's up to something. Men never do anything without an ulterior motive. He wants something from you. If you're smart, you'll cash in. The only way to independence is to have your own cash hidden, so when he decides to cut off your allowance, you can still buy your own dresses without having to go to him. Ladies, don't stand outside in the hallway chattering. The Ladies' Club of Durango has work to do today.
Another female voice interrupted the conversation before Regina could respond, leaving him in stunned silence. Regina's words put a damper on his optimism. She had told the ladies she had a plan for her independence. Despite their kiss this morning, Regina still had plans to leave. It was looking less likely by the moment he would be able to convince her to stay, and time was running out. Chapter 11. It was early afternoon by the time Regina left the meeting room with a smile on her face and headed through the hotel lobby to her new home on the 3rd floor. It was just as she suspected. Her friends had nearly swooned when she told them that she had married the wickedly handsome John Kingston.
Why on earth didn't you tell us you and Mr. Kingston were in love, Regina? I can't believe you kept this secret from your best friends.
They all lamented. She had nearly spoiled everything by thoughtlessly spouting out her plans to fool her father and live the independent life they all craved. Luckily, her friends didn't press the issue for long. She wasn't certain she could keep up the charade if she had to continue lying to their faces. Pushing thoughts of her friends away, she went over the list she and Sarah made during their meeting. When they were finished, Regina realized she had a great many things to do before the town hall meeting tomorrow night. Her stomach somersaulted at the thought of attending the town hall meeting. She would be forced to face her father again, along with the rest of her friends who had not been at the club meeting today, and they were going to have questions about her sudden marriage to John Kingston.
A flush of heat poured through her body when she thought about John as her husband. She smiled to herself because she knew her friends were green with envy. They all gushed over John every time he was in the same room. It was a very unseemly way for a young lady to behave, and yet it was all the young ladies seemed to talk about when prying mothers weren't nearby. So many times over the years, they had begged Regina to arrange a meeting with John because they knew of their friendship. She was embarrassed to say even the mother of one of her friends had pushed to meet him. When she had half-heartedly mentioned it to him once or twice over the years, John had joked that his heart belonged to her, and he was too much of a gentleman to lead anyone else on. Regina grinned at the memory. She knew John was only teasing her because he had never crossed the line of friendship. Well, not before they pretended to marry, that is. And ever since their last kiss, the thought did occasionally cross her mind every now and again. She made her way through the crowded lobby and up the grand staircase to her new home on the 3rd floor. It felt nice to go home, be home, and not have a knot of anxiety in the pit of her stomach by the time she reached the front door. It was nice not to be on edge all the time waiting for her father to make demands of her. She could get used to this. Regina let herself in and relished the cozy quiet of John's suite of rooms and hung her cloak and scarf on the hall tree next to the front door. "Did you have a nice visit?" Regina whirled and saw John sitting in his chair by the large marble fireplace, sipping scotch and reading what looked to be the latest edition of the Durango Herald. "I did." Regina's heart hiccuped when her eyes met John's. The first thing that popped into her mind was their kiss. She wondered if he was thinking about it too. She blushed and hoped he couldn't read her thoughts. He laid his newspaper down and stood to place another log on the fire burning in the grate. John turned to her and gestured towards the other chair. "Please, come tell me all about it. I'm anxious to hear how you and the Ladies' Club think we should proceed with the care house for young children." Regina had never before heard those words directed at her. No one ever cared what she thought. Certainly not her father. And her mother never ventured past fashion. She said that discussing money or business was for common women. Well, if this was what it felt like to be common, Regina decided she liked it. She liked it very much. And her friend, Vivian, didn't have a clue what she was talking about. Not a clue. "Of course," she responded, hoping her breathless words didn't expose her jumbled emotions. She thought before she married John she had discovered a clear path of independence and happiness. Now, she wasn't so sure she wanted that path, because it would lead her away from John. She dropped her reticule on the hall tree bench by the door and walked across the room to take the chair John offered. He stood waiting for her, and she wondered if he was going to try to kiss her again. But when he returned to his own chair after she was seated, she felt a twinge of disappointment. When she settled, John offered to make her a drink. "I can send for something other than wine if you prefer." "No, wine sounds perfectly delicious." Regina felt relaxed here in this lovely room, sitting by the fire next to John. She again had the feeling of being home. John poured her a half measure of the ruby-colored wine and handed her the stemmed crystal glass. Their fingers touched briefly before he pulled his away and settled back in his chair. "Now, tell me about your day and what you learned." Regina was suddenly very nervous, which she found odd. There was no one she felt more comfortable around than John. Until now. Something had changed between them this morning. That kiss had sparked a smoldering ember of desire inside Regina, and she wasn't yet certain what to do about it. After all, John had made it clear more than once he wanted nothing from her besides friendship. Thoughts of John's comment about sharing his bed resurfaced. And again, she wondered if he had someone special waiting in the wings for her departure. She wished she had the courage to ask him. And if he were to admit he did, what then? "Regina?" His deep voice pulled her from her unpleasant thoughts. She took a sip of wine for courage and studied her glass while she talked. Well, Sarah and I talked about what all would be required to make your project a reality. First, we'll need to find a place to house children while their parents work. Next, we'll need to hire staff. A cook, possibly two. And we would need several caretakers to watch over the different age groups. Babies, toddlers, and those almost old enough to go to school but not quite ready, as well as housekeepers to keep the place tidy.
Regina paused and glanced at John. His close scrutiny made her even more nervous. Did he think her observations silly? She took another sip of wine and continued.
We also talked about salaries for the employees. Sarah and I, that is, we weren't certain what your budget was for this project, so we weren't certain how far ahead to plan without discussing that first.
John smiled at her, and all she could think about were his kissable, full lips. Her stomach somersaulted underneath her corset. Yes, something had definitely changed for her this morning after that toe-curling kiss they shared. But what about John? Could his feelings have changed too? The budget is whatever it takes, Regina. I trust you. John's words pulled her back to the present. Her eyes drifted to his dark curls. She wondered if they were as soft as his beard. Regina? John's voice again pulled her attention back to the matter at hand. You seem a bit distracted this evening. Anything you wish to talk about? You know you can tell me anything. His concerned look touched her. No one had ever valued her as something more than a bargaining tool, except John. No one had ever listened to what she thought, except John. And no one had ever made her trust their word without question, except John. Regina wondered what John would do if she told him what she was really thinking. Would he think she had lost her mind? Would he think her serious, or would he laugh at her as he had all the other young, beautiful, matrimonially minded pursuers? No, he wouldn't laugh. He was too kind for that. What would he do? There was no time like the present to find out. John had waited all afternoon, hoping to talk to Regina about the kiss they shared, and perhaps bring up the conversation he had overheard without letting Regina know he had been eavesdropping. But when she finally walked through the door, he wasn't certain he wanted to know the answer. He watched his beautiful wife enter his home and wondered what it would be like if this was an everyday occurrence. How happy he would be to share his life with this incredible woman. He wanted to meet her at the door and pull her into his arms and kiss her senseless, but he held himself in check. He needed more time for their relationship to blossom into something more, especially after hearing Regina's response to her friend this morning. If she was still talking about independence and freedom, then she was still planning to leave at the first opportunity. But if he could nurture the passion she displayed during this morning's kiss, perhaps there was still a chance for them yet. After 30 minutes of listening to Regina lay out the details of what she and her friend had decided needed to be done, John had to admit he was rather impressed by her practicality and sense of business. Regina, I'm amazed at how much you were able to accomplish in just one afternoon. I would think at this rate, we'll have a fully vetted proposal for the town hall meeting. You, my dear, have a brilliant mind for business. Regina rose from her chair, empty wine glass in hand, and walked to the liquor buffet. Her steps stuttered just a bit, and John wondered if she had eaten recently. Regina, would you like me to order some supper? I heard the cook has prepared a scrumptious bolognese for the hotel's dining room guests this evening. Perhaps I'm hungry for something else, she replied. If you don't want the beef dish, then how about some roast chicken? The aroma coming from the kitchen earlier made my mouth water, he offered. She shook her head no. It was unlike Regina to be so peckish. Perhaps she wasn't feeling well? You tell me what you desire, and I'll see to it that you get it. Anything at all. Anything at all? Regina set her wine glass down and walked toward him. The look in her eyes punched him in the gut. It seemed they were no longer talking about food. Regina walked up to him. Instinctively, he held out his arms and she walked right into them. "Regina?" It was the only word he could manage before she stood on tiptoe and pressed her lips against his. For a moment, he stood frozen in place, afraid to move for fear of breaking the spell. Regina pressed her body against his, and he knew he wanted whatever she was willing to give. He pulled her even closer and held her tight. Then he did what he had been dying to do since early this morning. He kissed her back. The kiss was soft and tender, making everything below his belt buckle stand up and pay attention. He pushed his rising passion against Regina. He wanted her to know this could lead to something. She didn't back away. Instead, she pushed her body even closer as if she wanted to be inside his shirt with him, skin to skin. He could think of nothing he wanted more. "Regina," he whispered against her mouth. If he was dreaming, he never wanted to wake up. "John, perhaps we should take this matter to our bedroom." Regina's soft words whispered against his lips and pushed his passion up another notch. He knew she was right. A member of his staff could come in at any moment. "I think that's a wonderful idea," he whispered back, still afraid to break the spell between them. Regina stepped out of his arms and held his hand, leading him down the hall to her bed. Their bed. The late afternoon shadows of fall cast an amber glow inside the bedroom. He closed the door behind them and allowed her to decide how fast they moved. "Please allow me a moment to prepare for bed," Regina whispered in the semi-darkness of the curtained room. "Regina, are you certain about this?" She leaned up and kissed him again. He tried to pull her close, but she stepped back just out of his reach. "I'll be right back." She offered a coquettish smile and disappeared into the adjoining bathroom, closing the door behind her. John was stunned at the turn of events. He had wanted this moment for most of his life. Regina was coming to his bed of her own accord, and he needed to make this special for her. He pulled at his starched white shirt, nearly ripping all the buttons off the front. No matter, he would just buy another one. Right now, he had more pressing matters to worry about than flying buttons, and that pressing matter was threatening to compromise his trousers' closure. Candles. He searched for a match and soon had the darkened room bathed in the warm glow of candlelight. Perfect. The click of the bathroom doorknob announced the return of his beautiful Regina. Anticipation nearly sent his restraint packing. He took a deep breath to calm his passion. He had to make this special for Regina, something she would remember for the rest of their lives. John watched Regina step into the glow of the candle-lit room. She was a vision in her flowing white diaphanous gown. His eyes had no problem tracing the outline of her slender body through yards and yards of the gauzy fabric. She was stunning, and she was his. The thought pulled at his conscience. If he and Regina consummated their marriage, then she would be tied to him forever. His guilt cooled his passion. He needed to tell her that their marriage was real and binding. There would be no annulment if he bedded his beautiful bride. She stepped into his arms and kissed him. John dipped his head to give her full access to his mouth. He wanted her desperately. But more than that, he wanted her forever. Regina needed to know the truth because this was her decision too. She needed to fully understand the consequences of their actions. If she didn't, he would never know if she stayed with him because she chose to, or because the legal bindings of their marriage forced her to. John felt every soft curve she pressed against him. Her mouth, soft and sweet against his lips, made rational thought almost impossible. Almost. He took a step back and held her away from him. Her confusion was evident in her beautiful dark eyes. He prayed she would understand how much he loved her when she learned the truth about their marriage. "Regina, there's something you need to know before we go any—" A frantic knock at the door stopped him short. "Mr. Kingston, there's a fire in the kitchen, and it's a bad one." Chapter 12. Regina woke the next morning to find herself alone in bed. Disappointment colored the bright sunshine peering through the window curtains. Last night had not gone at all as she had planned. Everything was wonderful until that knock on the door notifying John there was a fire in the kitchen. He'd rushed downstairs and didn't return. At least, not that she was aware of. After John assured her he would send word if there was anything to worry about, she settled in bed to await his return. But soon, the combination of too little food and too much wine lulled her into a deep sleep. She just wished the fire's timing had been 5 minutes later, because she was certain John was going to tell her that he loved her before they had been so rudely interrupted. She smiled to herself as she remembered the scene when she'd returned from preparing for bed. John had lit every candle, and the room was ablaze in the soft glow of the candlelight. The room held a romantic feel that only intensified when he kissed her. And, oh my, how he had kissed her! She could still feel the sizzle of his lips against hers, the tickle of his soft beard and mustache scraping against her skin. A white-hot bolt of heat seared her core. She knew her feelings for John were more than that of friendship, and if that kiss was any indication, John felt the same way. So, what should she do? She rose and padded across the plush carpet. The sun was high in the sky, and the streets below teemed with activity. She wondered at the unusual activity, and then she remembered. Durango's town hall meeting was tonight. Mr. Scott would announce John as his new overseer, and she would stand beside him as his wife. She almost wished they weren't pretending to be married. A knock at the door scattered her thoughts. "Come in." She turned to see Mary entering the room with a tray laden with breakfast. "Mary, are you working here again? I'm so happy to see you." Regina rushed to Mary's side, and as soon as the young woman set the tray on the table, Regina pulled her into a heartfelt embrace. "Oh, it's so good to see you working again. What happened? When did John let you come back?" Regina bombarded the woman with her questions. "Yes, he allowed Charlie to stay through the end of this week. He said he felt it only fair that I should be allowed to do the same," Mary explained. "Oh, that is such good news." Regina was genuinely happy for the young mother-to-be. "And there's more." Mary rushed to close the bedroom door and then returned to pour Regina's coffee into the gold-rimmed porcelain cup. "Mr. Kingston has arranged for Charlie and me to get married." The woman gushed. "Married? Oh, that is exciting. I'm so happy for you, Mary. Now you and your baby will be cared for." Regina couldn't be happier for the sweet young woman. If not for the circumstances of their birth, Regina could be in this woman's shoes, especially after knowing how it felt to want someone you loved so much. Loved? Stunned, Regina sat stock still, wondering when her feelings for John had changed so drastically. She knew they were feeling more than friendship for each other, but she hadn't considered love. "You can't tell anyone, not just yet," Regina heard Mary say. Regina sipped the hot coffee to give herself time to refocus her thoughts before she spoke. "Can't tell who about what?" Mary grinned from ear to ear. "Mr. Kingston has arranged for me and Charlie to get married tonight after the town meeting. Mr. Kingston thought if no one knew when the wedding was, then I wouldn't have to worry about people counting back the months to when my baby's born." Regina wasn't surprised at John's gesture of kindness. Not at all. She knew him to be a caring and generous man. She was surprised he hadn't mentioned any of this to her, but then again, he had been called away unexpectedly last night when the fire broke out in the kitchen. "Well, I hope I'm invited to the wedding," she teased Mary. "Of course you're invited. I'm certain Mr. Kingston was going to tell you, but I think the fire in the kitchen worried everyone."
"I'm so happy for you, Mary," Regina said. "See, I told you Mr. Kingston would be your champion. Now didn't I?" "And there's more. He said he has a new idea and he wants to hire me and Charlie as a married couple to work in this new business called a care house for young children or some such. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Charlie and I can work together and live together and raise our baby together. I just can't believe my good fortune."
Regina was pleased to see Mary so happy, and to know that John was responsible for all of it made her even happier.
"Please say you'll join us. It wouldn't be the same without you there, Regina,"
Mary begged.
"Of course I'll come. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Now, you have a lot to do before the big event. I can take care of my own dishes."
Regina stood and ushered Mary to the door.
"You go on. I'll see you at your wedding this evening."
Mary curtsied and then hugged Regina.
"I'm sorry to be so forward, ma'am. I don't know what came over me."
Regina hugged the excited young woman back.
"Don't you dare apologize for being happy, Mary." "Thank you."
Mary gushed before leaving Regina alone to think. She was so grateful to John for helping Mary and Charlie give their child a secure life, filled with happiness, and knowing they will be helping to bring John's plans for his care house for working people to fruition did her heart good. She smiled to herself as she cleared away the dishes. She was a bit surprised John hadn't told her about Mary and Charlie's wedding. He was a busy man, and he had a lot going on. She was certain it was an oversight on his part, because he had to know how happy Regina would be, how everything was turning out, and the part he played in making the couple's dreams come true. And after the wedding, she and John could get back to where they had left off last night before the untimely interruption. And if his kisses were any indication, she definitely hoped they could pick up exactly where they left off. Regina hurried to her dressing room to prepare for the big event. She had to get her hair done, and she needed to go by her parents' house to get some of the things she had left behind. She hoped there wouldn't be a confrontation when she got there. She didn't know when John would return, so she penned a note and left it standing against his pillow on the bed.
"John, I'm looking forward to playing my part as your wife this evening at the town meeting when your new position is announced. I have a great many things to do today, so I will see you tonight. Your wife, Regina."
John had hoped to return to Regina as soon as he was satisfied the fire was out, but he ended up working through most of the night helping to clean up. Then he helped set the kitchen to rights so his hotel guests would have a suitable breakfast. When he finally returned to his suite mid-morning, Regina was gone, and in her place was a note with a curious message. He knew what she meant when she said she would play the part of his wife at tonight's town meeting, but she signed it, "Your wife, Regina," not just plain Regina. Was she trying to tell him something? Was she telling him of her true feelings? He couldn't help but wonder what might have happened between them last night if he hadn't been called away. He'd been thinking about it all night and half the morning. He needed a bath. He smelled of burnt grease and charred wood. The fire wasn't as bad as he first thought when he walked into chaos last night. He was glad someone on staff had the foresight to call for the fire wagon when they did. Otherwise, it could have been a lot worse. John shucked his dirty white shirt and rang the bell for Harvey. A few minutes later, Harvey appeared in the doorway. "Yes, Mr. Kingston?" his manservant asked from the doorway. "I could use a hot bath, Harvey, as soon as it can be prepared." John raked his dirty hands through his dirty hair. "I'll have the staff draw your bath immediately." The stoic man turned to go, but John stopped him. "Harvey, will you see to it that my new suit arrives from the tailor before my meeting tonight? I want to look my best." "The suit arrived 30 minutes ago, sir. It is hanging in your armoire." "Thanks, Harvey. I don't know how I would manage without you." Harvey almost smiled and bowed. "Thank you, sir. As always, it is my pleasure." The man turned on his heels and started to leave,
when he stopped and turned back to John. "Mr. Kingston, you are a true gentleman, sir. I've worked for several titled households back in England, and then some of the richest families in America back east. No one, not one of them, can hold a candle to you, sir. Not one." Before John could respond to the unexpected praise from his usually stoic butler, Harvey turned and left, leaving John to consider the man's words. It was the nicest compliment he had ever been given. He appreciated Harvey's sentiments, but the word gentleman stuck in his gut. He prided himself on the pristine condition of his integrity. When he gave his word, he kept it. But this lie between him and Regina could destroy everything he had ever wanted. And everything he had ever wanted was there at his fingertips, waiting for him to grab it. He needed to fix this, and he needed to fix it today. He was both anxious and excited about the meeting. He wasn't looking forward to another public altercation with Regina's father, but he could handle it. It wasn't his fault the pompous ass was a sore loser. He just hoped the man didn't make a scene and embarrass Regina any further. But knowing her father, it was almost certain he would. Soon, John's bath water was ready, and he wasted no time jumping in. He soaked chin deep in the luxurious suds and tried to relax. He had his speech ready. He had Ben's approval and support. This appointment could be the beginning of things he had never even dreamed he could achieve, and he had dreamt a lot. And best of all, Regina would be standing by his side, as his wife. Everything was falling into place just as he had hoped. He just wished he'd had the chance to put things right with Regina. A half hour later, the previously hot water was now tepid, so John decided it was time to get moving. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and he had much to do before he left for the town meeting. He sent a note to Will, asking him to meet him at his office this afternoon. He wanted to have the marriage certificate for Charlie and Mary prepared ahead of time, because after the town meeting, he wanted them married. The sooner the better for their baby's sake. No need to give the town gossip surrounding the timing of the birth. He also needed to tell Regina the whole truth before she showed up at the wedding and learned that Will was a federal judge with all the powers to wed someone. Legally. That was the part he dreaded most. He spent the next 3 hours in his office going over his accounts for the week. Business was good. He hoped it continued so he could get his first care house up and running as soon as possible. He wanted to use it as an example of how progressive Colorado could be for working families with small children, and he could kill 2 birds with Charlie and Mary working at the home. It was the perfect solution. Mary could cook and wash, Charlie could manage the repairs and supervision of the general household. A much better solution than turning them all out on the street to figure it out on their own. A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Will stuck his head inside the office door. "Hey, John, you wanted to see me?" "Yes, Will. Please come in. I wanted to speak with you about marrying 2 of my employees. It seems they're ready to start a family and are in need of a marriage certificate." Will stepped in his office and left the door open to the deserted hallway. He took his usual seat in front of John's desk. "I'd be happy to perform their marriage." His friend crossed his ankle over his knee and got comfortable. John offered him a drink. "No, I think I'll wait and celebrate after the meeting tonight." John took his seat behind his desk and studied his friend. "How'd your murder trial go today?" "Well, as well as can be expected. We should reconvene tomorrow and have a verdict." "Dang, isn't that kind of quick?" "Not if the accused was caught sitting on his victim, pulling his knife out of the man's chest." Will grinned. John couldn't imagine what all his friend had witnessed or the hard decisions he made over the last few years. "I'm glad to see you taking it all in stride." "And I'm glad to see your marriage to Regina is going well. That is, if the kiss I witnessed is any indication." "Yes, it's going quite well," John said, thinking of all they had shared the night before. "But you haven't yet told her the truth, have you?" Will's knowing look said he already knew the answer to the question before he spoke. "No, I was planning on telling her last night, but—" "You are pressing your luck, my friend," Will interrupted. The longer you wait to tell Regina your marriage is real and not a fake as she believes, the greater the likelihood she won't forgive your deception. Look at the deceit she has had to endure at the hands of her father. You must tell her the truth if you ever want her to trust you again." "I know, Will. If you would let me finish. I was planning on telling her last night, but the kitchen caught fire, and I spent the entire night dealing with that disaster. I intend on telling her after the town meeting tonight." "Oh, I'm sorry I jumped to the wrong conclusion. As a judge, I should know better than that." Will grinned. "So tell me how you—" A creak of a floorboard outside in the hallway pulled Will up short. He gave John a worried look. John rose from his chair. "Who's there?" he called out. When no one answered, Will got up from his seat and rushed to the door. He jerked it open and scanned the hallway. Empty. Just an old building groaning, I suppose. But a prickly feeling crawled up the back of his neck, warning him something was amiss. Will nodded in agreement. "Well, I need to get going and get that marriage certificate prepared. I'll see you at the meeting, and I'll meet you back here afterwards," he said and disappeared down the hall. "Yep, see you at the meeting," John answered absent-mindedly. Why was he so skittish? Because he knew the consequences if Regina learned the truth before he had a chance to come clean. The clock chimed the time. It was time to leave for the meeting. Regina was to meet him there, and he prayed Regina's father wasn't planning to ambush her at the meeting tonight. But he doubted the man would miss an opportunity to be seen or heard. John left 30 minutes before the meeting was to start and walked the 3 blocks to the town hall. There was already quite the crowd milling around outside. A man who looked familiar, but John couldn't place him at the moment, called out to him. "Good evening, Mr. Kingston. Folks are talking around town about Mr. Scott picking you for his overseer. Hope that's true. Folks know you're an honest man." John smiled and nodded his thanks. He made his way through the crowded hallway and into the auditorium. Seats were filling up quickly. He scanned the room for Regina. He didn't see her, but he did see her parents. Thank goodness they hadn't seen him yet. He turned in the other direction and made his way down the outside aisle, stopping to shake hands with the people along the way. He caught the eye of Ben, who was standing on the raised stage by the podium. He motioned for John to join him. The second John stepped up the side steps and rose above the crowd, Regina's father spotted him and made a beeline in his direction. "Hello, John. I hope you're prepared for this evening's announcement. Everything we discussed taken care of?" The shrewd businessman studied John and was about to say something when Regina's father pushed his way into the conversation. "Well, look what we have here. A sow's ear trying to pretend he's a silk purse." Henry Beckett's voice sounded whiny and nasally. John's irritation rose a notch, but he ignored the man's comment. Instead, he greeted him the one way he knew would irritate the man the most. "Hello, Henry." Mr. Scott nodded to Regina's father. "Hello, Mr. Beckett. Are you here for my announcement as to my choice of overseer?" Henry turned toward the man and smirked. "I am. I wanted to make certain you had other viable choices to keep this con artist from pulling the wool over your eyes, Mr. Scott." "Are you saying Mr. Kingston here cannot be trusted? Why, I hear he is very well liked in this community, and I've heard tell he's quite the shrewd businessman." Henry's upper lip curled up in contempt. "As I said, he's a con artist, a trait he learned from that degenerate father of his." John knew what Ben was doing, and he wished he would stop. The man was deliberately baiting Henry into an angry outburst, and he was using John as bait. John also noticed a small number of people openly listening to the exchange, and as much as he disliked Regina's father, he would prefer not to be the other half of a public spectacle. But Benjamin Scott was the kind of man who saw a weakness and went for it. Add in his intense dislike of Henry Beckett, and there would be no stopping him. "I'm curious, Beckett. Why do you keep saying John here is a con artist? We all know his father was, but John has proven himself to be an upstanding businessman in these parts. Has he done something to you? Is that why you're so bitter towards him?"
John leaned in.
"Ben, people are starting to take notice." "I understand, John, but I would like Henry here to state his reasons openly for casting aspersions on your character. After all, we don't want the citizens of Durango, or my investors here this evening, to think that you are not the best candidate for the position."
John didn't like where this was going. Not that he wasn't confident that he was the best candidate, but Regina's father had a way of twisting the truth to suit his own purpose.
Ben Scott turned back to Regina's father and pushed. "Henry, if there's something you would like to say, I suggest you say it. Otherwise, sit down."
"Yes, I have something to say. I call this degenerate a con artist because he conned my daughter. He lied to her and tricked her into marrying him." John looked around and saw every eye on their little trio. His stomach lurched. Ben's lip parted in a smile of sorts, but John could see there was no humor in it.
"I hear your daughter is lovely, Henry, but to call John here a con artist because your daughter married him might be construed as slander. I'd watch myself if I were you, Beckett. Do you have any proof he conned your daughter? Without hard evidence, all you have are unfounded accusations."
The savvy businessman pushed, sensing Henry's weakness. Henry's rage was apparent, and several people standing close by took a step back. "I can say with certainty that John Kingston is the son of a con artist who died in a drunken stupor. And I can also say with equal certainty that the fruit never falls far from the tree. Read into it what you will. I also heard it with my own ears, just this afternoon. This reprobate and his friend, Judge William Baker, talking about how they tricked my daughter into a real marriage," Henry declared. John's heart pounded beneath his ribs. So that was who was outside his door when he and Will were talking. Damn it. Ben laughed at the man's pompous declaration.
"So are you trying to convince this gathering that John Kingston tricked your daughter into a legally binding marriage?"
Ben turned to the crowd.
"Wouldn't it be more believable that he tricked her into a fake marriage? I mean, really, Henry, John Kingston is quite a wealthy man. If he were a scoundrel, wouldn't he take your daughter's innocence and then cast her aside under a pretend marriage? If what you are saying is true, he's stuck with her as his legally wedded wife. What would be his motive, Henry? Tell us your theories."
The room was so quiet you could hear the collective breath waiting for Henry's answer. When the man was obviously stumped for an answer, another voice spoke.
"Father, I think you have said enough. As always, your misjudgment of people does you a disservice."
John turned to see his wife climbing the stairs to the stage. She crossed it and came to stand beside him. She slipped her hand into his and stood close as a sign of solidarity. She turned toward the crowd, every eye on the scene unfolding in front of them.
"I want everyone here to know that John Kingston is a good and honorable man. He did not con me into marrying him. I asked him to marry me, and he was gentleman enough to agree."
A collective gasp sucked the air out of the room, leaving John's stunned breath hanging in midair. Dread filled his chest as this evening's event grew worse and worse by the minute. Chapter 13. Regina had arrived at the meeting knowing there might be a confrontation with her parents, most likely her father. She had no idea it would be in front of the entire town. When she stepped inside the room, it was painfully obvious her father was berating John in front of the town, and she was not going to let that happen, especially since it was obvious her husband was taking the high road and not defending himself. Besides, he had nothing to apologize for. She began pushing her way through the crowd, but as soon as people recognized her, they moved to either side. She felt much like Moses must have when he parted the waters of the Red Sea. Regina wasn't comfortable with all the attention, but she couldn't allow John to weather this storm alone. After all, he was being persecuted by her father because of his friendship with her. She nodded to first one person and then another until she reached the steps of the stage. A gentleman standing close took her hand and helped her up the steep stairs. Her nervousness made her stomach churn, but she swallowed a couple of times to keep her stomach steady. Quick steps brought her to John's side, and without thinking, she pulled his hand into hers. Then she turned to face her father's anger. Her words were out before she knew it, and by the collective gasp of the crowd, she knew her life would never be the same after tonight. Her father's hands were clenched at his side. Regina recognized the rage that mottled his face and braced for his toxic words, which were sure to follow. "Regina, you don't know what you're talking about because you don't know the whole story. You're too naive to know he's playing you. You may think this was your idea, but I can spot a rotten apple when I see—" "Stop it, Father. You're embarrassing us all in front of our friends and neighbors." Regina turned toward the crowd to speak so everyone could hear what she had to say. She didn't need to ask for quiet. You could hear a pin drop in the quietness of the room. "I'm not the naive, brainless fool my father makes me out to be. I know John Kingston. He and I have been best of friends since we were children, and he came to my rescue one day after school. 2 bullies pushed me down in the dirt, leaving me with a bruised ego and a scraped knee. John ran them off, helped me up, then walked me home. When we arrived, he was berated and called horrible names by my father, and even then, John offered me his friendship." She turned and shot a look of accusation and disdain in her father's direction. Then she turned back to the audience, who hung on her every word. "Ever since that day, I knew I could trust John Kingston. He is a man of honor, despite his father's imperfections. I don't think a child should be held accountable for the sins of their parents. Do you?" A soft murmur rolled through the crowd. She could see heads nodding in agreement. "I certainly hope I'm not held accountable for my father's indiscretions." She cut a sharp look towards her father. "I knew of my father's plans to pawn me off on Mr. Scott's son, Martin. It was to be a business arrangement my father initiated to gain Mr. Scott's support to hire him for the overseer's position. He made me painfully aware of his plans the evening of the debutante's ball, so I took matters into my own hands and circumvented those plans by asking my best friend to marry me." John leaned down and whispered, "Regina, you don't have to do this." She shook her head and kept going. "John graciously agreed to my rather unconventional plan, and we were married this past Sunday. It was a beautiful ceremony with just us 2, 1 witness, and the man who married us." She kept her comments vague. "As John's wife, I'm here to attest to his honesty, his integrity, and to the wonderful ideas he has that he hopes will bring about change for the working people of this town and the entire state. If you have any doubts about John's worth, then doubt no further. You will not find a better man for this job than my husband and best friend, John Kingston." Regina heard the emotion in her voice and realized she meant every word she said. She would defend John with every fiber of her body, against her father, against the whole world if necessary. John crushed her into a hug and held her for several seconds while the thunderous applause filled the room. Then he turned her to face the crowd, and another rumbling applause overwhelmed Regina. Her father wasn't ready to concede. "And would you still attest to his honesty and integrity if you knew that he lied to you about your wedding? That you proposed a temporary marriage of convenience, but he and his friend there, the Honorable William E. Baker, who just happens to be a federal judge and fully capable of legally marrying you to this scheming bastard, had other ideas?" Regina heard her father's words, but it took a moment or two for their meaning to sink deep enough for understanding. Mr. Scott's booming voice interrupted the crowd's appreciation. "Well, there is some truth to Beckett's accusations, but I think John Kingston should be commended for setting his sights on the prize and doing whatever it took to grasp it. When I first spoke to John about giving him my support for the position, I told him the people of Durango, and my investors, would identify with him more if he were a married man. I offered him the job if he would agree to this marriage,
I'm certainly glad to see he took my advice. Don't these two make a lovely couple?"
The man's words punched at Regina's stomach. Confusion made her movements sluggish. "Regina?" John whispered against her ear and took her by the hand and pulled her to the side in order for Ben to take center stage. Regina felt weak in her knees.
"Will everyone please be seated?"
The man's booming voice could be heard over the occupants in the room, pulling their attention to his words.
"I want to thank everyone for coming out to this very important town hall meeting. This will be a critical position for the citizens of Durango and all points surrounding this new hub of commerce."
The man chuckled and turned to point at her and John where they stood.
"You've heard from John's wife, and her glowing adoration for the man is hard to miss. But I would like you to listen a moment to someone else who is also in support of John Kingston as my overseer for this region. Perhaps he's a little less biased than Mr. Kingston's new bride, although these two men have been friends for many years. This man is very well respected, and he has dedicated his entire career to making impartial decisions based strictly on facts. So, without further delay, please allow me to introduce the Honorable William E. Baker, the territorial judge for this part of Colorado."
Regina watched in disbelief as John's friend stepped from somewhere behind her and walked up to the podium to speak. Will was a judge? The same man who performed her make-believe wedding ceremony in a drunken stupor, and the same man who provided her with a marriage certificate. He was a federal judge, a man legally capable of marrying her and John. And that's exactly what he'd done. Her father was right. John had lied to her about their wedding. But why? And how could he do something like this? He was her friend, her best friend, and the one person she thought she could trust without fail. And now she learns that he has been conning her all the while, pretending that he was helping her. She tried to listen as Will's words vouched for his friend's integrity and honesty and character, but her mind circled back on the fact that John Kingston had lied to her. As Regina listened, the truth of her situation became increasingly clear to her. She realized John was still holding her hand. She needed to put some distance between them. She tried to discreetly pull her hand out of his, but he wouldn't let her go. Instead, he leaned in and whispered, "Regina, please let me explain." Regina looked up into those beautiful eyes she had always trusted. "There's only one question I need you to answer. Is our marriage legal?" She whispered back to him behind her gloved hand in order to hide her words from the audience. "It's not that simple," John whispered back. "Yes, it is that simple. You knew I wanted a chance at independence. I was very clear about that when I came to you with my proposition. So please answer my question. Did you conspire with your friend to have our marriage legally binding or not?" Regina shivered as emotions flooded her body. She had thought how wonderful it would be to be married to John, but that was before the possibility he had manipulated her just as her father had tried to do. Only this was worse. Much, much worse. Her father was at least honest about his intentions to use her as his pawn. Oh yes, this was much, much worse. Her world, the world she thought she was finally safe in, had just been shattered into a million painful shards of betrayal. "Regina, She heard the regret in his voice. Her heart broke. So it was true. For once, her father was right. John had used her to best her father in getting the position they both wanted. John had used her. She refused to look at him, knowing she wouldn't be able to hide her devastation or her tears from the crowd in front of them. He squeezed her hand and held on tight. People were watching, so she pasted on a bright smile, even though there was no joy or happiness behind it. Standing on this stage in front of the whole town wasn't the place to have the conversation she and John needed to have. She kept a smile on her face and her eyes on the crowd in front of her. They were all listening to the man speaking. The man who had apparently legally married her to the man she'd always thought was her most trusted ally and friend. John's friend wrapped up his endorsement of John and turned to where Mr. Scott stood on the stage. "And now, I'd like to reintroduce the man who is going to put Durango, Colorado on the map as a huge tourist mecca and a prosperous town for us all. I welcome again the well-known and well-respected railroad and shipping tycoon who has graciously picked our town to invest in his next financial venture, Mr. Benjamin Scott." Regina not only heard the thunderous applause that signaled the end of Will's speech, but she felt it underfoot through the stage's wooden floorboards. Will turned from the podium and sent her an apologetic look. Then his gaze shifted to John. Her mind and body were numb, barely understanding everything that was going on around her. She saw Will come toward them from the podium and Mr. Scott take his place in the middle of the stage. "And now, for the announcement you've all been waiting for, let me introduce Durango's own son, local businessman, well-respected entrepreneur, and my next financial overseer, Mr. John Kingston. I suspect there will be great things to come with this young man in charge." John's grasp on her hand was firm. He tried to pull her along with him to the podium to deliver his acceptance speech, but she refused. "No, you need to go alone," she whispered through clenched teeth. Her fake smile still pasted on her face, she forcefully pulled her hand out of his. There was nothing he could do to make her go without causing a scene. She watched his eyes send her a silent message, but she didn't want to hear it, so she shifted her gaze to the man at the podium and then back to him. "Your new boss awaits, Mr. Kingston." She saw the resignation in his eyes as he offered her a slight nod before making his way across the stage to join Mr. Scott. The man clapped John on the back and pushed him forward to the podium. "John, the citizens of Durango are waiting to hear what you have to say." The crowd cheered, and John turned to acknowledge the crowd's acceptance of him. She cut an angry look to Will. He shrugged and mouthed sorry, as if that were explanation enough. It wasn't. It was time for her to go. Her face felt as if it had turned to stone, holding her smile in place as she nodded to everyone she passed on her way to the stage stairs. A man reached out to help her down, and she thanked him with her brightest smile, over-exaggerated as it was. She was pretty sure it made her look a bit unstable. Did it matter? Her world was unstable. Why shouldn't she look the part? Instead of turning up the aisle where everyone would see her leave, including John, she turned toward the door behind the stage that led to the alleyway outside. Regina nodded to the man who opened the door for her as she stepped out into the dark alley and into the frosty evening air. She inhaled the deep aroma that was Durango. Dust, horses, cattle from the train's holding pen at the end of town, pine trees, crisp mountain air. She had spent 3/4 of her life in this town, and suddenly she felt like a stranger in it. Tears stung her eyes over John's deception. She couldn't come to terms with his betrayal. Not yet. She would need time, and there was only one place she could go to get the time she needed. She walked quickly to her parents' home. She knew they would still be at the meeting, and she would have time to pack a few things for her trip. Then she would head to Sarah's house, where she would spend her last night in town. Tomorrow morning, she would purchase a ticket on the stage or train or whatever mode of transportation would take her away from this town and its lies. Tears burned her eyes as she entered her parents' home by the servants' entrance. She expected this kind of thing from her father. But John? Never. She had trusted him without reservation, but now she would never forgive him. John sat in his office and tried for the 100th time to reconcile the day's receipts, but he couldn't force his mind to the task at hand. No matter how many times he refocused his thoughts, they always pulled him back to Regina and the look of betrayal in her eyes when she learned the truth. He had been so close to having it all, and, just like his father, his con had cost him everything. It had been 2 months since she had left him standing on that stage. When he tried to find her, someone said they thought they had seen her leave by the alley door. As soon as he had been able to leave the town hall, he ran to the hotel, hoping she would allow him a moment to explain. But when he arrived in the main lobby, he was mobbed by well-wishers, and it was another half an hour before he was able to escape to his suite. She wasn't there, and no one had seen her. Not even Mary. John attended Mary and Charlie's wedding as planned, hoping to see her there, but there was no luck to be had. He had tried to cheat Lady Luck, and now his Queen of Hearts was gone forever. John had gone to her parents' house every day since she left, hoping to get some answers as to where she had gone. But her father gleefully told him his daughter had finally come to her senses and left him in the gutter where he belonged. John kept hoping someone would slip up and say something that would give him some clue to where she had gone. But her father finally grew tired of insulting him and ordered his staff to stop answering the door. He even eavesdropped on the weekly ladies' club meetings. And, although she was the topic of gossip on more than one occasion, no one seemed to know where his beautiful Regina had disappeared. He just hoped she was safe. A knock on his office door pulled him from his despair. "Come in," he snapped. The door swung open and Will walked in. "Still stewing, I see." His friend eyed his empty glass and raised his brows in question. "Yes, I'm still stewing. Why wouldn't I be? There's been no sign of her, Will. It's as if she vanished into thin air." John slammed his ledger shut and removed the stopper from the crystal decanter and splashed a heavy-handed portion into his glass. He offered the bottle to Will, but he shook his head no. John didn't really care one way or the other. He slammed the bottle down on his desk and tossed the entire contents of the glass down his throat. The scotch burned like hell. He poured another glass full and sat back in his chair. His eyes were full of grit from lack of sleep. He met Will's sympathetic gaze and nearly broke down. Will remained silent, and John's frustration hit its limit of tolerance. He picked up the crystal paperweight and threw it across the room. It shattered into 1,000 pieces. Just like his heart. "Feel better?" Will asked. "Where could she be, Will? I've asked all her friends from the Ladies' Club of Durango. If they know something, they aren't talking about it. Her parents won't talk to me. I even hired 2 private investigators to see if they could find any trace of how she left or where she went. Nothing. Not a damn trace of her." "Do you think if you find her, she's going to listen to you?" "I don't know, but I have to try. I have to do something to make her understand how much I love her. Let her know how sorry I am that I lied. Try to make her understand that I wanted the job from Scott, but I wanted her more." John felt so utterly lost and lonely, even worse than he ever had growing up without parents. He didn't think Regina would ever forgive him, but he had to try to explain his reasons for tricking her. "I bought her a house the day of the town meeting. Did I tell you that?" John casually asked Will. "No. Why would you buy her a house if you knew there was a possibility that she wouldn't—" He heard his friend stop short. "She wouldn't stay?" John filled in the blank. "Because she said she never felt like her parents' house was her home. They decorated every square inch, even her room. They made the rules. They told her what to do, where to go, when, how, and why to do everything." "But what about your suite of rooms upstairs? Hell, there's probably more room up there than most houses can boast," Will questioned. "Besides, that whole 3rd floor is like a palace. It's unbelievable what you've done with—" "That's the problem. I decorated it. I designed it. And it was all built for a bachelor's taste. Dark woods, browns and tans, hunting horses and foxes. Not the roses and damask that ladies often like. I had my opportunity to tell her the truth the night of the kitchen fire, and when that didn't happen, I had planned to tell her the next day. I felt us growing closer, and I wanted her to know everything. But she was already gone when I got back to the room, and I didn't get to see her again until she arrived on the stage with me. John stood and paced the room, stepping through the shattered glass on the floor. It's like fate kept putting obstacles in my way, and then her father told her I lied in front of the whole town. John returned to his desk and looked at his friend, hoping to get some relief from this pain deep in his chest. Will sighed and gave him another sympathetic look. I let my guard down, Will. I let Henry Beckett get too close. It was him that day, you know. He was the one lurking outside my office door the day of the town meeting, and he heard us talking. I'll bet it gave him so much joy to know he had me right where he wanted me. John stood and paced around the room again. His heart ached. His stomach churned. Not only had he lost his wife, he had lost his best friend. All of his success, his new position with Mr. Scott's company, this hotel, none of it meant a thing. Not anymore. Nothing mattered except seeing himself, the man he wanted to be, in Regina's eyes. But if something didn't give, that opportunity was lost to him forever. A knock at the door made him want to throw something at it, but he was a businessman and he had an obligation to his staff to keep this hotel running, so they had a paycheck at the end of the week. And now the added responsibility of his new job only increased the pressure he felt while he dealt with this life-changing situation. Seeing John's control slipping, Will answered for him. "Come in." John watched the door to his office open. He just wanted to deal with whatever they needed and send them on their way. Then he could get back to his misery and drown it in drink. The door opened, and he would swear he had finally lost his sanity. Standing in the doorway was none other than Lila Beckett, Regina's mother. He couldn't speak. He couldn't move. He wasn't even sure that what he was seeing was real. He saw the frown on her face at the unkempt sight of him. He hadn't bathed in 2 days, possibly 3. He hadn't bothered to groom his beard or his hair in weeks, and his clothes were wrinkled as if he had slept in them, which he had. Will stood and greeted the woman for him. "Mrs. Beckett, what an unexpected pleasure. I apologize for my friend here. He has lost something he loved very much, and he's not coping well, as you can see." John watched his friend approach the lady and bow. Then he offered her his hand. When Regina's mother sort of smiled and gave him her hand in return, he led her to the chair next to the one he had occupied before her arrival. "Mrs. Beckett, would you care for some tea? Or perhaps coffee?" Will offered while giving him a look that said, "Wake up, you idiot. This could be the chance you've been waiting for. Don't screw it up." "No, thank you, Judge Baker. I'm fine," Regina's mother answered. Will gave him another look over the woman's large feathered hat and excused himself. Now, John found himself alone with the one woman who might have the answer to his questions. He reminded himself she could also have a gun in her purse and came here with the sole purpose to put him out of his misery. He wouldn't falter for the idea. John shook the alcohol, fatigue, and fog from his brain, smoothed his wrinkled shirt, and raked his fingers through his unkempt hair. Taking his chair behind his desk, he watched Lila Beckett watching him. He was nervous as hell. Why on earth would Regina's mother come to visit him? Her parents hated him. A thought punched through his confusion. Something has happened to Regina. The thought made him nearly lose his liquid lunch. He swallowed twice to keep the bile from rising up and embarrassing them both. "Mrs. Beckett, is Regina all right? Has something happened to her?" John didn't want to know the answer to that question. Not really. Who was he kidding? Of course he did. "No, Mr. Kingston.
The last letter I received from her said she arrived unharmed at her destination.
Tears burned John's eyes. Good. That's really good to know. Thank you for telling me that much, Mrs. Beckett. You can't know how much I appreciate. The emotions from the last 2 months leached out between his words. He heard the catch. He knew Regina's mother had heard it too. He caught her sympathetic look and tried not to be embarrassed, but then he saw her thoughtful look and good sense returned. What brings you to see me, Mrs. Beckett? Does Regina need something? Money, perhaps. Whatever she needs, all she has to do is ask, and it's hers. The woman remained silent for a moment or two longer, and then she looked him right in the eye and asked, "Mr. Kingston, do you love my daughter?" Stunned that she might even consider the possibility of him loving her daughter, he didn't hesitate to offer her assurances of his feelings. "I've been in love with your daughter since we were children, Mrs. Beckett. Since that day I walked her home." "Ah, yes, I remember that day. It was the day she came home in tears, her dress dirty, and her knees raw and bleeding. Her father was furious with her for not paying attention. I was furious with the lot of you until—" John watched the woman hesitate. "Until?" He had to know where this conversation was going. "Until I saw the look on Regina's face when she talked about how you stepped in to protect her. You made quite an impression on my little girl that day, Mr. Kingston." He remained silent. Mrs. Beckett continued. "Every time you and Regina were together, I could tell. Her eyes would light up and her face glowed with happiness." John was trying to grasp what the woman was telling him. "So you knew about our weekly visits by the lake outside of town?" He couldn't believe it. "Yes. I always knew Regina wasn't at piano lessons." "Goodness, I hope not. If that girl had spent that much time at the piano and still couldn't play a lick, I'd be sorely disappointed and demanding my money back." The woman was actually teasing him. "Then please, tell me where she is, Mrs. Beckett. Tell me how I can find her so I can fix this," John begged. "Is it true Regina asked you to marry her first?" "Yes." "And is it also true that Mr. Scott promised to hire you for the position of his financial overseer here in Durango if you were a married man?" She pushed. The time for lies had passed. John answered without hesitation. "Yes, that is true, but Regina had already asked me to marry her before Mr. Scott made his promise to support me instead of your husband." "And did you marry Regina because of Mr. Scott's job?" "Hell no. Excuse me, Mrs. Beckett. I apologize for my language, but I would have married Regina on the spot, job or no job. I told Regina I wanted to think about it, and if I felt her idea wasn't going to benefit her, then my answer would be no." "But you didn't tell her no, did you, Mr. Kingston?" "I did not. After Mr. Scott made his offer with its stipulation, I admit, I jumped at the chance to have the two things I wanted most in this world. They were right in front of me and there for the taking." He hesitated for another second and then added, "It wasn't just the job. I wanted Regina. I love her, and I wanted her to be my wife. I would have asked years ago, but I know how you and your husband feel about me, so I just never wanted to put her through that kind of stress or upset her in any way." Mrs. Beckett nodded, the feather in her hat fluttering in the stale air of his office. "I know this may be hard for you to believe, considering my part in my daughter's unhappiness, but all I've ever wanted for Regina was what I thought best for her, regardless of what my husband thinks. I had hoped she and Mr. Scott's son might suit one another and fall in love. Then Henry would get what he wanted, and my daughter could finally be happy in her own life out from under Henry's thumb." Lila Beckett shot him a knowing look. "But I can see now that would never have happened because, it would seem, her heart was already taken." John couldn't believe his ears. Regina's mother, Henry Beckett's wife,
was actually admitting to him that Regina had feelings for him. He wished he had known a few months back. It would have made all the difference in his life right about now, instead of this hollow misery he felt deep in his soul. "I can tell by your expression you're shocked by my revelation, but I can assure you, Mr. Kingston, my daughter is in love with you. She may not know it yet, but I do. And right now, she is miserable. I'm here to find out whether or not you love her, and if you wish to make her happy. If you do, then it is up to you to make that happen." "I'll do anything you ask. Anything at all. Name it." "It's not up to me to ask. All I can do is give you an address where you can write to her." Regina's mother handed him a piece of paper with an address on it. Boston. So Regina was in Boston. "Don't bother trying to find her at this address. You'll be wasting your time. The people who live there will thwart your every move if you try to see Regina against her wishes. You must make her want to come to you, Mr. Kingston. It's the only hope you have if you wish to win my daughter's trust again." "Thank you, Mrs. Beckett. Thank you. I don't know what to say, how to thank you." "Mr. Kingston, despite what people think, I love my daughter immensely. I was young when I married Henry. He was so handsome and dashing in those days. He was quite the catch. At least that's what I was led to believe by my father. It was only after we were married that I learned what an arrogant, selfish, heartless man he was. I've not always been the best mother to Regina. I can admit that now that she's grown. But I also see now that my actions, or rather inactions, were motivated more by self-preservation than by choice." John watched tears pool in her dark eyes, so much like Regina's. He suddenly felt sorry for the woman. "I have done the best I could to protect Regina from Henry's machinations. I would never have pushed her into a marriage not of her choosing, even if I had to steal her away in the dead of night. I'm glad you love her, Mr. Kingston. I've watched you grow into the man you are now, and—" The woman paused and looked him in the eyes. "I like what I see." Speechless, John stood staring at Regina's mother. Small crinkles appeared at the outside corners of her eyes, and John realized she was smiling at him. The woman stood and turned to leave. He rushed to the door to open it for her. His hand on the doorknob, she placed her hand on his arm. He raised his eyes in question. "Win my daughter back, Mr. Kingston. Make her happy." "Yes, ma'am. I'm going to win your daughter back, starting right this minute." Chapter 14. Regina sat on her bed in her Aunt Letitia's second-story guest room and rationalized her anger at John. She had been in Boston for nearly 2 months, and every time her heart tried to convince her to see reason, thoughts of John's betrayal reminded her how angry she should be. And as helpful and welcoming as her mother's sister, Aunt Letitia, and her twin cousins, Roxanne and Mary Ann, were, they were starting to get on her last nerve. It wasn't that they hadn't welcomed her into their home with open arms. It was just that she missed home. Well, maybe not home exactly. And they wouldn't stop talking about John. She closed her eyes and thought back to that night at the town hall meeting when she had been so deliriously happy to stand by John's side. She had been so proud of her longtime friend and his success. She had even wondered what it would be like to have a real marriage to John. But when she learned of his deception and that he had played her for a fool, she had been devastated. Her heart, along with her trust, had been broken. She had played right into his hands when she asked him to marry her. Was she really supposed to believe it was just a coincidence that he needed a wife at the same time she needed a husband? She thought he was her friend, a loyal friend, a trusted friend. Instead, he turned out to be just another male manipulating a female to get what he wanted. He was as bad as her father. No, that wasn't true. He was worse than her father. At least her father had been upfront about his intentions.
John had pretended to be her friend. A long, sad sigh escaped her lips as she struggled to come to grips with her feelings once more.
Regina, are you pining again for that handsome husband of yours?
Her cousin Roxanne asked over the top of the latest book she was reading. Roxy was her adventurous romantic cousin, always reading about some faraway place, imagining herself there, falling in love with a handsome stranger.
No, yes. Oh, I don't know what I'm feeling.
She mumbled more to herself than in answer to her cousin's question.
Well, it's obvious you are, and my advice to you is that if you're so miserable without the man, then why not go home and straighten things out?
Mary Ann, ever the practical one, pointed out.
I can't go home,
Regina insisted.
Why? Because he treated you with respect and valued your opinion? You said so yourself how kind he was. How dare the man treat you in such a manner?
Her cousin's sarcasm wasn't lost on Regina.
No, Mary Ann, I can't go back because he lied to me and I no longer trust him, she snapped.
They've been over this many times. Many, many times, in fact. Why must she keep repeating herself? Mary Ann sat next to Regina on the bed and threw an arm of comfort around her shoulders.
Now, don't get mad at me. Just hear me out first, all right?
Mary Ann's questioning gaze had Regina nodding in agreement to listen, but just to listen.
Now, the way I see things, John is in a no-win position.
Regina took exception to that remark and started to speak when Mary silenced her.
Now wait, you promised to listen.
Regina clamped her jaws tight and did her best to remain silent.
Think about your situation this way. You asked him to marry you, which he did. You told me and Roxy that you had feelings for your friend turned husband, and you were secretly hoping that he had feelings for you. Have I got the facts straight so far?
Regina cut a sharp look to her cousin, but remained silent. Mary continued.
I'll take that as a yes.
Roxy jumped into the conversation next.
Then, when you were hoping he would bed you, he didn't. That sounds very honorable to me, but let's continue, shall we? You found out that he had married you, as you had asked him to do, because of a life-changing opportunity he was offered if he married you, which, again, you asked him to do.
Regina sent her cousin a dirty look.
Will you please stop saying that? She insisted. And before he could explain himself, you stole away and bought a ticket under someone else's name so he couldn't follow you. He couldn't even send you a letter of explanation. And, if your mother's report of the events are correct in the letter she sent to our mother, he dared to incur your father's wrath by going to your house and begging them to tell him where you had gone. Not just once, but time and time again.
Regina knew that her mother had written to Aunt Letitia because her aunt had shared the letter with her and her cousins.
Now, we ask you, is that truly fair to the man?
Mary asked. She knew there was a grain of truth to her cousin's comments. She had snuck away while John was giving his speech, and she had bought a train ticket in someone else's name so he couldn't find her. She knew John would try to explain, but she hadn't wanted to listen then. Was she ready now?
Regina, are you listening to us? No. Yes. I'm thinking about what you've said. And what are you thinking? Are you ready to go home?
Roxy asked. Regina thought about her cousin's point of view on the matter. They had some valid points, but...
No, I can't go home. I just can't be sure whether he married me because he loved me or because someone promised him something.
It was a feeble excuse, even to her own ears. Roxy and Mary both shook their heads in exasperation. Her twin cousins were perfect mirror images of each other. Roxy spoke up.
Or because he was doing a friend a favor? Regina, how can you be so blind? The man has been in love with you ever since we were children. Every summer when we visited you in Durango, John was always nearby. He wore his heart on his sleeve. For you.
Regina shook her head at her romantic cousin's notions, but her heart took notice and held on tight. Mary chimed in.
Regina, you must know he cares for you.
But he lied to me.
Regina persisted in hanging on to as much anger as possible, reasonable or not.
Did he?
Her cousins asked in unison.
I told you what happened. Of course he did. You asked him to marry you and save you from your father's schemes, and he did. I don't see the problem,
Mary stated.
I asked him to pretend to marry me, and he married me for real.
Regina couldn't see why her cousins were being so thick-headed about the matter.
So let me get this straight. You wanted a temporary fake marriage that would ruin your reputation, and instead, John Kingston gave you a real marriage that was legally binding. He gave you his name. He gave you a home of your own. He invited you to help him run his business. He put you in charge of a project that was near and dear to his heart, all the while paying the bills.
Mary shook her head.
I'm just not seeing him as the problem, Regina.
The problem is he tricked me. He lied to me.
I thought he was the one person I could trust, but he used me just like my father did.
A knock at the door interrupted their conversation.
Come in,
Mary said. Aunt Letitia opened the door and entered the room.
There's a letter here for you, Regina. It arrived by special post. Someone must have something really important to say to you if they were willing to spend that kind of money to have it delivered.
Her aunt handed her the packet. Her cousins crowded around while she tore it open. Keys fell out and onto the floor, followed by a deed of some sort. And a letter. Her heart pounded in her chest. She recognized the handwriting. It was John's. He had found her. She was both relieved and scared to death. Mary picked up the keys off the floor.
I wonder what these go to. Read the letter, Regina,
her aunt urged. Regina unfolded the parchment paper and began to read. My dearest Regina, I'm deeply sorry you had to learn about my deception in front of the whole town. Durango and you deserve better from me. I'm not going to bother making my actions appear honorable. Instead, I admit what I did was selfish and self-serving. But I want you to also know I didn't do it for the reasons you may think. You wanted a marriage of convenience on a temporary basis. I wanted a marriage of love and friendship on a very permanent basis. I thought if I could convince you to love me before you found out what I had done, the end would justify the means. I know now that any relationship based upon a lie is doomed to fail. Love is based on truth and trust, and I have broken both with you. Though I swear to you, my heart was always in the right place. You told me once you always wanted a place of your own to call home, a place where you could decide what color the walls are and when dinner is served, a place where your children could grow up happy. I had hoped to share such a place with you, but since that no longer seems possible, I purchased a house I thought you might like. It's the house on 5th and Elm Street. You know, the big 2-story gray one with the giant cottonwood trees out back. I bought it the day of the town hall meeting, and I had hoped to surprise you with it after I told you the truth about our marriage, but I let my opportunities slip away. I know I let you down, Regina. For that, I am truly sorry. If we could go back to the night of the debutante's ball when you first asked me to marry you, I'd say yes the minute you asked, but only if you would agree that our marriage be every bit as real as my love for you. I hope you will come home soon. I'll wait for you as long as it takes for you to forgive me. All my love, your loving husband, John. Regina had no idea she was crying until a tear dropped onto the letter, smearing the ink. She sniffed and wiped at her eyes, trying to absorb everything she had read. Her aunt and cousins remained quiet for about half a second before Roxy spoke up.
Well, I think that about sums it up. If that doesn't prove the man loves you, then I don't know what will. He bought you a house, Regina. A house! And he gave you the deed. It doesn't look to me like he's using you for his own gain. What do you think, Mary? After all, you are the practical one in the family.
Mary handed her the keys to the house she'd picked up off the floor.
I think the man is crazy in love with you, Regina. What else matters? He loves you. How often does a love like that come along in a woman's life?
Regina knew what her cousins were doing, but could she ever trust them again? Mired in confusion and doubt, she sat staring at the letter. Roxy picked up the deed and unfolded it. Another piece of paper fell out and fluttered to the floor.
What's this?
Mary said and sidled up to her sister to read over her shoulder. Regina was rereading John's letter when both cousins turned to face her, the piece of paper in their hand. The look on their faces pulled Regina up short.
What is that? Why are you looking like that?
She asked. When they hesitated to answer, she reached for the paper. The bold type across the top of the document felt as though she had been hit in the chest with a sledgehammer. She scanned the contents of the document and saw John's bold signature at the bottom.
It's a divorce decree, and it says that John has given me a monthly allowance of whatever I decide is fair, and he signed it.
Regina was glad she was still sitting as she stared at the piece of paper in her hand. John was setting her free. He bought her a house and was willing to give her whatever monthly allowance she saw fit, without limits or argument.
Well, are you going to let him get away? We know you have feelings for him. Is there anything he can do to right his wrong?
Aunt Letitia asked. Regina sat still for a long minute. She thought about everything John meant to her over the years. Friend, confidant, trusted advisor, husband. The least she could do was to return to Durango and deliver this divorce decree to him in person. Whether she decided to sign it or not was still up in the air. She had some things to say to Mr. John Kingston, and she needed to say them in person. It had been 2 weeks since he had sent his letter to the address Mrs. Beckett had given him. He had heard nothing back. He sat in his office and stared at the ledger in front of him, but once again, he couldn't seem to focus on the numbers. If only he knew where she was and what she was thinking. Would she forgive him, or return the signed divorce decree Will had provided instead? He stood and paced his office for the 100th time today. Why couldn't she see he had loved her long before Ben Scott made his ill-advised proposition? Why the hell couldn't she see how... "Can I come in?" John whirled at the familiar voice. "Regina!" He rushed toward her, then stopped, unsure what he should do or why she was here. It was then he saw the divorce decree in her hand. He pushed his fear and regret down deep and waited for this beautiful woman to deliver the bad news he hoped would never come. He watched her walk into his office, just as graceful as he remembered. She stood next to one of the chairs in front of his desk and waited. John rushed to her side and pulled the chair back away from his desk so she could sit. He was painfully aware when she placed the divorce decree on his desk where he could see it. She hadn't yet signed it. Was that a promising sign? He sure hoped so, because that was all the hope he had right now. He waited for her to settle in the chair, and then he returned to his side of the desk. "It's really good to see you, Regina. It seems like years instead of just a couple of months," he offered, not sure what he should say or do. "Thank you, John." She offered a smile of sorts. It seemed sad and resigned. Was he reading too much into it? The awkward silence between them grew until he couldn't contain himself any longer. "Regina, will you give me a chance to explain? I was going to tell you the night of the fire, and when that didn't happen, I planned to tell you after the town meeting, but you'd already... left?" Regina interjected. "Yes. I'm not blaming you. Please don't think that I am. Not at all. But I wanted a chance to explain to you why... The trouble with such an explanation, John, is that it would have been after the fact. I was already legally married to you, so any explanation you could have shared then would have been too little
and too late. Don't you see that? You took my choice away from me, and you made the decision yourself, just as my father has always done."
John's stomach sank. She was saying goodbye. What could he say? That she was wrong? Yes and no. He loved her, but he had also betrayed her by marrying her without her permission. He deserved whatever he got at this point. "I suppose I can't disagree with that, as much as I would like to. I know I should have told you the truth, and I wanted to, but I made an impulsive decision, probably the first one in a long time, and it cost me more than I ever dreamed." When she didn't say anything in return, he resigned himself to the reality of his situation. He nodded his understanding of what was happening and turned the divorce papers around so she could have full access to the place where she would sign her name and end their marriage. "I hope the terms of our divorce are agreeable with you. If you need more money later on, you need only to ask. I would never deny you anything." He watched Regina pick up the documents and study them. "Here's a pen." He might as well give her the weapon to finish him off. When she took the pen from him, their fingers brushed and their eyes met. "Regina, I know I should have given you the chance to make your own decisions. I should have been honest with you from the very beginning. And I should have taken you in my arms that night and told you how much I loved you. But I didn't, and I have no one to blame but myself." Regina nodded.
"That's true. I'm certain this situation has taught you never to do something like this again."
"Yes, I've learned a very valuable and very painful lesson," John admitted.
"Good. Then I hope you understand why I have to do this."
John's heart stuttered as the finality of his situation pressed in. "I wish I didn't, but I do." Regina poised the pen over the place she would sign and end their marriage. He held his breath, knowing that, with the simple stroke of a stupid pen, his life would never be the same. Epilogue. It was summer, and Regina laughed at the children chasing each other around the giant cottonwood tree in the backyard of the house John had bought for the Care House school. It was only a few blocks away from the 2-story gray house John had bought for her on 5th and Elm Street. She watched as the dozen or so children, ranging in age from 3 to 5 years old, played on the rope swings attached to the big sturdy tree. The younger children and babies were inside the house. They all had the privilege of attending the very first care house for young children in Durango, Colorado. Regina watched Charlie repair a window someone had broken trying to hit a rock with a sawmill slat. She could see her friend, Mary, through the kitchen window where she and another woman named Charlotte cooked the children's noonday meal. Regina smiled at the sight. It was a dream come true for her and John. "What has you so amused, my beautiful wife?" Shivers of delight fluttered over Regina's skin when she realized her husband was near. It was as if her thoughts pulled him to her side. His strong arms reached around her waist and caressed her rounded belly. She leaned into him, relishing the feel of his body against hers.
"I'm being thankful and selfishly admiring all that we have accomplished. Together."
Her contentment evident in her sigh. John's voice rumbled in his chest when he spoke. "I can imagine our own child playing here someday."
"Yes, I want our child to spend time here. I want all of our children to grow up in this neighborhood and in this town making friendships that will last a lifetime, and to always have a connection with family."
Speaking of family, John gave her waist a gentle squeeze. "I hate to bring this up and spoil your morning, but I heard your father's leaving Durango at the end of the week. Has something happened?" Regina nodded her head.
"Yes. Father has decided his business acumen is better suited in a larger community. He told Mother he's wasting his talents in this backwoods community. He's headed to New York City where he says he has business acquaintances."
Regina doubted anyone who actually knew her father would do business with him, but if he wanted to leave Durango,
She certainly wasn't going to try and stop him. Ah, and your mother? Is she going too?
No, she isn't. She spun around and faced her husband. And before you ask how it's possible my father would be so generous to my mother, it seems all those years of keeping silent has allowed my mother to overhear the sordid details of father's business dealings, and it seems some of them were not exactly legal.
So, your mother's resorting to a bit of blackmail, is she? I must admit, I didn't know Lila Beckett had it in her, but I'm glad to hear she does.
Speaking of mother, she came by the house yesterday. It seems she and the members of the Ladies' Club of Durango have taken on a new project now that the care house is up and running.
John turned around to face the playground and pulled her back into his arms and lay his chin on the top of her head. She loved how his gentle touch made her feel. And what is that?
They're spending their meetings making hand-stitched quilts, knitted blankets, and crocheted booties for our child. I swear, our daughter, or son, will never get to wear half the things they've made.
Regina marveled at her mother's willing participation to be the best grandmother she can be. Perhaps you can donate some of them to the care house. I know there are families who could use extra clothing. She turned to face her husband again.
That's a wonderful idea. I should have thought of that myself.
She looked up into her husband's kind eyes. The pull of their attraction for one another never failed to excite her. She saw the change of his gaze when he looked at her and knew he was feeling it too. Her husband's face stretched into a wide grin. Her eyes dropped to focus on his full lips that begged for her attention. If you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to have to take you home. His deep voice pulled her gaze back to his, and she never grew tired of seeing his love for her shining in those dark depths. She knew what lay in store for her inside her devoted husband's arms. She couldn't stop the shivers of expectation now racing across her body. Truth be told, she didn't want to stop them.
I'm not opposed to that idea, Mr. Kingston.
She teased him with a knowing smile.
And since we have the house to ourselves, I think that is a perfect idea.
Then let's go home, Mrs. Kingston, and I will do my best, once again, to make you glad you tore up that divorce decree. This has been The Debutante's Escape, The Debutantes of Durango, Book 1, written by Peggy McKenzie, narrated by Rick Barr. Copyright 2022 by Peggy McKenzie. Production copyright by Peggy McKenzie. All rights reserved. This audio has been brought to you by Bar 26 Publishing, LLC. For more content, check out the rest of our channel.